Hello and welcome everybody to the JConcepts Hoosier RC HobbyPlex Clash of Champions 2024. We're here with my my right-hand man, Mr. Shane. How's it going, Shane?
Good. How you guys doing today? You feeling good?
I think they're going to be popping in here. We got Shane on camera right now, so Shane, lead us through yesterday and what we got looking forward to for today.
All right. Yesterday was a day of open practice, a nice and easy day over here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in terms of no control practice and everybody getting their tires scrubbed in. We took several hours. It looked like about 8 hours of runtime, and that was after a 2-hour runtime of Enduro slash, which they did the day before to rubber the track in, to bed the track in. And then last night, after open practice, did Eddie Henley come, the owner and track director over here, to come and not only seal, but also repair and treat the track. So today, the grip right off the bat should be absolutely phenomenal. He does use some Elmer's glue to seal the surface, and we can see already on the circuit some rubber building up from that. Smoothie 2s and silver compound. So we are already seeing some more runners out here, some short course trucks, and we will be having controlled practice today. As we move through the day, controlled practice, this is also seeding for today, which we will also be, of course, seeding for heats, which will be posted a little bit later today. So do bear with us as we go through the program and get everything set up. There is a large number of heats, I believe, over 430 entries. I do speak under correction. We will see how that goes. And looking forward to a lovely day of racing here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana, USA, here at the Clash of Champions 2024. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors: Team Associated, Protec, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DVR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. We are live from the RC HobbyPlex here for the 2024 Clash of Champions. Hope you guys are having a good day, and thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to get the chat up over here so we can keep you guys engaged and entertained and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you all for tuning in. Having a look here at heat number 1 right now. We've got out there the SCT gentlemen. We've got some local heroes out here, so we're starting to see some pace go down. I'm going to say that the first couple of heats, we're probably not going to see the fastest lap times as the track starts to bed in and rubber starts to come down after that track treatment we had yesterday from the race director Eddie Henley. So with that being said, we will be able to see some faster lap times, more indicative of what we'll see for the rest of the event, I'd say in about half an hour's time. Also with us today will be our cameraman. We've got Chris up there on the camera, so you'll notice today the fisheye lens is not static. It will be moving around and hopefully is a better feed than yesterday. Yesterday we didn't have everybody up in their positions just yet. We just had the camera up and we were just broadcasting in order to be able to bring you some of the live action. But today we will be having all of our camera crew here today. Photographer on site as well as a photo printing service. So that's a new service that Mod is running right now. It's pretty cool. You can actually buy some 4x6, some actual tangible, some real photographs that you can take home with you. There will be some photographs of the pros as well that we're hoping to get signed, and possibly we will be able to waffle out. Right now, let's have a look as we go with Justin Whitaker, one of the local heroes. We managed to get some profile pictures of everybody up yesterday. So Justin Whitaker right now is leading this particular heat in terms of a lap pace. He's on a 13.524 pace right now, and the closest car behind is on a 12 lap pace. Many cars on a 12 lap pace. I think we're going to see substantially faster times from the buggies a little bit later on today. Right now, these gentlemen are doing around about a 24-second lap time. We did see in four-wheel drive yesterday, we saw one driver, Dakota Fenn, come down into the 19.9s yesterday. And when we look at the two-wheel drives, it was Spencer Rivkin and Davey Barter from Coyote Hobbies with the fastest lap times yesterday, looking great in their B7s, getting dialed in. So that new B7 is a weapon of choice. TLR and Dakota Fenn may have some looking at their rear bumper this year as they defend that Clash of Champions title. I'm not sure if my chat is going just yet. Let's have a look over here. If anyone is in the chat, if you'd like to drop a couple of messages just so we can see if that is running live, that'd be great. Testing chat, testing chat. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Budget Boys Racing. I appreciate that. Yes, we can hear you, Darren B. Sounds good on my end. Thank you, Cody. Thank you. There we go. We've got the chat running now, and I can see you guys coming in. Hello to Matt. Hello to Kim Bulsund. Hello to Cody Scranton. Hello to Budget Boys Racing. Darren B. Knocking Futz. Okay, Nick Nuthouse. Josh Lester. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Nice way to start the day with a short pass. Yes, the short course trucks, they are still alive and well. Very difficult to get tires for these bad boys here, as I understand. The buggies themselves were a challenge. We have enough of the JConcepts rubber to go around. Thank you very much to JConcepts for sponsoring the event, as well as providing much of the rubber to get the races going around the track here today. Thank you, Mr. Darren. Absolutely. We are very happy to be here right now. Let's have a look at the 1, 2, 3 there. That is going to be Justin Whitaker, Tom Sherman, and Chris Venair. Lovely profile pictures here by the Mod Media team yesterday to get absolutely everyone's picture. So that was a very, very nice touch that they put in for this particular broadcast. Here with me today we have Jason Shuey. He's going to be down as our photographer. We have Mr. Matt Olson. He's running right now. He's running all the media. He is here. He's behind the scenes, and he's making sure that the camera feed that you see right there on your top left-hand side, as well as the feed from Chris, is all looking nice and good. Also, somebody recommended yesterday that we go and tie a camera to the rafters, and yeah, I guess I was joking a little bit when I said that, but Matt got himself a ladder, and he's got a pan-tilt zoom camera, a digital camera that will be able to shoot from the center of the track. So absolutely awesome that we have that, number one. We were just joking, and now we have a camera tied to the rafters. You may see it. It's just to the right-hand side of the American flag that we see. Let me see if we can catch it. It's maybe in camera shot right now. It's actually just hidden by the pole in camera shot, so you won't be able to see it, but we will be using that feed a little bit later today. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty then. Lovely. Alright. So I've got two mics over here on me today, just so you know. One is for the broadcast for you gentlemen and ladies, and the other one is for the communication here with our local team. We have some more local heroes on the track. Adam Rails, James Knight. Let's have a look over here. Justin Sherman. We saw his brother in the previous race there take the number 2 spot, I believe. So some more short course truck, and we will be seeding, of course, today. So these laps do count. They are important. They are practice right now, so they're not going towards your heat. But they are important because they're going to be seeding for their heats. I believe we're going to be running for the first portion of today will be all of the practice as well as seeding. As we go into the first heats, we'll probably have a short intermission as we introduce the event here and have the national anthem. I believe that is a tradition here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. Eddie Henley, the owner of the track, is an astute patriot. We appreciate that. We've got up in the announcing booth over there, Mr. Lance McDonald. He's calling for race number 3 to get ready on the driver's stand right now and come on up. We're going to keep this program running nice and swiftly in the professional manner that Lance always runs his programs. It's lovely to have Lance here. Our locals have Lance on the microphone, less commentary, but more race management and program direction. And then myself here with you today, Shane Mouton from A Main Hobbies. Happy to be with you and commentate today. Thank you very much for tuning in and joining us. 141, 1 of 44. You are back again, man. Did you not get any sleep? Oh, my word. He's over in South Africa. He was joining us with a feed yesterday. Thank you very much for chiming in. It helped us to keep the feed interesting. I see Rory Holler is back. Thank you very much. Welcome. Jerry, nice to see you over here knocking futs, as well as Cody Scranton. Absolutely. Going to be watching the chat over here today and keep engaged with you guys. It is a very cold day here today at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. We got in the car this morning. It was 21 degrees. The windshield was frozen. And something that we won't see much of here inside. They're keeping the facility is air conditioned as well as somewhat humidity controlled. I will say maybe a little bit more humidity in the air than some places I'm used to, but with that being said, that makes for exceptional track conditions to keep the track in very, very, very good nick. They will be watering here and there between heats, but they will be blowing in between every single heat, and the track has been resealed last night with Elmer glue by Eddie Henley, the track director and manager. It looks like we're following Adam Rails around right now. Adam looks like he's on rails. He's getting some faster times than the guys in the previous heat right now. Adam Rails, there's a nice picture of him. Lovely, runs for Team Associated. I'm loving these graphics that we have up here from Mod Live Media. Exceptional work yesterday to capture everyone's profile picture. That is awesome. Right now, the lap times we're seeing is around about 24 seconds. We should be seeing for Stadium Truck probably around about 23, 22 seconds. As we drop down to two-wheel drive buggy, we were seeing 22s, and with the pros dipping into the 20 flats. I think the fastest time we saw yesterday was 20.2 from Spencer Rivkin and a 20.3 from Davey Barter, and there was one 19.9 lap. .99 was the fast time from the four-wheel drive buggy yesterday from Dakota Fenn. There's a nice battle right now between Justin Sherman and Adam Rails as we come over the start-finish line. We're going to follow them around for a lap. Here we go over that kicker, about 2 feet tall. Some nice elevation in the back change there. We go down into the S's. That is going to be an area where a couple of passes can be made. Some elevation change. Here is pretty flat. And that drop right there doesn't look like much on camera, but it's about 3 feet drop. A little bit flat here. Lots of passing and overtaking maneuvers will be made in that corner, as well as this straightaway here. And into corner number 1 as we go into this little kicker. The little kicker looks very small on camera. It's about 2 feet tall, though, just to give you an idea. As Adam Sherman right now on a 12.503 lap pace. Right now, that's strange to see the 12.503 lap pace as a faster seed right now than the 13 lap pace down below him. I bet for the seeding we are taking the fastest lap, not the overall lap pace like we do with F-Mark qualifying normally. If you have a look in the feed, you will see the waffle is linked. You will be able to get yourself a ticket there. We are giving away a couple of kits. There will be a B7 kit. We have a Yokomo DTM3 kit. We have a kit from Team Associated, the Nano Sports. What else do we have? Yes, the B74.2 is the other one that I forgot. Yes. So we have that as well. Those will all be given away, as well as some other prizes that we will be having throughout the week. But for right now, we have those exceptional kits to get you guys interested in the waffle. Nice battle right now between Sherman and Rails. They just finished off right there on a very similar lap pace in the end. There comes Rails off the stand now in the Team Associated shirt. That's Peyton James stepping off. I think that's Zach James right there. Not happy with his run there was that gentleman shaking his head. Justin Sherman takes that one from Adam Rails with Isaac Lee. I believe we're going to be seeing these lap paces. If you see there in number 5 space was actually faster than number 4. But I believe for seeding we are taking the fastest lap, much like we do in Formula 1 qualifying. Not an overall lap pace like we will see in the other heats, but it will be the fastest lap that will seed you. Drivers are wise here to look for some open space on track, not only to run in terms of getting an overall pace, but just to open up some space for themselves so as not to battle anyone and get a fast lap. Getting ready right now for heat number 3 and the first of the buggies. So let's see what they can do over here. I'll be interested to see. I thought for the first couple of heats over here, we may not see the fastest times as the track beds in and more rubber goes down. So I'll be interested to see what the buggies can do in the comparison to the 24-second lap pace that we were seeing from the short course trucks just a minute ago. Good morning, RC Kevin from Canada. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, 1:44, I did. I brought some yogurts today. I brought some oatmeal so I can make some oatmeal, and I brought some waters as well to make sure that I have something that, if you look in the feed right now, in the back right-hand side, you can see the 2 vending machines, but they only take quarters, so I was not able to find any quarters yesterday. The pits are packed here today, about 430 entries, so looking forward to seeing a lot of good racing and many heats. Getting everybody checked in right now. Jason Kessinger was one of the gentlemen that was on our feed yesterday. He's up on the driver's stand in the 3 spot right now as we get him checked in. We're still waiting for Jason Grimes and Tony Schutter to get checked in. Those are also local drivers. Brad Evans also, as well as Chris Desek. Let's have a look over here. Jason Kessinger, Al Colin, and Frank. I'm going to call that gentleman Frank. That looks like a Pesti Giacomo. That's a very difficult last name to pronounce. Oh man, somebody getting a bit of a rough start over there as they go over the line. Lucky for him, his lap time starts there before he rolls over. Let's follow the cars around for a lap over here. Whoa, these guys are getting some nice traction and getting off the triple there. This is mod buggy. Yes, okay, I was about to say, if that is a stock buggy, we need to see what motor that guy's running. But this is mod buggy right now. So we should start seeing times around about the 20, 21 seconds, maybe 22-second lap time. You will start seeing also quite a lot of traction rolling, maybe some wheelies from the cars. Does this one mute as well when it goes up like this? Okay, good, because then you guys don't have to listen to me all the time. I'll put it down when I need to communicate. All right, let's follow this white car with the yellow wheels around for a lap. Let's see how they go. We're going to call that the double section turn onto the straightaway. This is the U-bend onto turn number 1 and 2. We go up onto the tabletop in the back into the S section, first S section, little tabletop in the back as well. There's a double, the back right S's, the drop down soapbox. We're going to follow up into the triple. He went there with a double single this time. All right, so we'll transverse again. So double single into the shoe, around the double and onto the start finish straight. That little section of the track over there, if you look at it, actually looks like a boot if you look at it from the top, so we'll be calling that the shoe. Right now, Odus Christian is making a 23.5 second lap pace. I think as we go through the day, as I said, the first couple of runs here, the track being treated as more rubber goes down, I believe we're going to start seeing faster lap times a little bit later today from the mod and stock guys. So right now 23.5 is the pace that we are seeing. Chris Dosek now to the front. That's our number 6 car doing a 22.5, starting to bring some of the pace out. I think some of the mod independent drivers we're going to see around about a 21, maybe late 21, early 22 lap pace. So he's really starting to squeeze that performance out already. I believe that's Chris that we're following now as we go around the kicker into the double in the back, over the little roller, up onto the tabletop, double into the S's, down onto the soapbox, into the triple. Let's see if he triples. He does. Into the shoe, the double, and back onto the start finish straight away. Not as smooth as he wanted there. It looked like a good lap. I was wondering what that pace might have been, but that lap is a scrub. He's going to have to go again. Right now, a 13 lap pace is pretty quick. We're seeing a little bit quicker than what we did from the short course trucks. That very first heat, we had one car on the 13 lap pace for some time. I don't know if you finished there. And then in the second heat, we had a mini 12 lap pace. The buggies are going to be able to get around the track a little bit quicker and a little bit easier. Slightly smaller, lower centers of gravity. Also, these being mod cars will make a difference. Indeed, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Racer. Yes. Chris Dosek, FMAR World Champion in 12th scale. Yes, absolutely. Very well-known racer. All right, Mr. Mitchell, we'll look out for Jared Miranda. He says in independent buggy he has been doing very well, as well as in four-wheel drive independent, so he'll be a guy to watch. Yes, the track is looking pretty shiny today, 1 of 44. The reason for that is the Elmer's glue that was put down. So yesterday in track treatment, as we were finishing off with camera setup and so on over here in terms of getting good media coverage for you today, I watched Eddie treat the track. So what he did was first he went around the track looking for any divots so that he could repair those. There were not very many. Next they came out and they gave the track a medium amount of water and allowed that to soak in, before then taking their time to come out with what looked like a pesticide sprayer, but inside of that was a mix of Elmer's glue and water, which then gets sprayed onto the track surface, and that will then seal the track, as well as he redesigns and retills the track, will mix into the track along with the rubber that is stripped off from the Elmer's glue onto the track itself. A lot of the rubber yesterday was we could see it flowing, like speckles flowing across the track when they did the watering of the track. So that's certainly a large amount of rubber is going to be coming down. Now, since they watered it, a little bit of the rubber gets picked up and moved around, maybe on or offline, and then the Elmer's glue is put down again. So, as I said, for the first couple of heats here, we may not see the fastest times, but we will do as we go on through the day and the rubber goes down online again. Chris Dosek taking that one with a 12.5 lap pace, and if we see there, Odus Christian with a 13 lap pace behind him, but a slower lap time, which is going to count for the seeding. We move on now to heat number 4 of 40. 4 of 40. Chris Dosek taking that one from Odus and Owen Simmons in the 3. 5 minutes per practice session, 5 minutes per practice session, so nice quick in and out. Seeding here is per lap time, not on FMAR style. So I was talking a little bit about the weather a little bit earlier. It was a chilly 21 degrees, frost all over the car this morning. The grass was crunchy, but inside the facility here, they do maintain it at around about 70 degrees. The humidity as well is rather high inside, so a lot of track sustaining moisture in the air essentially. When we walked up this morning and we saw the windows, they were a little bit misted up already on the inside with nobody inside the building just yet. So the track should hold together extremely well with the temperature as well as moisture conditions that we have here today in the facility. As you can see, I'm here in I'm wearing 2 shirts. It's a little bit cold, not that cold, but certainly warmer than yesterday. Ah, Wesley Napier, that's a name that I know. Hello, Mr. Wesley. Oh, we've got the camera up in the top left-hand side there. Hello to all of you guys. We've got Paul Ciccarello out there, and let's have a look over here, some of the local heroes as well. So let's follow Paul Ciccarello there, round X-ray driver for a lap. Let's see what kind of pace he does. Paul, a well-recognized pro for his time and history with many manufacturers. Racing now with X-Ray. Right now, Paul Ciccarello is out in front. He looks like he's going to be the fastest driver in this one for the lap pace. They're getting down into the 21s now. As I said, after about 5 or 6 heats, we're in the 5th one right now. We're going to start seeing the true pace of this track come out, not only from the drivers, but also from the track itself. Paul coming up on the back of another bumper there, and maybe taking a little bit of time out of his lap, more than what he wanted. Flips over in the back S's. Battle right now between Paul Ciccarello and Greg Nicholas. This one is going to shuffle around, so we'll let it iron out just a little bit as we follow around. I believe that is Greg Nicholas that we're following right now in the tabletop section as we go up into the double, into the S's. Got some traffic to work through, and he's doing well to keep it clean. Makes his way through on the triple, nice and clean on that driver there. I believe that was Drew Spurgeon that he made the pass on there as he goes into corner number 1. Nice and clean lines. Two more minutes here in heat number 5, which will be a 2-wheel drive mod buggy. Seeding number 1. Thank you very much for joining us here on the feed today. This is seeding here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex Clash of Champions 2024. One minute 30 left in this one. 1 minute 30 left in this one. We are back with Paul Ciccarello, I believe, as we're going around now up onto the left-hand side of the track. I wish there was a way we could show the elevation a little bit better from the elevated driver's stand position of our camera. It's difficult to see the kind of elevation that we have. The back left and right-hand side of the track are probably about 2 feet higher than the rest of the track. The front straightaway is the lowest point. It looks like through open practice yesterday, much of the tire prep was already done, and it looks like right now the track is grooving up quite nicely in terms of grip. We're starting to see some pretty quick lap times. 21.7 from Paul Ciccarello, 22.3 from Greg Nicholas, a 22.9 from Matt Sunderledge. So we're getting down into those 22s here for the mods. Some of the pros are going to be dipping into the 21s and 20s. And as we saw in four-wheel drive, some 19-second lap time from one driver, Dakota Fend, in his TLR 22X. All right, as we round this one out, it looks like Ciccarello is going to take that one from Nicholas from Matt Sunderledge. So I will be taking a quick little break over here. Mr. Matt is going to be joining you from Mod Media for the next heat or two. I will be right back. I'll be with you, I guess, for another short little portion. There we see Paul Ciccarello coming off the stand with the with his stand as well as his rag in his right pocket there. Lovely to see the camera move today. Thank you very much for Chris for operating the camera up there today, Mr. Chris, our cameraman. As we can see with the drivers coming down from the driver's stand today, a little bit less shaking and that kind of stuff as well. So we secured the cameras a little bit better. We've got another camera, a pan tilt zoom camera up. We've got a photographer here today. We also have an action cam up over here in the booth. So we'll be using that. Mr. Rory Hollard, no, there is no spec tire, but it could almost be a spec tire. I'm seeing most of the drivers as I went around the pits yesterday on JConcepts Smoothie 2 rubber and silver compound with the grey Durtec inserts. It seems to be that you want to run those tires, you want to sand them in, then you want to source them, and you want to get at least 3 runs on them to break the carcass down a little bit. People are also gluing their front tires in order to get more rigidity. Some people are running stiffeners, but not very many, surprisingly, on their front rims. Most are using glue. Some are not using any until the tire breaks in. I did see some black inserts also being used, some stiffer inserts being prepared for the drivers, and I believe that we're going to see that as we go through the heats and the grip picks up, the front tires may change. As we get ready here for heat number 5. I'm going to hand over to Matt from Mod Media for a period of time. I will be right back.
What's happening, guys? We are live out here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage. Thank you so much to Shane, absolutely killing it on the mic. Looks like we're following around with, looks like Chris Van Air's car right now. Ooh, Van Air getting it wrong, but I don't think his clock was started, or was it, Chris? So his clock was started, so that's going to hurt Chris Van Air, so we're going to get this one going. What's going on, guys? Hello, hello, hello. Man, our YouTube chat is bumping. I'm going to post up that link here, guys. We're going to be giving away a brand new B7, either a B7 carpet version or a dirt car, as well as a 4-wheel drive. We have 3 kits on that waffle. It's going to help us out with the live stream. We got Kurt Wanger going to be in that brand new B7 in the lead. Let's try and catch up with that one, Chris. So we are on with Mr. Kurt Wanger, one of the designers of the Team Associated B7. What's going on, Wesley? What's happening? Chris Champlin tuning in. Hello, 1 of 40. So in that green and black car, Kurt, one of the ones helping out with this rig. Oh, Dunbar taking that one over in the Yokomo. I think they're side by side on the track, and now Michael Malott right there. So those 3, I need to upload Malott's photo. But Dunbar, he's taking that one over as he's in that Yokomo car right behind that of Wanger in the brand new B7. Oh, Wanger going over. Going to transfer that one easily to Dunbar as he takes that one over. Look at that mug right there. And Malott now taking it over. We don't have his photo, but we'll get it up here soon. Brian Dunbar on the move. Oh, Malott getting caught up. So we have 3 minutes left to go. How do we get to enter for the kit? We're going to reply with the link. You can grab a waffle ticket. Going to be working with Team Associated. Grab one of those things for you guys on this first run. Ton of kits up there, so pretty sweet. Thank you to Hoosier, RC HobbyPlex for all their support. A shout out to our sponsors right now. We got obviously JConcepts, our title sponsor for the Clash of Champions. Some of our premium level sponsors, Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT. Then we also have DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing. We got Proline, Boom Graphics, K&K, Factory Tracks Racing, Vision Racing, R1, DVR, 1UP Racing. A bunch of these guys jumping in. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors for their support as we're still following along with Dunbar. Down that straightaway in the Yokomo. And also Hobby Wing and Motive, can't forget them. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Andrew Barrett, got my ticket right on, man. Yes, it is your 3 consecutive laps is going to be setting it for you, your best 3 consec. So right now, Dunbar's at a 105.6 for his consecutive. Malott at a 106.0, so 0.4 of a second back. .30 seconds left to go. TQ Chef, good morning, Matt. Great coverage as usual. Settling in for a great weekend of racing coverage. Thank you, sir. Dunbar coming on by a line, 20 seconds left. We will be there, Andrew Barrett. I'm going to jump off for a second, guys. I'm going to try and grab some more photos from these guys. So I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back with you guys. Had to get Malott's photo there. Bevins Racing got my 10 tickets. Don't tell my wife. I'm not going to say nothing, man. Joe Zaire Jr. Got mine right on. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, it helps out. I actually got a speeding ticket coming down here for the slash race because we lost an hour, so that's going to be a hefty one. So watch out, kids. I was going about 20 miles per hour over. It is what it is. It wasn't reckless. I just was like trying to pass people. I was like, I got to make time. I got RC races to cover. We made it in time. We got the slash race going. Speeding ticket involved, but pedal to the metal for Rory. I know, man. I got races to win, man. I got races to cover. All right, let's see who's going quick here. Looks like Brent Thelke going to jump up to that P1 with a 108.5 here. So I don't know if it's going to show. It looks like pace-wise, Brent isn't there yet, but on my screen, he is on a 108.5, so there he goes, taking it over, and then Dan Miles taking it over. But still on that top 3 consecutive, it will be Brent Thelke, so we're going to follow along with Brent. So Thelke in the lead of this one. In the lead in that brand new B7. Doing work right now. Brent, team manager of Team Associated. Coming over on that left-hand side by the DRC jump, up over the ProTech Phantom, little tabletop off camber section. With 2:30 left to go, 2:30 to go. Brent coming by, looking good. You too can own a brand new B7 as well. TQ Chef, write it off as a business expense. I'm gonna have to, man. I'm gonna write it off on my taxes. Have the track paid for it. I know, man. I'll be like, hey, I'll split this with you. I was rushing to get there for you guys. The Hoosier family, an awesome family, awesome crew. Much appreciated for all of their support. Eddie and Angie out here, Talon, a whole family of the Henleys, Alton. They definitely take pride in their track, and it shows with over 430 entries. Amazing. Down that straightaway here for Thelke as we follow along with him. He's on a 106.1. So 106.1 here for Thelke. All right, we got our champion announcer back here.
Oh, thank you very much.
I know, man, I know.
All right, we're dipping into the 21 lap pace here, guys. We're seeing Brent Thielke out there. Excuse me if am I pronouncing that correctly?
You are correct, Thielke.
Thielke, righto, and Adam Rails is back again. We got Alan Horn as well as Dan Miles right now. We're seeing some 14 lap paces. They're starting to stretch here, as I said, in the heats as we round down with 3 seconds left. Dunbar jumping over a car there. That's Brian Dunbar of Yokomo, making a little bit of a jump over one of the cars. Nice marshalling, getting out to help, as well as getting acrobatically over those cars so as not to impede the race. That one is done with Thielke taking that one a 21-second fast lap there with a 14.519 lap pace. Right behind him, Adam Rails. Adam Rails has been driving like he is on rails, and he was on a 14.520 lap pace, only 1 second behind Thielke there of Team Associated. That one there was Thielke from Rails from Horn. Let's have a look at their best lap times. 22, excuse me, I was misspeaking on the lap times there. 22.3. We're going to start seeing some 21-second lap paces here pretty soon, I'm sure, as we start getting faster into the heats and also deeper into what will be the pro mains a little bit later on. Right now, joining us for seeding, of course, only seeding right now. So the seeding is going to be for the sorting of your heat. So you will be seeded for your heat so that you will be in the similar pace as others in your heats that you will be running for the actual race sorting A, B, and C mains and so on. Let's have a look here through our chat. Yes, Brent's car was looking pretty dialed there, and he is a very smooth driver as well. So certainly looking very, very, very stable. Yes, TQ Chiefs, thank you very much. Mash that like button if you're enjoying the feed, guys. You know, you can throw a couple of likes. You can make some comments. We'd love to hear from you guys. Thank you very much for joining us. As we go here now in what will be heat number 7, I believe. Heat number 7. That is correct. Heat number 7, which is 21.5 independent buggy. So note the times are going to drop off here. We're probably going to see anything between a 24 to 27 second lap pace. So it's not that these gentlemen are slower, it's that this is a different class. Here at Hoosier, we run 3 classes specifically. It is going to be 21.5, which is going to be your entry-level buggy classes, as well as 17.5, which is called independent. Independent, it is very important, number one, that they are running 17.5 engines, 17.5 motors, I should say, not rather than engines. And also that these are drivers that are unsponsored in any way. Any driver that is sponsored will be running in the expert class. So that will be 17.5 expert. And then we will also see mod, of course. So those 3 motor delimitations being 21.5, 17.5, and then any turn you wish. To the track right now, we see Brad Evans, Jason Kessinger, Steve Emmons, Matthew Blake, Neil Becker, Seth Clark, Barry Sobel, Greg Pelfrey, and Molly Day. Molly Day, one of, I believe, 3 females in this particular lineup. So she's up on the driver's stand right now. You'll see several female races here. So racing is not just a male sport. Anyone can do it. It just takes time and dedication in terms of setup, practice, as well as tire prep. And you too can join us here at Clash of Champions, Hoosier RC HobbyPlex, New Albany, Indiana. Over 430 entries. That will give us today 40 heats. 40 heats. I spy with my little eye Adam Rowley. Yes, I believe he was on the track just a minute ago. TQ Chef, excuse me, not Chief. Thank you very much. TQ Chef, thank you. Still quite early in the morning for us over here in terms of getting ready and getting set up and all that kind of good stuff. We've been here for several hours already before the broadcast, getting the photo booth set up, getting our photographer Jason ready, as well as getting Chris the cameraman ready today. We're going to let them shuffle around for their times and we'll start following some drivers around. early out of the gates. Looks like it's Matthew Blake, but there's going to be quite a lot of shuffling, so let's see what happens as we go right now through the first couple of laps here. 2 minutes down in this 5-minute seeding practice. We're right now in heat number 7 of 40. Should I say seeding heat number 7 of 40. We're not in the heats just yet. This will seed for the heats. One of 44 says he let his wife drive his hot bodies 4-wheel drive. he's in South Africa. Hot bodies is a lovely car, known not to be one of the most economical in terms of price point, and he said it was a very expensive lap. We've got RC Sign Up. Bobby, RC Signups is in the house. Thank you very much for what you guys do, RC Signups. I believe Lance McDonald had his event go live yesterday on your website, which sold out in 4 minutes. Not only did it sell out in 4 minutes, but the level of demand on the website was extremely high, and kudos to you guys for keeping it up, running, as well as not crashing. That amount of people that was on the server was absolutely phenomenal. Sold out in 4 minutes. Wesley Napier, those tires are very well sought after. If there is any way you could get those down to this track here, if you're local in any way, or if anyone wants to come and get those, that is certainly a tire that is sought after. I can tell you the Smoothie 2s in silver compound with the grey Durtec inserts, they seem to be the go-to for everyone here with SXT Baja or SXT SXT Max Grip, I believe, is the other one that I've seen a lot of drivers using in the pits. Some are using good old PB Blaster, so you know, that still works out here as well, and there are variations in what people are using in terms of source as well as tires. I did see some Proline rubber down yesterday, so most though are running the JConcepts Smoothie 2 rubber. Wesley says he's keeping those until he comes back to race. I don't blame you. These can be very hard tires to get. Of course, hopefully you've got them in a nice sealed bag so they don't dry out and they stay nice and fresh until you need them to race again. Our clock on the screen right now seems to be a little bit off. There's 40 seconds left in this particular one right now with Matthew Blake out front. He's on a 12:5:13 lap pace. Barry Sobel in the 2. Jason Kessinger from our chat, he was in the chat yesterday on a 12:5:20 lap pace. 12:5:20 lap pace is putting you around about a 24-second lap pace. Like I said, anything between a 24 and a 27-second lap pace here for the 21.5s is going to be round about where they will be. Of course, the higher the turn, for those of you that are new to the sport or watching here to try and get more engaged, the higher the turn of the motor, the more torque the motor is going to have, but the less overall RPM and thus overall speed the motor will have. They're generally more linear motors and easier to handle, and they're also a little bit slower, which lends itself to a more entry-level style of racing, but also a closer style of racing. You'll see the gap on track will be lower as we go through the heats as well as we go through the mains. We start to see the actual racing here, and what we see with the mod buggies, where 2 or 3 corners could be a third of a second, whereas with these gentlemen, a third of a second is going to be maybe 10 buggy lengths. Matthew Blake does take that one from Barry Sobel, and then Jason Kessinger, there's his picture up there, ladies and gentlemen. He was in the chat with us yesterday. TQ Chef, if you had a chance to be down here, this certainly was one to be at. I will tell you, it is an absolutely awesome facility and race. You should have a look at the calendar, and if you're able to visit for some of the other races coming up at this particular facility. This is a world-class facility. If you've been here, you'll know that. If you haven't, then let me describe what I'm looking at here. I asked for the track dimensions yesterday. It is around about 120 by about 90. So it's 120 long as we look down the straightaway, and the straightaway is almost a full 120. We're looking probably about 115 feet here for the straightaway in the front. And then as we go to the back elevation, as we look up to the left and the right-hand sides of the track, is about 90 deep. the elevation of the track is something that you can't really see on camera, and the elevation here is substantial. I believe that Eddie was telling me that if they till this up, there is 11,000 square feet of 3 feet of deep dirt. He had told me how many triple loads of axle, triple axle loads of dirt they had brought in, but that slips my mind right now. But it was a ridiculous number. He says the clay that they're getting is from an ancient riverbed here in Ohio, and that they found all sorts of things like arrowheads and petrified wood in the clay as they've been building this track, and they need a lot of dirt in order to compact down to make a very nice running surface, as well as make this kind of elevation. As I've said a number of times on the mic here, the elevation is extreme at this track. We don't see this often on a clay track, the level of elevation that we have here, especially as you look out to the left-hand side of the track and the right-hand side of the track. There is a lot of elevation. It's difficult to see from the driver's stand perspective, though. As we get going here now with seeding heat number 8 of 40, that is heat number 2 of 3 for 25 independent buggy. 25 independent buggy is going to be in that triple section, is definitely going to be double singling as we're going through there, and that's obviously going to be a smoother line for them. We'll see with some of the 17.5s that are dialed in and maybe have slipper eliminators and getting good traction that they may be able to triple, and the mods are going to be able to triple over there. As we follow this buggy around right now, the white with red, white wheels and white wing coming down the straightaway into corner number 1 over that 2-foot kicker into some elevation onto the back. We go into the tabletop section here in the back, the S's, and then down the soapbox. That's about a 3-foot drop there. This is the triple where they are going to be double single, making a move through there into a double. Owen was trying to get a good lap down, almost had a good lap down, and unfortunately got winged on another buggy there. Unlucky. I think that's Doug Powell that we're following around there. He's on a 12.501 lap pace. That's going to get a little bit quicker. So, of course, he getting stuck in a little bit of traffic there, as well as getting winged on another buggy. Unfortunately, they ruined his lap. Right now, with that little crash ahead of him, he's got a little bit of clear track. So let's see what he can do on the next lap. He just worked through some traffic here. His next lap, this one was a 23.2. One before that at 23.8 when he had a little bit of a rollover, losing 0.6 of a second in that little crash. You can see he is moving quite nicely through the pack. This seems to be the fastest driver on track right now. And with some more clear track ahead of him after making it through that traffic, let's see if he can get down into the 22.8s here. Let's see what he got there. 23 flat, so a little bit slower than what I was expecting, but he's starting to get some good pace and looking very good there with what looks to be a team-associated buggy. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, Team Associated, Protec RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline RC. Doug Powell, also one of the mod drivers. He's running the mod puck system there. And definitely got some good awareness as a couple of buggies ahead of him crash, and he makes it through there nice and clean. His racecraft looking exceptional in that sense, and also able to move through traffic quite nicely. It looks like he will seed out of this heat and away from some of these drivers, and this is why we do seeding. Seeding will allow the drivers to go ahead and seed with the similar pace drivers, so that when you go into your heat, it is not a crapshoot essentially of who you will be racing with, but rather you're racing with drivers of similar speed and caliber of skill, so that you can all have a good chance through your heats to sort mains. We'll see you down at the next one then, TQ Chef. Looking forward to that. I see they're calling out Doug Powell as the Fat Ninja. I have met a couple of drivers in my day going by that name, so I have a little bit of a chuckle. Fat with a PH, of course, Fat Ninja. Let's continue to follow Doug around here. He's going to be working on some traffic here. He already got some good lap pace in, but if you see there, that is exactly the kind of driving that you want to be learning. This is the kind of very close to other drivers driving and racecraft that you need to have in order to come out on top. There will be many times when you battle not only for position to make that pass, but also to be able to get through back markers. And if you can do so cleanly and better than others, as he does right there nicely, the driver in the yellow buggy with the white and green rear makes a nice exit on the rear there to allow Doug through. A 13.517 lap pace right now as we roll this one up. Doug Powell takes that one from Chris White with Kaysen Futrell in the 3. Hello RC Fools, you're new to racing and just tuned in, so I will keep in mind that there are some new to racing people here, and I will try to explain some of the terms that we are using. When I am talking about the lap pace, you will notice that we're talking about IFMAR qualifying lap pace, and what that means, it is an overall lap pace. The overall lap pace is how qualifying is done at IFMAR events, and this means that you need to be fast not only for one lap, but for the entire period that you're on the track, thus measuring your consistency and overall speed rather than like Formula One where the first lap is going to count. I believe here as we seed, we're going to be using the fastest lap times. I believe we'll be using fastest lap times. I do speak under correction, and I'll double check that in just a couple of minutes here. The track director as he comes up into the booth. Getting ready now for heat number 3 of 3, 21.5 independent buggy. This is seeding heat number 9 of 40. So there will be 45-minute rounds through which we will be taking the driver's pace, and then they will be sorted from that pace into their heats. Their heats will count, and those heats will count to sort for the mains. So essentially there are two sorts. The sort is happening right now in the S1, if you see there on the top right-hand side, we see S1. So that is seeding 1 as we seed the first heats. Another heat here of 21.5 buggy. Another heat here of 21.5 buggy. And we're trying to get some, it looks like they're putting up the EQP on the side. That is the equal qualifying pace, so that we can see the overall pace here as we go into heat number 3. Thank you very much to Mr. Matthew from Mod Media here for getting some of that graphic up there that makes a little bit more sense when you can see some of the EQP on the right-hand side. The EQP showing the overall lap pace and speed of the drivers. Fat Ninja right now in that number 1 spot. Fat Ninja is Doug Powell. We just seen him in heat number 2 of 3, 21.5. So he's currently your EQP, your fastest driver of the heat so far. What? Hey, buddy.
We're back on it, guys. Hopefully that little graphic on the right-hand side there helps you guys see what's kind of going on with who's possibly setting a new pace for that top 3 consecutive. because on the left-hand side, sometimes it shows the overall pace. I think that's what the main timing and scoring is doing. Special thanks to RCGT and RC Garage for all their help with the live overlays and timing and scoring. We're going to see what that top three can sec. Right now, Brian Hoskins on a 116 flat. We got Jackson Neer on a 116.5 now. So Brian Hoskins, the one we're following along with in that team associated over the DRC right now. Oh, going over there for Hoskins. He's not breaking that top grouping though. Looks like he's going to be in that 6th place position from what we can see. I don't know what that cusp is, but a 1:15.6 right now for Hoskins, as he's got 2.5 to try and do something to break that top 5.
Thank you. Excuse me as we had a quick little visit up into the driver's booth there.
No problem. So we're following along with Hoskins right now. He has not broken that top 5. Those, as it would show green.
Now he's broken that top 5. There we go. He does show green now as he goes through there. Brian Hoskins now on a 12:5:06 lap pace. I believe that's about a 24-second lap pace. He's going to need to go a little bit faster to catch Fat Ninja, Chris White, and Matthew Blake.
Yeah, on that right-hand side, you're going to see that's the actual top 5 for the seating there. So he hasn't broken that yet. There he goes. There he's now into the 5. You see that green. So he's up 13 positions there. So Hoskins going to break into it with that 115.4 right now for his consecutive 3. Special thanks again to RCGT and RC Garage for all their help with the live overlays.
For those of you that are watching that are new or haven't heard of RCGT, it is a absolutely phenomenal website that takes a lot of data from a lot of websites, including all of the capture that you get from the programs that you use here, like Live RC, for example. And it compiles it down and tells you how many laps you've done, how many tracks you've been at, how many drivers you've passed. If you haven't been on that website, go and check it out, rcgarage.com.
rcgarage.info, actually.
Oh, excuse me.
rcgarage.info and rcgtiming.com. Thanks for the timing system. So yeah, rcgarage.info, guys. Go and claim your guys' profiles on there. If you've ever raced an RC car, you're most likely in there.
Yeah. I was surprised to see they even had us from the club races. Myself, I have a profile on there too. It's very, very, very cool stuff to see.
Oh, looks like Jackson Neer getting up there in that top 5. Now as that bumps out Hoskins, so he's going to go to that 6th place position overall for seating.
We've got local hero Tony Ford in the driver's stand as well. Tony Ford is one of the gentlemen that I believe he normally, Tony and John Ford, they do a lot of the announcing here as well. Today on the mic is Lance McDonald. And here up in the booth is Shane Mouton from A-Main Hobbies and Matthew Olson from Mod Live Media. As we wrap up their heat number 9 of 40, that was heat number 3 of 3 of 21.5 independent buggy, and we move on now to a quarter way through. That will be heat number 10 of 40 there. Doug Powell, which was in heat number 2, taking that EQP. He's the fastest seed right now from Chris White, Matthew Blake, Kasten Futrell, and Brian Hoskins. This race was Brian Hoskins from Jackson Neer and Brian McGlassen. 24-second lap paces there for these 21.5 buggies. We saw the low 24s for some of the other heats. In fact, Ninja there dripped to a 23 flat, I believe. We get ready now for Stadium Truck. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors: Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline RC as we get ready for heat number 1 of 3, 13.5 Stadium Truck, brought to you by Exalt. Stadium Truck here, for those of you that don't know, Stadium Truck is a 2-wheel drive platform, so that means that the 2 rear wheels are in drive. This is not a 4-wheel drive class. The motors, though, are set to a 13.5 turn limit, which means that they are a little bit faster than what you may see with some of the 17.5 buggies. So this class falls in between. It essentially forms a 4th motor turn class. You will have 21.5, 17.5, 13.5, and then mod, which is any motor turn. I believe we will be seeing mod in all of the classes, be it 2-wheel drive buggy, 4-wheel drive buggy, stadium truck, as well as short course truck here at this particular event, also with these homologated turn limits. That was the short warm-up for seeding. They will stop now and get ready for their 5 minutes to start. They are just making sure that the transponders are checked in for this particular race. Unfortunately, sometimes before we go to a race, the transponder numbers don't line up. Sometimes they can be transposed, the numbers. Sometimes the drivers haven't registered them. Sometimes they've changed a new transponder into the car. The transponder is a unique identifier number that is run on a bit of electronics that when it goes over the line, which is on the bottom left-hand side of the screen right now, there is a what we call a live loop. And this is essentially like a network cable that is capturing those serial numbers as they go over. It looks like that particular car that is going off the track right now has a problem with its transponder, meaning that it's not getting power to that little device, and that little device is then not allowing the line to read the serial number. And if we're not able to do that, we're not able to capture the lap paces from the drivers correctly or accurately. Alrighty, as we get going with this one now, it looks like that driver is still on the side of the track. That yellow buggy was pulled. That yellow stadium truck was pulled, I believe. So I don't believe we have 12 drivers here. We have only 11 up on the stand right now. Unfortunately, an electronic error or failure will remove him from seating. Unfortunately, this does happen from time to time with electronics. They are very reliable, but from time to time, they do not have a unlimited life. From time to time, there are issues that can happen with some of these electronics, and that can cause failure, of course. And in this particular case, the driver was not able to fix it in time for the seeding. Another in the top right-hand side over there in the soapbox, it looks like either a pinion has come loose, so a mechanical failure, or he's got something wrong with his motor or ESC. I'm going to say it's probably a pinion failure. Probably the pinion has come loose because he still has the ability to turn his steering wheel, but was not able to get the car driving. Zach right now, as we come out to these stadium trucks, is running on a 13.4 lap pace, and he is the leader right now from Sammy Moran in Damon Smith, then sneaks into that 3 right there, bumping down Braden Bruce. This is heat number 1 of 3 in stadium truck, and that is brought to you by Exalt. See many of the drivers here. Clash of Champions is going to be over a 3 class. There will be a independent or limited, and there will be a open class. The independent or limited class is going to be any of the non-sponsored drivers. And how Clash works is that you need to do well in 3 disciplines. Normally, the drivers are going to select 2-wheel drive buggy and 4-wheel drive buggy as their first 2 disciplines, and the third will be stadium truck. So here we see on the track right now Sammy Moran, one of the mod drivers. He's running a mod puck system, I believe, in that car, taking a little bit of a nose there. Is quite a nice run. He has a very interesting nickname. Not sure if we can say that nickname on air, but we'll talk about that maybe later. Sammy Moran is part of the mod team, so staying with us at our facility here, provided by Eddie Henley, who's staying at one of their Airbnbs. So thank you very much to Eddie and his parents, Eddie, also his dad's name's also Eddie, and Diana for having us. So Sammy Moran now just recently signed for One Up Racing. He is making some new noise, and if you follow on RC Media or on social media like Facebook, you will have seen the posts going around, doing very well for himself. And the young gun coming out here swinging with a 21.4 lap pace here in Stadium Truck. That is going to be fast. I believe he's one of the only guys that I'm seeing in Stadium Truck that is doing that kind of pace right now. Let's have a look at Braden Bruce right behind. Just a slightly slower lap pace right now. Let's have a look at what Greg Nicholas and Braden Bruce are doing when that timing screen changes over. He's the only one in the 21s right now, and over a second over his competitors. Braden Bruce is the closest one behind on a 22.2 lap pace. As you can see over there, Greg Nicholas with a 12 lap pace overall and 13 down below from the others, but seeding here I believe is being done by the fastest lap, not by the IFMAR qualifying like we will be doing in the heat. So slightly confusing, yet at the same time different standards are being used to seed as well as what will be used in the heats. The qualifying format that we see here is similar, I believe, to Formula One, where it is your one lap, hot lap pace that is counting for your seeding. And then we are using IFMAR rules, which is going to be for the heat seeding, I believe, as we go through onto the seeding for, well, essentially sorting for the mains. And where IFMAR differs from your hot lap pace is it is your overall lap pace that counts over the 5 minutes. So you'll hear us referring to somebody doing for example, Sammy Moran right now is doing a 13 lap pace in a time of 5 minutes and 0.557. If he goes a little bit faster, he may be able to do a 14 lap pace in about a 5:21. Yes, Mod Stadium Truck is probably going to be dipping down into the 20 flats, but still the fastest discipline around this track right now. Dakota Fend in practice yesterday came out with a hot lap of 19.9, the only driver to dip into the 19s so far. That one was Sammy Moran from Braden Bruce and Damon Smith in the 3, and that was heat number 2 of 3 Stadium Truck. 13.5 brought to you by Exalt. Thank you, Wesley Napier. Okay, so that is answering my question there. So we are actually taking, it's not exactly hot lap pace. What we are doing today for seeding is your top 3 consecutive laps. So those top 3 consecutive laps. That is why we are seeing the IFMAR sorting not quite making sense on some of the timing and scoring screens here. If you are looking as an RC racer and you are used to using IFMAR qualifying and you're seeing some of the guys with the overall faster lap pace below the others, that is because they're using the top 3 consecutive laps. So you need to be fast for 3 laps in a row, and that will allow you to seed into a higher heat, thus allowing you to sort for the mains from a faster heat than the other drivers that would be faster than. Thank you, Wesley. Right now we see to the track Charlestown Henley. That's one of the sons of owner here, Eddie Henley, and he has been driving very well and making a name for himself up here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex as well as many other tracks. He is driving for TLR. Yes, I'm having a look in the chat over here. The chat is talking about the popularity of a class that used to be the lifeblood of racing, short course truck. And short course truck is still near and dear to my heart. And as many know, many of the bash cars that initially came out, monster trucks and short course trucks, were what we all raced. But in the early days, as we were chatting in the chat yesterday, we saw cars like the Kyosho Optima. We saw cars like the Tamiya Frog. We saw several cars like that come out, and the buggies just started dominating. And a derivative of buggy is essentially a stadium truck, or a very similar drivetrain to that of a buggy. So with that being said, more popular these days in popularity is two-wheel drive buggy is probably the most popular. Probably next is four-wheel drive buggy. Stadium truck is third, and then short course truck maybe fourth. Then each one of those has their own disciplines, which has the motor turn limits and other rules that they impose for stock or for mod or open classes, which allow you to do different things with the electronics and thus go faster or limit your speed accordingly. Talon Henley right now coming out swinging. That's the son of Eddie Henley driving for TLR. He's got that 21.6 lap pace. I think he got tangled up there. Doug LaRiviere now defending champion. So this is going to be a heat to watch for sure. And these two are probably going to be seeding into the heat together. Doug takes a little bit of a roll over there. Team associated driver. He is the defending stock. They are traction rolling, and for the stadium trucks to traction roll, the traction must be extremely high. The setup must be very dialed for traction, and the tires have to be super grippy. So he's having to change his lines. It looks like just a little bit. Doug LaRiviere still in the front right now, the 13.506 lap pace, and also with the 13.506 lap pace is Talon Henley. So he is not far behind. I think they're separated on track. So for those of you that are watching, they are not battling for position necessarily as they pass vehicles, but they're battling on the time on the clock. And right now, Doug LaRiviere is still holding on to that. Heat number 2 of 3 here in 13.5 Stadium Buggy, brought to you by Exalt at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana, USA. I think that's Talon Henley right now in the green and white coming up behind. I misspeak. I was getting excited there. I'm going to get very excited as we go towards the race. All right, so we're still following an exciting battle there as we drop back to the next spot just behind. That is Mason Templeman, and that is Talon right behind now. So those three drivers right now, some excitement on track here in qualifying and seeding. Here we go. That is your 1, 2, and 3. They're transposed. It's your 1, 3, and 2 in that order. The red buggy is Doug LaRiviere, back on with Doug. Doug is not below Sammy's time yet, so looking fast, and we're seeing our defending champion struggling to catch what will be that EQP. Look on the right-hand side, we're showing those times for the previous heats as well. So you need to seed faster, not only than the drivers that you are racing against in your heat. Oh, as Doug collects the back of another vehicle there, just wings that stadium truck, unfortunately. So right now, if you're looking at the timing and scoring on the left-hand side is for the heat, and on the right-hand side is the overall pace. Sammy Moran is still the fastest right now. This heat, though, has the 2, 3, and 4 spots right now. So with that being said, Doug LaRiviere is the one that we're following around. He is currently hunting for Sammy Moran's EQP pace. 21.3 fastest lap. So he is certainly getting some good times out. We need that consecutive 3 laps. Talon is right behind him on the track. So this is the 1 and 2 here in this particular heat. 2 and 3 overall. Talon closing up on the back now of Doug LaRiviere, applying some pressure. Let's see what he can do. Doug gets a little bit of breathing room there. For a minute, I thought Talon was going to make the pass, and if he had, he may have had enough pace then to squeeze out that lap time and possibly transpose the timing and scoring sheet for his benefit. But it looks like the clock is going to run out, and he's not going to be able to do that. Templeman there as Talon makes a little bit of a bobble. Templeman now steps up to the 2 spot. So it looks like these are all going to seed, and this is going to be very exciting, not only for the heats as we seed and go into the mains, but this is going to be a battle that will continue all the way through this particular event. We close that up. Sammy Moran happens to hang on with Doug Riviere in the 2, Mason Templeman in the 3, Talon Henley in the 4. This particular race, though, Sammy Moran, of course, was not in. So Doug Riviere 1, Mason Templeman 2, and Talon Henley 3. Adam Rails, he's there as well, local hero, running quite a number of classes. So Adam Rails will be one to watch as well. My, we've just seeded up there. So Doug Riviere did manage to get on the last lap. We've resorted. Sammy Moran's ticket got punched for seeding, but we're going to see right now how that sorts out for the mains. We have to reiterate there that the timing and scoring is done by the top 3 fastest consecutive laps, and on the last lap, Doug Riviere managed to get his 3rd fast lap in, bringing him to the top of that sorting and seeding sheet. Sammy Moran now in the 2, Mason Templeman in the 3, Alan Henley in the 4 with Braden Bruce in the 5. We get ready now for heat number 3 of 3 Stadium Truck. Let's see if any of these gentlemen have what it takes to make it onto that seeding sheet. Some more local heroes here. James Knight, Chris Veneer, Ethan Hoskins, Scott Walter, Seth Clark, Nate Sutherland, Tom Sherman. Yeah, so a pretty star-studded here Stadium Truck lineup. These gentlemen are all used to racing themselves as Talon Henley, so they will be similar level of skill as well in terms of, well, I don't know if you could say you similar level of skill just by racing with them, but they're used to seeing the level of competition that Talon brings. And with that, I expect to see some fast lap paces also. Still looking for a check from 2 drivers, Justin Green and Seth Clark. So these will be warm-up laps. And as you can see on the left-hand side, the timing and scoring sheet is not running yet. Thus, these are just warm-up. We're still waiting for a check from 2 drivers. No check from them as Lance McDonald, our race director here locally, is calling for them to see if they will start. They do not wave from the driver's stand to indicate they have an issue, and we get underway. The clock waits for nobody. Yes, thank you, Wesley, for calling that out, as you probably have a little bit more access to timing and scoring than I do. Doug there managed to pip Sammy for the top 3. And he did a top 3 lap pace of 104.408, and right behind, only 0.101 of a second, was a top 3 of 104.907 from Sammy. Doug Riviere pulling out the big guns on the last lap and managing to get that EP. Let's see what these gentlemen can do about that pace. Let's follow that buggy. Let's follow that Stadium Truck there in the purple with the white wheels and white back. Certainly looked extremely fast down the straightaway. Let's find out who that is. We're going around there onto the triple now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Black wing. Look at the speed of these 13.5 Stadium Trucks as they zoom across what is probably about 115 foot straightaway. Doing that in just a couple of seconds to give you an idea of the pace of these cars. It's currently Ethan Hoskins we're following, the young gun, car looking dialed. He's currently in the 4 spot. Nate Sutherland is one of the local heroes as well. He's in the 1 spot right now. Justin Green in the 2, Colin Clark in the 3. We're going to find Nate. We're going to see, I do believe that is Nate in the red with the white wheels. We'll see in just a second here as he comes across the line. is indeed. Let's follow Nate around as he goes up onto the back elevation section, into the tabletop section, into the S's. He's almost having to surf that throttle there as you see him coming down the downside just in order to keep the car on all four wheels. Lots of traction here today. Extremely fast down the straightaway as well, these 13.5 two-wheel drive trucks. Nate Sutherland, I believe, is in a team associated. Going to have to make his way through a little bit of traffic now, and does so cleanly down the straightaway on one car and is looking for a way around. Unfortunately, there does lose out a little bit as he tries to go to the inside, and the corrugated pipe gets the better of him there. Moving out of the way, the orange and blue buggy kindly of the leader. When it comes to qualifying and seeding, it is race etiquette to allow the faster driver to come up behind you through, just simply because fighting with that driver will impede both your lap pace as well as theirs, and that is not the idea of seeding or qualifying. Of course, in the race, we will go ahead and battle for position, and you will see more defensive moves for cars to block one another from passing. But as we see here in seeding as well as qualifying, racing etiquette winning out, and right now Nate Sutherland allowing himself some open track with some help from the other competitors, letting him through, thus not impeding their own times as well as his. Nate Sutherland is in the 5 right now, so it looks like he's going to sort into that heat number 3. Normally what we will do is we will run, if there are 3 heats, for example, the first heat will be the slower of the drivers, the second heat will be the medium speed, and then the third heat will be the faster of the drivers. So this allows the faster drivers to come later, and also allows those to that are driving slower to qualify in higher places initially, and then essentially the drivers will have to catch them and sort and beat their times. Nate Sutherland with a little bit of damage there from the rollover that he had on turn number 4, and you can see his wing is hanging off the back of his car. That will make that car incredibly difficult to drive as he comes down this downside. He is still hanging on to it with 14 seconds to go. Nate Sutherland now with that last lap around, his top 3 is gone even faster, and he is now coming up into the top 3, so it looks like he's going to seed into heat number 3 of 3 here as the clock goes ding. This heat has Nate Sutherland from Colin Clark and Justin Green, with Nate Sutherland now seeding into the EQ pace of 3rd space there, so he is going to be going to that fast heat as we sort for the main, as we sort for the heats. And that is it. That is it. Still on the clock, actually. One driver is still on the clock. I think Nate is the one that is still on the clock. And actually our camera there, I'm going to need to correct that. That car looks red on camera. It is actually orange, as I looked out into real time here to see what is happening. Here comes the pros, ladies and gentlemen. Some seeding now from the big boys. We've got up on the stand, I see Cole Tollard, I see Brock Champlin, I see Dakota Fend, I see Spencer Rivkin, I see Ryan Cavallari. There's going to be some big names in this one. Tom Rindeknecht, Riley Becker, Davey Barter is in this one. Davey Barter is going to be one to watch. He is really, really, really exciting to watch in his B7 buggy. He had some really fast laps yesterday. Gavin Vashina is also up there. So is Mason Herrick and Tater Sontag, our two-wheel drive world champion, as we move into SXT Mod Trucks Stadium Main. Seeding heat. Lovely shot there from our pan-tilt zoom camera, giving you a picture of our driver's stand. That driver's stand, in terms of how long the banner is probably about 35 feet, also with a ramp up to to go back to the main feed now so you guys can watch the racing action. This is going to be one to watch. 1 of 1 heat here for Stadium Truck. This will be very important in terms of the Clash of Champions. The stock classes are going to allow a 13.5 turn limit. We just saw those gentlemen run their Stadium Truck just a minute ago. So if you want to compete in stock, you must be in a stock class, 3 stock classes, 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, and Stadium Truck. And these, of course, for the pros, will all be in the mod class. We're following right now with Spencer Rivkin as he goes around the left-hand side of the track over the tabletop. Into the S's, down the soapbox. Spencer Rivkin, team associated driver, taking a little bit of a tumble there to see if he can get out into the open space that's in front of him. That is going to be absolutely pivotal, even though this lap won't count very much. That is going to allow him to keep that space ahead of him on the track, and that's going to allow him to push now. And as he goes through, hopefully he won't have a rollover again. That is going to allow him to use that space. We're going to continue to follow Spencer around as he goes over that nice big triple. Car rolled in front of him, makes it around cleanly. This will be the first of what he hopes to be 3 fast lap times. Coming across the line there, it looks like he managed to do a... Where is he on the timing scoring sheet? Right there, 21.8 on the last one. It looks like we're trying to catch up with Gavin Vacina right now. Gavin Vacina is in the 1 spot right now in terms of pace. So Spencer Rivkin there does come to the front. As I said, that's going to be one to watch. And here comes Davey Barter now and Cole Tollard. It's getting shaken up. Aiden Horn now just signed with A-Main Hobbies as well as a new driver. He's out there as well. It's shuffling around. We don't know who to watch right now as the clock is starting to sort these drivers out. Brock Champlin now for Schumacher coming to the front. Is that Brock Champlin that we are driving around with right now? I'm not aware of his paint scheme. I believe it is. Brock in the white with green, black back and white wheels, clear wing. He goes through the S section down the tabletop. A 21 flat, so we're going to see them dipping here into the 20s as well. That's plenty fast for these mod 2-wheel drive stadium trucks. This mod stadium truck seeding heat brought to you by SXT. For everyone that's watching out there and looking and aspiring to become a pro RC racer, the kind of moves and the kind of respect that these gentlemen show each other when they have a little bit of a bobble or a faster driver comes up behind, and how little time they're able to lose allowing another driver through as well as making the move on that other driver. That is extremely important in terms of your racecraft in order to be able to become one of the top drivers. If you see right there the pink car, for example, getting right out of the way, he knows right now he is not in contention for those particular laps at the moment, but that Brock Champlin is on a charge. Cole Tollard right now in the 3, Davey Barter in the 3, Spencer Rivkin in the 4, Tater Sontag in the 5, Dakota Fend in the 6. Dakota Fend will be moving up that list, I hope, here pretty soon, just to see a defense on his title. I'm hoping for a fight between several drivers. We'll see as that shapes up through this event. He is the defending Clash of Champions champion. Lots of big names in this one. Definitely not short on any accolades here. Still following around with Brock Champlin. That white car with the green center and black back and white wheels, clear wing. Dakota is on the move, and I'm getting my wish there. He's only 1/10 of a second back on consecutive 3, so we are going to get to see this fight here. It looks like, is that Dakota that we're following around now? I don't think it is. Here comes Davey and Cole Tollard, but Dakota with that last lap fights back. They are flip-flopping positions right now. And here comes Davey Barter as well as Aiden Horn mixing it up. Davey Barter, young son of Mr. Dave Barter over at Coyote Hobbies. Davey Barter now to the lead. We're going to follow Davey. That's Davey there in the green paint scheme with the checkered back and the yellow wheels. Massive triple. It looks like he's struggling just a little bit there to get over that triple. Some of the other drivers making it a little bit faster around there. He's having to whip just a little bit right now. Rivkin right now pushes to the lead. seeding is just supposed to be seeding. It's just supposed to be top 3 consecutive lap. It's supposed to be, you know, just getting you ready for the mains. But here we are. The pros are making it exciting. Following Spencer Rivkin around now in his Team Associated ride. He's going fastest right now. Rivkin in that Associated with the JConcepts rubber. Rivkin's on that top tabletop now, coming over the triple. He's able to get over that triple quite well, so he's got the traction as well as the pinion and motor. Gets a little bit of a bobble as he comes onto the start-finish straight away. They are still on the clock, so they're going to keep racing here until their time expires. There is 5 minutes not only on the clock, but on the driver's clock when you go over the line, so they are still on the clock themselves here. Spencer is done. Let's see how this irons out. There's still 1 or 2 drivers on the sheet right now, and let's see how that finishes. I'm going to let the timing and scoring iron out before I announce anything. That's Dakota Fend in the picture over there. That is Cavalieri coming down. That's Rivkin right there. Rivkin looks like he takes it from Davey Butter with Dakota Fend in the 3. It's going to be a fight to defend. We're going to go over to Matt from Mod Media now for an interview with some of the race winners. We're getting Spencer. We're going to get Spencer Rivkin down on the track now with Mod Media. What a race that was. Barter came in second for sure. That's Davey Barter and Spencer Rivkin getting pictures together there. 2 team associated drivers. Yes, both on JCon rubber, and also I believe Davey Barter is running some of the mod puck
awesome run out there, Spencer. Car looked amazing, and you and Barter having a great battle. What would you say is hardest part on the track right now?
Just the hardest part on the track?
Yeah.
Everything's the hardest part of the track.
That triple looks a little gnarly.
Yeah, I think the triple is probably pretty difficult. I think trying to take your time with setting it up 2 corners before. I also think that I basically wholesaled my truck. I put on some lower shock towers, did a little bit of some truck tuning. Yeah, I think just kind of dialing in the power for the triple and being super smooth and consistent with your wheel inputs, because if you try to jack on the truck, it'll just instantly flip. So yeah, I mean, my last lap I basically got on 2 wheels and I was still at 20.8, so it's like any sort of like small input, it will like tip or hike the truck because of all the high weight. So that's why we're trying to like do some tuning with it. So yeah, I mean, this track's really unique because it has a lot of 180s and switchbacks. It's not exactly super high speed, so it's kind of making it a little bit difficult for the trucks because trucks really don't like quick rotations like switchbacks. So yeah, I think it's gonna be really challenging. Obviously Dakota, Brock, and Davey, we're also on hell of runs too. So it looks like people are trying to dial in their trucks, and we're gonna be pretty close. So
Congrats, buddy.
yeah, thanks.
Good job.
Davey.
Good run out there, man. Truck looked amazing. Kind of, you were battling at the top there and really sending it there at the end.
Yeah, the truck was good, a little edgy, but just tried to make the triple. That's the main way to get the lap time there. So hopefully, maybe just add a little more power and hopefully do better in qualifying.
Awesome job out there, my friend.
Thank you.
Good job. Back to you. All right, good running there from those guys. Amazing, amazing runs. Thank you to Lance for his help with that. He's professional letting us get those interviews in. Luke is going to be going live here very, very soon. I'll post up that waffle link for you guys as well. We have a brand new B7, whichever one that you guys want, and a slew of other goodies. We got a B7 4.2 carpet version on there, as well as a Yokomo YZ2 DTM3. So we've got a couple car kits on there, some JConcepts goodies, some mod goodies. So you guys are going to love it. Thank you guys for the support, and jump on there, grab a waffle ticket, helps the live stream, feeds a bunch of our guys, and that's how we keep investing in all new equipment, people, everything like that, and we have amazing sponsors that help us out with that as well. So thank you guys, and go and check that link out. Helps us out a lot.
Absolutely. Actually, one of the new features that you brought here for this event. Tell us about that, Matt.
Yeah, so we were testing it out last night to kind of bring that next level. We're in a digital age right now, but you know, there's nothing quite like a physical photo. So we have our photographer, Jason the Shoe Bollinger. He takes some crazy nice photos, and it's kind of one of those things where, man, I would like to own that. I would like to have it and put it in a frame or put it up on the dresser or anything like that from your event. So we've invested in a couple photo printers that at least one is here right now, and we have photos that we're able to print for guys, and so they're able to keep mementos and everything like that. So it's just one of those things that we're trying to do extra here for the hobby.
Yeah, that's really nice that you guys are doing that. The quality of the photos was really nice, and you gave it a nice little sleeve as well. It's like a little stand, like a little frame, so definitely a great memento to take away with the race sponsors on as well. Makes it look very official, and a lovely little bit of media that you can take home with you.
Most definitely. Thank you so much, Shane, from A-Main Hobbies, for all your help today, my man, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Thank you. As we go here into seeding heat number 14 of 40, this is going to be heat number 1 of 4 for Team Associated 17.5 Independent Buggy. It looks like right now we're following around Josh Kinser. I think Josh Kinser there in the yellow buggy, white back with yellow wheels, clear wing. He goes over the triple in a double single fashion. We break away now to Jared Miranda. Jared Miranda was one of the names being called out by RC Chef, I believe, in order to say one to watch in the independent. It looks like that's Jared Miranda with Jeremy Kramer. That's in the 3 right there. They're battling right now, not only for position, but also on track for lap pace. Josh Kinser now jumps back up to the front there. This one is going to shuffle around as we get here the top 3 lap pace coming up. Yes, 1 of 44. Guys, press like on the feed if you're enjoying it. It helps to get other people to watch it. It also helps it to come up on, if you're watching on Facebook, it helps other people that like RC content to see the feed as well. If you're watching on any other platform like YouTube, the algorithm will push those videos to those viewers. We shared the link for the chat, for the waffle up in the chat as well. So if you're looking to enter for any of these kits that we'll be giving away, Yokomo DTM3, a B74.2, a Team Associated Nano Sport Kit, and several other great prizes. Yes, Chris, there has actually been a date that these will be sent out to the public. They are currently on the way to many of the resellers, including A-Main Hobbies, www.amainhobbies for all your RC needs. And also, as the distributor here that works with the hobby shops, I can tell you the local hobby shops have been putting in their pre-orders. So if you're looking to order a B7, and you have access to your local hobby shop, give them a shout and make sure that they get you a buggy. And if you don't have access to a local hobby shop, please do join us at A-Main Hobbies online and get yourself one of those buggies. They are up for pre-order now, and I believe the shipping date is marked as imminent. I cannot give you an exact date or ETA just yet. We are waiting to receive those currently from Team Associated directly, but the ETA dates that were showing on them were already lapsed a couple of days ago, so I would assume that they're already on the way to us. I cannot confirm or deny that just yet, but as that information unfolds and as I get the information, I will let you guys know. Yes, Robert, it looks like most people in the pits are running the Smoothie 2 tires and silver compound with the black Durtec inserts. Seems to be the way to go. With SXT traction compound, I'm seeing the SXT 3.0 max grip. I'm seeing the SXT Baja compound also being used. So that is going to be probably the three go-tos for many of the drivers here. I've seen some other drivers using raw speed tires and some other drivers using Proline tires as well, but for the majority of independent drivers as well as the JConcepts sponsored drivers here, of course, doing very well on the JConcepts rubber here, the JConcepts Smoothie 2 in silver compound. In that last heat there, Josh Kinzer from Jared Miranda and Ryan Therafelder. Excuse me if I mispronounced that, Jared, there. As we go on now to the Team Associated 17.5 Independent Two-Wheel Drive Buggy, Heat 2 of 4, and this is going to be seeding Heat 15 of 40. We've got Matt from Mod Media here working overtime to make sure that he's got profile pictures of all of the drivers, not just the pros. So all of that media there not provided to them. Nobody sent photographs in. He's actually going around the pits and taking pictures of each and every single driver, editing those and getting those ready for your race enjoyment here, so you can tell exactly who those drivers are. It's not just the name on a sheet, but also the face to the name. We're getting some warm-up here, and that warm-up allows them to check in. And if you see on the left-hand side of the screen there, that little check allows you to see which drivers are checked in. We're looking for a check right now from Kaysen Futrell and Calvin Bruce, which means that they're going to continue to run just a little bit in order to see if they have time to get out and get a check-in. The check is happening when the transponder is going over the start-finish straightaway, and that allows the race director to see what pace they are doing, as well as see who is on the track and where they are. It looks like we will get going without those two drivers, so only 8 drivers in this one. Local hero Bobby Latrino, and also local help here at the track, and frequent racer Bobby Latrino. A couple of other names here as well that I recognize, Calvin Smith and Scott Walter. As we get started here with 5 minutes on the clock. 17.5 Independent Two-Wheel Drive Buggy brought to you by Team Associated. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, Team Associated, ProTech RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. Team Associated bringing this race to you, and the B7 debuting at this particular track, so a lot of media and a lot of hype and excitement around that brand, especially here at this particular event. Yes, MRG Racing It does look pretty sweet. It does look pretty sweet. MRG Racing, is that you, Monty Wolf? Mr. Monty Wolf, this is Shane Mitton from A-Main Hobbies. I speak to you. I help you out. If that is you, make a little mention in the chat. Right now, halfway through this one, Jackson Neer from Adam Smith and Judd Robinson. It looks like we're following around Jackson Neer right now. He's in that red buggy with the yellow wheels. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. Monty Wolf. Monty Wolf's up in Canada. He's one of the owners of a racetrack called MRG Racing, and he's one of our distributors over in Canada, MRG Racing. They're over at Parkside Drive in Ontario in Canada. Check them out. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. Monty Wolf. It's very nice to see you. Thank you to all of you to tuning us oh no, there's a breakage there on Jackson Neer. It looks like he's going to break out from the lead. Let's see if he's able to hang on with that 3-lap pace. Remember, this particular one here, that's not going to be a catastrophic failure. He's still got in his 3 fastest laps, so he's still able to take that time and possibly seed into what will be a good main. But he looks like he broke there. It looks like a rear A-arm or maybe something on his axle came loose or broke, that red buggy with the white wheels. So he is out. Adam Smith and Judd Robinson also having a bad run there. So right now the luck of those drivers not panning out here in Team Associated 17.5 two-wheel drive independent buggy. Josh Kinson, Jared Miranda, and Ryan Therfielder are still holding on to those EQPs. Jackson Neer's time, those 3 laps that he did before he broke, is still good enough right now for the 4th spot as Jeremy Kramer hangs on there to the 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers look like they may have broken or crashed. 2 I know have broken and are out of this heat as the clock expires. They're still on the clock right now. You get 5 minutes to race, and as you go across the line, your time will begin. So that is why sometimes after the clock expires, some of these drivers are still taking laps. So Jackson Neer, the young gun there, taking it from Scott Walter and Rich Haynes, and it looks like Jackson Neer had a fast enough time there to keep himself in the 4th spot for the seeding of the heats. Well done, Jackson, well done. We move on to seeding heat 16 of 40, which will be heat number 3 of 4 for Team Associated 17.5 independent two-wheel drive buggy. I was going to be in this particular class, did not manage to get my equipment down here, so I am very excited to see many of these drivers. They're very hotly contested class, as well as derivative discipline of two-wheel drive buggy. denoted by the 17.5 buggy turn limit, the motor turn limit. Yes, Jared Kinser is still top right now from Jared Miranda was one that one of our viewers was telling us to watch. So yes, indeed, some good intel there from our RC viewers. You guys in the chat know what's up. Sorry, Mr. Zach. Yes. So what's happening there is the microphones that we have. We have tried to tune them for the background noise, so you're not just hearing a bunch of background noise and electric motors zooming around, and so that you guys can more clearly hear us when we speak. But sometimes the threshold is too high, and it starts to cut in and out. I will try to speak more loudly so that you guys can hear a lot better. Yes, Andrew, these 17.5 buggies are no jokes these days. The way that technology has come a very, very, very long way, the 17.5 buggies are substantially fast. In fact, these days, the 21.5 derivative of these motors is even substantially faster than some of the 17.5s we initially saw at the inception of the 17.5 class. Of course, the internal resistance of the motors has been reduced over the last number of years by several ohms. I know that we made an adjustment in 2018 from about 23.5 ohms down to 21 ohms, and I believe that now is down to 19.5. So these turn limits are enforced on the motor, and they refer to the mechanical windings of the motor themselves around the stator. But then also that wire may be made in a certain resistance. And the lower the resistance, the higher the RPM and performance of the motor, but also the higher of current draw that comes out of the battery. So it starts becoming important here for the lower turn limits to run larger milliamp hour batteries to have a more stable and consistent flow of voltage through their electronics as they go through the race, which of course the electronics is not only going to affect your motor's power being derived from the ESC, but also the BEC, which is powering your servo. And of course the servo's strength as well as speed will be determined by that. So as soon as you start dipping below what will be 7.4 volts, which is what most of us run our BECs at, if you have a higher BEC, some will run it higher than that. And what that means is that your servo will start to change in feel, as well as your motor and power will change in feeling as well throughout the race if you run too low of a milliamp hour battery. Many of the stock guys subscribe to the idea that lighter is better. They will go for a performance in terms of power over weight, and many other stock drivers, as I do myself, will go for the largest milliamp hour battery possible. For example, the ProTech pack that I run, the 6400 pack, is only 22 grams heavier than that of the 4800 pack, and for me the 22 grams is something that I wish to add in the center of my vehicle anyway, and thus I will take the benefit of the higher voltage over the loss of the weight that I will be carrying around for the entire run. Only 22 grams allows me to come off at a much higher voltage and thus get more power to my battery, which allows my motor, ESC, and also my servo to perform at a higher rate. Right now, Adrian Sitwell from Anthony Russell from Brian Dortch. We're looking right now as Adrian Sitwell is that driver right there in the what looks like a black buggy. He takes a little bit of a roll over there. Let's have a look. He is the black buggy with a flamed side, so the orange and yellow with white wheels as he goes up into the S's there. He right now is fast enough to seed into the third spot. Anthony Russell there is in this heat as well. He's in the 2 spot in this heat, and he is seeding to the 5 right now. Yes, absolutely, Shelley. Thank you for joining us. And it's amazing that we have the technology today, as well as the ability here with Mod Live Media to be able to bring you this broadcast and get it out to the masses, even if you're not here at the race or able to attend. Lovely clean move from Sitwell there up the inside of another driver. As I said, racing etiquette coming in here. if some of the moves that the drivers are making on one another makes it very easy, that is because the driver behind has likely conceded that position. It is part of your racecraft not only as the faster driver to make it through traffic without losing time and thus affecting your qualifying pace, but also for the driver that is slower than you to get out of the way, but also not lose a lot of time, right? You can go to the outside of a corner and lose 3, 4, 5 seconds, but if you make a move, for example, here in the S's, like they may do in just a second, as we'll see some traffic here for Adrian Sitwell that he's got to work through that same car again. Let's see if the gentleman's going to step out of the way. I think he'll do it in corner 3 and 4 as we go up onto the back straight. If he didn't have a tumble over, he did, so that time just makes a clean pass due to a crash. Adrian Sitwell, though, probably not likely to relinquish that position, knows that right now he has a pretty fast lap pace and will try to stretch his legs rather than concede the position to the driver behind, as he holds on with a 21.7 fast lap and does seed up into the 3 spot. Brian Dortch, also from this particular heat, now has snuck up with a 12.503 lap pace into the 4th seed. He is second in this heat. The clock has expired, but the drivers are still on the clock. They will be done shortly. And when they are, we will go on to heat number 4 of 4. 17.5 independent two-wheel drive buggy, brought to you by Team Associated.
Oh man, I was taking a little bit of a food break there and Matt came up and snuck the camera on me. I was not expecting that.
As you can see, I did bring some food and some drinks today, so I'll be running up and down the stand a lot less to look for food, but yeah, probably some comfort breaks here and there nonetheless. Sneaky. As we go into seeding heat 17 of 40, and we are more than halfway through the seeding, we will probably have a short little intermission as we sort the heats and also have a short break for the national anthem in between seeding heat number 40 of 40 and actual heat 1 of 1. 1 of 40, excuse me. Some more local heroes here, and actually I see my own name up on the screen. I will not make this race, so I wish I could tell them. They already know. Excellent. I was supposed to be in this particular race myself. As you can see there, Shane Maton, number 5. Unfortunately, I did not bring my equipment, so I will not be racing. I would have been racing a Team Associated B6.4 buggy, powered by Protec batteries and servos from A-Main Hobbies. www.amainhobbies for all your RC needs. Let's have a look here. Joe Fay right now from Chris White. Mac Wilsonson for the X-Ray team up there as well. Avon Dortch. Somehow it is showing me in the 5
and running. I am not. I'm up here in the driver's stand with you guys. 1:44. Yes, it does seem like it will be a late night. I think we'll try to get 2 heats in today. So we will see 3 rounds, essentially 120 races, I believe. We'll be able to squeeze in today. We're currently in heat 17 or 40 for seeding. Then we will go to heat 1, and then we will go to heat 2. I believe there are 3 heats and a main. That is why we are running a 3-day race, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No times from the drivers below, being Corey Ferguson, Doug Powell, and myself, of course. We are not on the track. Right now, Chris White and Bobby Griffiths are the fastest, but they are not seeding to the fastest spots. We will see later on in the heats as we go through that the later heats, for example, this heat 4 of 4 will be the faster drivers. Heat 3 of 4 will be the slightly slower drivers than that. Heat 2 of 4 will be the slightly slower than that, and heat 1 of 4 is normally the lower part of that class. So this is why we do seeding. Seeding allows us to take all of these drivers that may or may not have competed against each other, may or may not have been at this track, or may or may not have had a chance to run on the track. Depends really on your level of time and commitment to the event, how much time you've been down here, and also how well you've set up your car and taken time to set up your tires. It looks like right now we're following around Chris White. Chris White is going to be that buggy with the yellow wheels, yellow with the blue strike through and clear wing. As we go over the double onto the start finish straight away, he makes a clean move onto a tumbling buggy. Around over the 2-foot kicker into the back tabletop section. A little kicker over there onto the center tabletop, into the double and S's, down the soap box, into the triple, which they will double and single because the 17.5s likely do not have the motor and overall speed to jump that as a triple like the mod guys do. And onto the start finish straight away. That was a great lap, and that was a 23.2, was his fastest lap as well as his last lap, but still not fast enough right now to put him into the faster seeding for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 spot. Gets a little bit of a tag there from another buggy. That does not help him. Very unfortunate. As you go down into the lower seeding mains, you will notice that the drivers will be squeezing every little bit of performance out that they can. Racecraft is something that we all need to develop, and you will see from the pros and the mod drivers, their awareness and situational awareness is wider because the cars are faster. They're looking at a much wider snapshot of the track with their eyes, and the skill it takes to do that is what you require to be able to do that kind of speed with a buggy. You need to have that kind of awareness of what is ahead of you, 2 or 3 corners ahead, whereas with the 21.5 and 17.5s, as that motor turn limit increases and the cars slow down, the window that you need to observe is smaller, and thus you may see slightly less situational awareness from the higher turn limit vehicle drivers. Looks like Chris White will take that from local Antoine Morris, who is also working here at the shop here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. Bob Griffith is in 3 and Avon Dorch is in the 4. It looks like Antoine is still on the clock, so they will continue running until they are done. That's Antoine you can see in the shot right now in the black shirt with the braided hair. And he comes across the line and finishes his run. Chris White from Antoine Morris, from Bob Griffith in that last one there. No, Mr. Riley, unfortunately I'm not going to race this time. I had packed my stuff up, and when I got down to the airport, I had pulled my 2 bags up. Not only were they overweight, but the airline that I was traveling with wanted an exorbitant amount for me to bring these bags. So rather than bringing all of my stuff, I elected to spend more time on the broadcast and focus on the broadcast with you guys. So sadly, I will not be racing this time, Riley. It looks like a very technical track, and I have not spent much wheel time anyway. I've probably done most a favor staying out of their way. One of 44, yes. I'm so fast, they didn't get any times on the clock for me. So fast indeed. I'm not the worst driver. I will say sometimes the adrenaline gets the better of me. As I was describing yesterday, I have several hobbies which are all adrenaline based. I do drag racing, I do some track days with my motorcycle, and several other things that involve either speed or excitement. And I can tell you, as an RC racer, there is almost nothing that makes my heart pound or my legs tremble the way that the adrenaline does when you're in first place or battling for first place, and the race director says your name and the gap behind is less than a second. And yeah, it's extremely exciting. Extremely exciting. Cullen Luna is asking whether or not you could convert a 22 5.0 low C to a stadium truck. I believe that there are differences in the chassis. I mean, essentially, in order to meet the rules and regulations, could you do that? Yes. The width of the car as well as the length of the car is what determines whether or not you can run in that class. But I will say that the engineering of these cars is very specific to their class to squeeze the maximum benefit out of the performance of the car for the design of the vehicle as well. So with that being said, yes, you sure can. Will it be the best in the world? Maybe, maybe not. I believe the chassis is actually different. So it's not just the A-arms and the width of the car or the wheels that change. There are subtle and fundamental changes in the chassis, as well as the Ackerman, as well as the steering, as well as the caster blocks, front and rear, and the steering blocks as well. Let's have a look here as we go. Seeding heat 18 of 40, DRC 17.5, expert two-wheel drive buggy. So these are drivers that may have some form of sponsorship. They're not in the mod class necessarily, so they don't have to run pro. But expert is drivers that have some form of sponsorship, whether it be ESC, motor, chassis, tires, anything like that. Hunter King right now out in front from Charles Goff. Trevor, we're just going to call him Trevor, and Braden Bruce seen again on the driver's stand now in the 4. This is heat number 1 of 6, so essentially as we read this seeding heat will be as they are on the right hand side, and as we move into heat number 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, that little white section over there that shows the overall pace of all of the drivers. What we're doing there for you is allowing you to see the top 5 drivers in EQP, that is equal qualifying pace. So as the heats go on, that becomes more important. Right now, a 21.3 fastest lap from Hunter, and Kyle right behind, able to do a 21.2. So if he can string those laps together, he's going to climb up that leaderboard. Right now, though, they're both having a little bit of a tough lap, both on a 14-lap pace, and so is Trevor down below in the 3. I think that is the 3 of them actually coming together on track. Let's have a look. Yes, Kyle goes over the line, as does Hunter just behind him. Trevor, no, does not, so that is not Trevor. I believe Kyle is the one there that we are following right now in the yellow wheels with yellow body, blue in the front, clear wing, as he goes over the triple in a double single fashion onto the start finish straight away. He looks like he has plenty of motor to spare. Here, this seeding heat brought to you by DRC. DRC makes custom leads, they make connectors, they make all sorts of custom heat shrinks in all sorts of colors. You should check them out. They do have a website. They make great products and they can make them custom for you to your design. The owner, Mr. Zach Donathan, makes an exceptional product. Looks like Mr. Hunter King had a little bit of a tumble there as we continue to follow him through the double single section there as we go into the second S's onto the start finish straight away. Hunter King is done. As they go green, they will be done. So if you see that timing and scoring, only Zach Morezik didn't finish that. He broke out in the end. Hunter King takes it from Kyle Goff over Trevor. Mikhailesco, I think we'll try to pronounce that like that. Mikhailesco, I believe that is correct. We see coming up on the stand again, I just saw Chris Dosek there in the #1 spot in terms of the position on the driver's stand. One of our 12th scale world champions. There you go, Bakarama is weighing in with some RC knowledge. Yes, the 4.0 has a longer chassis than the 5.0, and the chassis is meant for the 5.0 buggy. And that will not make, to make a 5.0 truck, will be required some minor mods. So some of the cars, I guess, can be changed over. Many of them have fundamental differences in their chassis from the buggy, which do not allow that. But essentially what we're looking at when you're looking at a stadium truck, it is very similar to a buggy in that it is a two-wheel drive platform. It is slightly wider, the A-arms are wider, and also the ride height is increased because of the wheels that they use, and the bodies are different. You may not use, of course, a buggy body. You have to use a body that has a wing and has clear wheel arches defined as well. Each one of these classes, if you're looking to get involved in RC or looking to get involved with a new class that you may not be aware of or haven't seen before, go on to either Raw Racing, RAOR, or FMAR, and you can go and have a look at the local rule sets. Those local rule sets for the USA and for Europe will allow you to see the dimensions, width, etc. of the cars. If you want to convert a car from one discipline to another, or alternatively you can just do it in the easier way and buy the kit that is designed specifically to be within those rules, which allows you essentially only to focus on the electronics or the class discipline that you wish to be in. As we move on here to heat number 2 of 6, DRC 17.5 Expert 2-wheel drive buggy, heat 2 of 6. So now we will start watching that little white screen on the right-hand side there as we watch on the left-hand side timing and scoring for this race. And as they start putting laps down, currently still doing their first and second laps. So once they get their top 3 consecutive, they will start having a time that will register against the qualifying pace of the of the previous heat, and that will allow us to see the top 5 on the right-hand side. Right now it looks like we're following Dan Miles around with the orange buggy, white wheels and clear wing. All right. Yes, Julio, these are racing slicks essentially that have not only been put to the correct, in inverted commas, PSI or pressure of the tire. Of course, there is no air or inflation in these tires. They actually have holes on the insides of the rims, but the insert that they run is going to determine how hard that tire is. So many are running the JConcepts Smoothie 2 tires in silver compound. And they are running the SXT traction compounds, probably a SXT Baja. So with that being said, that is the chosen traction compound to get grip on this surface, and also you take a fair amount of time to scrub those tires in order to get the amount of grip that they need. The setup that you have here, due to the extremely high traction nature of this track, is actually set up in order to dial traction out of the front end in order to prevent traction rolling. So as we see Jeff Stakovich right now, I believe he drives for X-Ray. I speak under correction. We are following him around now. He is the yellow buggy with the blue back and yellow wheels. He is currently in the fastest pace, going faster than anyone in heat number 1 of 2. Looking tight as he goes up onto the back section there, into the center tabletop, and into the S's. The grip on this track is absolutely insane, as one of the guys here is talking to us, and BJ Williams is referring to a traction compound. The traction compounds are abrasive chemicals, sometimes solvents that are put onto the tires that break down the tire or open up the tire compound. They do 3 things. They break away the mold compound, which is used to release the tire from the mold, which is normally less grippy than the rest of the carcass of the tire. They open up the pores of the tire, allowing you to bring the rubber, the real rubber in the tire, which a tire isn't made 100% only from rubber. It's made from several other chemicals and compounds. And that allows you then to take that grip out of the tire. It costs you a little bit of life from the tire and certainly makes the tire softer. With that being said, the traction compound is one of the ways that we go ahead and we make the tires softer and more grippy. Most of these drivers are on some form of a racing slick, and we're using the traction compound as well as those inserts to get the right softness of the tires. By softness, I'm talking about the inflation characteristic of the tire. Of course, not inflated with air on these vehicles at all. Heckler, yes, the dips here are quite in inverted commas nasty. I will say for those of you that are just tuning in that haven't seen already, that soapbox that he's dropping down now is about a 3-foot drop to the bottom. This is rather flat on this part of the track over here. There's a slight little bit of downside elevation over here. Then as they go up that left-hand side of the track where there's a kicker and they go up that back left-hand side, there is about a 2-foot elevation change, which is quite substantial. We normally don't see that kind of elevation change on clay tracks, just due to the nature of how much material was used in order to build parts of the track up like that. But of course, Eddie Henley here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana, has a substantial amount of clay at his disposal that he has brought in, obviously at his own expense, to build this beautiful world-class facility. Oh, I see. Heckler is not referring to the dip on the track, but the dip, in inverted commas, or the traction source that we use. Those traction sources are chemicals and solvents, and they're definitely not FDA approved, and we should probably be wearing masks when we use these, but often when you're inside of even a ventilated area like this one, or a ventilated track area, and there's a fair amount of chemicals in the air, as well as rubber being broken down by some solvents that people are using. It It is speculated to be, I'm not sure if it's proven, but it's speculated to be some kind of a carcinogen for sure. So yes, some people do end up with either respiratory problems, depending on how close we get to these chemicals and what we do with the tires and what we use and what kind of ventilation we're in. But I will say that the gift of performance from the tire and the enjoyment that we get from that is our primary goal, and the health concerns are certainly taking a back seat to the performance that we're trying to extract from our rigs. Jeff Stakovich there in his X-ray, very keenly pointed out by Wesley Napier. I appreciate your chiming in, as I'm not able to see the timing and scoring as well as you are there. So thank you for chiming in. He is over a second faster on his top 3 consecutive. As we go through the next couple of heats, we may see some drivers getting closer to that, but right now he's looking like a clear favorite for this particular discipline and this particular class. As the loop goes live, and when we are done with this one, we will be halfway. It is now about 11:30 local time here, Eastern Standard Time here in Indiana. For those of you in California, 3 hours behind us, of course, thank you for joining us nice and early in the morning. And for all the rest of you all over the world, thank you so much for tuning in today. Yes, Bakarama, I myself, I am, in inverted commas, new back into the hobby. I got back into it again in 2016, and as a customer services rep over at A-Main Hobbies, I've been working with, as well as helping to get people to understand what is the right path, and what are the right concerns, and how will you get more performance out of your car, etc., etc., etc. What hop-ups you should run, what is within the rules and what is out of the rules, etc. And having run previously, where I was running for racing, I was running a King Blackfoot. That was just some casual racing over in South Africa, and then coming over to racing here and trying to absorb all of the rules. It's always very important to help people to understand what we're looking at in terms of qualifying pace, in terms of how the rules are set up, in terms of the motor limits, in terms of what the numbers mean, etc., 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 to get as many new people into the hobby as possible. Yes, BJ Williams there in the chat is referring to some foam tires that we have seen in the past. And we used to use something called Paragon. We still do. Many people use on the foam tires use Paragon. Paragon is a solvent. There are what we call tack sources and solvent sources. The tack sources essentially add onto the tire and take a little bit of rubber out of it, but very little. And what they do is they add a tack to the tire and essentially just give the tire's surface grip. And then what we get is the other sources, which take a little bit of life out of the tire and actually bring the rubber to the tire surface, are more solvents. And those are more aggressive chemicals that are going to open the rubber up, as well as eat some of the rubber essentially, in order to provide performance. Let's have a look here as Kai Goff right now from Carter Irish and Brody Fehane. Right now, those three are 1, 2, and 3 in this particular heat. 3 of 3 of DRC 17.5 Expert 2-wheel drive buggy. They're not fast enough right now to get onto the top 5 pace just yet. They may do by the end of this run, but right now we are not seeing that from them. A couple of unforced errors from the drivers, and also some drivers making contact with one another. Less advantageous and lending themselves less to the speed and performance that they will need to be able to qualify in those higher seeding positions. It looks like we are following Kai Goff around. Kai Goff in the white wheels with the blue and white buggy with the black rear. As we wind this one out, this one rather inconsequential here in the last couple of laps. It looks like all of our almost top 7, bar Mike Thihane, is having a bit of a rough lap. That is what we're seeing with that red stripe. That red stripe is showing that timing and scoring is believed that they will have already come across the line and are actually slower than expected. As Kai Goff makes me eat my words, even with that slow lap there, he has managed to punch his top 3 consecutive time up into the top 5 there. So he does go to the one of the top seeding spots. And with the end of that heat, we are halfway through seeding heat number 1. Here we go now again. We're getting ready to see our next stock, next what we would call in some classes stock, is 17.5. Adam Rails again out there, Ethan Hoskins, another one of our local heroes, and Doug LaRiviere, all the way out from California, is one of the defending, he is the defending Clash champion in terms of the stock class. All drivers are checked in, so I expect this clock is going to go live, and it has, just 5 seconds ago. Adam Rails is in a lot of classes. I think this is the 4th or 5th one that we have seen him in already. So definitely taking time to compete in as many classes as possible. Excuse me, guys. And now the clock actually goes live. I guess our timer was a little bit premature there on the left-hand side just a minute ago, coming from live timing and scoring. Adam Rails has looked like he has been on rails for some time here in many of the classes. I believe we're following Mason Templeton around right now. Mason Templeton in that white buggy with the, white wheels with the red front and blue rear. Our cameraman has decided to change focus. We will see where he goes to next. Following Doug LaRiviere there over the back. That's our defending champion that he's following right there with the pink front, white back and white wheels. That's Doug LaRiviere taking a little bit of a rollover in the back there. Going down the soapbox now into the triple. I think we're looking for our leaders right now. It looks like Chris is trying to find Ethan Hoskins. Hoskins on camera now, the young gun driving for Team Associated. That is the white buggy with the blue and red American colors. White wheels. He is a Factory Tracks racer. One of our sponsors here for the event. Good lap pace from them right now, and let's see as they start putting these laps together. They are 2 minutes down of their 5 minutes, and right now looking good as Mason Templeton comes to the front. Mason Templeton had some good times in the other discipline just a minute ago. We saw him earlier as well. Doug LaRiviere right now down in the 6th. He is struggling just a little bit. Mason Templeton also in those all-American colors. He has made a nice move there through. And he is in the red and blue buggy with the white wheels. A little bit of a bobble as he goes around the left-hand side of the track there. Back up onto the tabletop section into the S's. Drops down onto the soapbox into the triple. This looks to be a decent lap, a little bit of a bobble in the beginning there, but that should be decent as long as he's able to put through 2 more laps. And let's see if he's able to pop himself up onto the live EQP. Now moving from the 6th spot is our defending champion, Doug LaRiviere. He's up into the 3rd. I believe he is a Team Associated driver, is Doug LaRiviere. Mason Templeton right now still with a pace. He's on a 14-lap pace, a 14.5.15, as Doug LaRiviere now is starting to find some pace. I think we're dropping back to see Doug LaRiviere now. I think that's him right there with a white back buggy. I think he just took a little bit of a tumble. He needs help. I believe Doug LaRiviere is also sponsored by ProTech RC. Let's have a look at him right now, going up the back tabletop section right now. His car looks like it has plenty of motor to spare, and it looks like he's actually struggling with the traction out there, maybe a little bit too much traction. Looks like he got his tires and set up so right that the traction here is so much it's not rewarding him. He is finding himself a nice lap pace now, a 21.3 on that last one by, so he's starting to turn it on now with only 1 minute to go. He's got some traffic to work through though. Will he get through clean? He does. On the first car, let's see who's that second car right now. Coming down the start, finish straight away. Lap number 11 is what he is on. Mason Templeton is just behind him. Doug LaRiviere makes a nice clean move there. This is going to be very important for his lap pace. He needs to squeeze the trigger down. He needs to get all of the performance out of those tires. He is struggling in some of these 180 bends. It is very difficult on an extremely high bite as we see him traction roll, takes a little bit of pipe and rolls over. Hoskin then takes it over with that little bit of an error there. Doug LaRiviere in the 2. Hoskins now back to the point. Mason Templeton in the 3. Colin Clark in the 4. Lucas Smith in the 5. Adam Rails dropping down to the 6. Preston James in the 7. Ethan Hoskins, all American colors, red, white and blue. These colors don't run, baby. He is looking now for a good run himself. He goes through that triple in a double single style. This is heat number 4 of 6. They're going to be rounding out the clock. Let's see. He is done. He is done. It looks like bar Doug LaRiviere, Mason Templeton wasn't able to stop him. So let's see what Doug can do as he goes across the line. Not enough, not enough. And each one of those drivers, not enough to make it into the top 5 EQP. Right now, still Jeff from Hunter, from Kyle, from Damon, with Kai Goff, the young gun, in the 5 on that live EQP. We move on now to heat number 5 of 6 for DRC 17.5 Expert 2-wheel drive buggy as we watch the last one with Ethan Hoskins, Doug LaRiviere and Mason Templeton being in 1, 2 and 3. Doug was in fact the top seed until that last turn there, and I think it was the last turn before the yes, he would have had a very, very, very good time there had he not rolled over. I think he may have had enough for the lead there, but in the end, not enough. Does roll over. Here comes Talon Henley, owner, the son of the owner, Eddie Henley. You can see Eddie Henley sitting on the wall there. Maybe we can get a zoom in of Mr. Eddie in just a second. There he is. He's right in the middle of the screen right now. If he could hear us, he would wave. He is wearing the Apocalypse 2022 shirt. He is the man on the left-hand side with the RC HobbyPlex camo cap on. As you can see, tending to every part of the track, even the race. He himself wants to run out and marshal himself as well. The passion and the amount of dedication that goes into this track and the amount of effort that is put into this facility by the Henley family is absolutely staggering and astonishing, and we all appreciate it. Looking out at the driver's stand there, as you can see on the left-hand side, the drivers for the next heat getting ready. And right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers. And it looks like 9 drivers only up on the stand. So 2 of them not checking of that 11, as you can see. And soon the clock will go live. As we go live for seeding heat 22 of 40, DRC 17.5, two-wheel drive, expert buggy, heat number 5, 5 of 6. Hey, Mr. Sawyer Brewer, hello, nice to see you there. Yes, I do believe that many are running the JConcepts silver compound, and that actually the less sought after tire next after that, I believe, is either aqua or green. I believe, I may speak under correction, but silver's the next step up. Silver smooth is what everyone's running, but what's the next step up then from the silver? I think it's aqua. It's either gold or aqua. I think it's aqua. So the next step up, Sawyer Brewer here making a very keen observation that you could simply go up in tire traction, go down in tire traction by going up a compound. That will prevent you from traction rolling without making too many setup changes. Gold is harder. All right. Yes, Heckler, we will be having the class list will come out in just a couple of minutes time in terms of we will not only have the entry list, but we will also have the actual heats list in just a couple of minutes. Each one of the races may be different and according to IFMA and raw rules. It really depends on what setting of rules. There are slight variations in each, but most of the racetrack across the USA are going to use IFMA qualifying style and raw rules, as raw is the American denotation of the racing body, such as the FIA would be to full-scale racing. Talon Henley right now as we come out of the gates is swinging. We're going to follow Talon Henley around. That is the green buggy with the blue back and the white wheels, clear wing. Oh, he takes a little bit and gets a little bit of a stroke of luck there as he goes through a crashed buggy that he couldn't see on the other side of that kicker, over the tabletop into the S's, down the soapbox. That's about a 3-foot jump there. He's going to try to make his way around and does very nicely. An inside step there. He's definitely his racecraft and ability from this young man has grown in leaps and bounds. And as I say that, he does take a little bit of a pipe, but being very kind to the other drivers there. As I said, the racecraft from these drivers in order not only to not ruin their own lap time, but at the same time try to make it through the other drivers is something that you need in order to be able to get the consistency that you will require to get to the front. Talon currently to the top seed right now. 1:02.9 for those 3 laps. In the 2 spot in this particular seed, in this particular race, is Colin Miles. He's pumped up to the 3 right now. So we're seeing some of the fast guys are coming out swinging. It looks like the traction in that buggy is certainly there for Talon. He's able to go through that triple section as a double single and even accelerate as he goes through that extra single. The car rolled over there on the inside of the left-hand side. Some traffic here that Talon's going to have to make it through. Clean move up the inside. Let's see what he can do now as he goes forth. He's going to be going over the start-finish straight, and he's going to catch these guys in the next couple of corners. Maybe by the S's, he'll be on the back bumper of these two ahead of him. That is going to matter if he can get through these cars in order to keep his lap pace going. One of the cars dives out of the way, gives him some space. Oh, and Talon takes a little bit of pipe there, recovers very quickly. He is still hanging on to that top spot right now with a minute to go. Only one more heat of the 17.5 Expert two-wheel drive buggy remaining. So right now sitting in that top seed spot, looking like he is going to seed to the fastest heat, which will probably be heat 6 of 6. Stop talking. Yes, we do realize that drivers move out of the way. In fact, we have mentioned several times and have been talking about the racecraft that it takes in order not to lose space, lose pace yourself as well as with the other driver fighting, because this is not for position but rather for seeding. And then also as we go through the next couple of heats, that will be to sort you into the main in IFMAR qualifying style. Here we are doing qualifying or seeding is in your top 3 consecutive lap pace, and the qualifying, or should I say heats, will be run in the IFMAR style, which is your overall lap pace over the 5 or more minutes that you are able to do a certain number of laps. So you'll see that come up on the timing and scoring screen on the left hand side. For example, Talon Henley right now, his fastest lap was a 20.8, which is blisteringly fast for the 17.5 class, and he did a 14 lap pace in 5 minutes and 6 seconds. So that is very, very fast indeed. That's sitting up there with a lot of the mod guys. I think he did a 20.8, and a lot of the mod guys are able to get round to about a 20.2, 20.3. We saw Spencer Rivkin with a 20.2 fast time in practice yesterday, and a 20.3 from Davey Barter, the only driver on the clock to go under 19 seconds so far. Under 20 seconds so far was Dakota Fend in his four-wheel drive TLR racing buggy, which was the four-wheel drive mod. Absolutely, that last lap was a smacker. I guess stop talking. You have called yourself the right name, my brother, because you should stop talking. I guess you should also listen to what the words are that are coming out of my mouth, because I can tell you now, I'm not saying he's making a pass for position. He is making a pass on the driver ahead of him. Whether he's making a pass or getting by, I'm going to commentate on what I'm seeing.
The block button is real easy for this guy if there's a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm going to entertain it for a little bit, but stop talking, maybe permanently stopping talking soon.
Yeah, exactly. Just let me know.
Yeah, I will. Mr. James, I was actually going to send you the stream in the text, so thank you very much for tuning in and watching. That's Mr. James Patterson. He worked with me at A-Main Hobbies some time ago, and we also see Sawyer Brewer also worked with us there. So nice to see you, two gentlemen from California in the chat there. I appreciate that, Mr. Murillo Family Fishing. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. It looks like Stop Talking did stop talking. Or maybe he is listening now. I don't know. We will see. But yes, if I see a car pass another one, I'm going to say he is getting past him. Like that car just got past that driver, right? He didn't give that spot up. It happens. Anyway, I'm not going to get myself too involved with people trolling the stream. I'm going to keep commentating in the best manner that I can. We're on with Sammy Moran, one-up racing driver. He has been looking good, and in that stadium truck earlier, he was putting down some pretty good laps. I think he ended up in the second spot, in the second seeding spot, so he's going to seed very well there. He's going to be somebody to watch in terms of the Clash of Champions to try to take that. And here he comes around the track now. That's blue buggy with the red rear and the white center with the white wheels. Red, white, and blue. America. Thank you. The chat is going wild today, guys. You guys are going to keep me awake here, guys. I don't even need any caffeine. I just need to watch you guys, and I need to watch the racing here. I'm very much enjoying what I'm seeing here today. Thank you all for being so active in the chat. I appreciate it. And very much thank you for the comments on the commentating also. I appreciate that deeply.
Sammy Moran up to that number 5 position right now.
Here he comes, heat 6 of 6, so this is where the big guns are going to show.
104.2 currently here for Moran.
That little tumble's not going to help him out, but he's already locked in that top 3. Sammy Moran's got a couple of nicknames, one of them being the Killer. So he goes around that back section into the top tabletop, into the S's, and down the soapbox into the triple. Oh my, what happened there?
We'll go to an instant replay of that other crash that Moran had. Coming your way, Shane.
Let's check it out. Instant replay of the little bobble he had a minute ago. Oh, he piped it up there. That's what happened there. Are we able to get an instant replay as he came down the soapbox just a minute ago?
Sure
because
can.
I don't know what happened there.
Let me get that real quick for you. Give me a second.
Yes, we're going to get an instant replay of that. We have the ability to do that now as he came around here the last time. The traffic not working together in this particular one. Each one of the
replay coming your way here, Shane.
Instant replay there of the last one. Let's see what happened there as he goes down. Oh, it looks like he just landed on the outside of the buggy and took a little bit of traction to the wall. I couldn't quite catch that in live time. Sammy Moran now working with some other traffic. Each one of these drivers looking rather fast, and Brian Dunbar and Nate Sutherland also fast drivers here, local heroes that are certainly looking for some fast pace themselves. Each one of these drivers with a racecraft to be able to step outside and let that driver through, and looking for the faster drivers, and they will work together. But if they're on a very similar lap pace, you're going to see them try to battle for position because they are both trying to put down the same kind of pace. Right now, Sammy Moran is the clear faster driver out there. He does not have the fastest lap. Actually, Nate Sutherland right now faster than him, and behind him even with a 21.9. Both of those previous drivers in the 22s, Brian Dunbar is able to put down some really fast lap times, but not able to string it together. So he sits in the 3 right now with Nate Sutherland in the 2, punching right up to the 1 right now. He does go over Sammy Moran, which I think is sitting in the 6th spot of EQP right now, as Nate Sutherland goes to the top. That was a good race there from Nate Sutherland, local hero. Sammy Moran here, one of the one-up racing drivers, and Brian Dunbar, also local hero, had the fast lap, but was not able to string 3 laps together. I think those were the 3 drivers that were battling one another on the back section there. going to an interview, and I will be back after a short comfort break.
All right, guys, we got Talon here. Ended up with that overall TQ, my man. Must feel good.
Oh, it feels amazing, man. I've been working on this car for the last year, and I showed up last year, and I was really struggling, and this time I really got it figured out.
Looking good out there. Kind of just limit those mistakes. I know how you drive. You're kind of a strapped driver. Maybe just take it down a couple notches. Facility looks great. Congratulations to your family. I think we're at over 430 entries or something like that. Great job, man. And top seed going into qualifying.
Awesome having you out here for an event like this.
Great job, buddy. Anybody you want to thank?
My parents, for sure, and Michael Malott, big help to me recently. He's been helping me with this car ever since I got it.
Congrats, buddy. Back to you guys in the booth. Looks like Shane left me, guys. I'm back with you. Did stop talking? I think so. Thank you all for tuning in across all the feeds. We're at 436 right now, so basically our number of entries. That's pretty rad. Let's get our race lineup here. I think we should have everybody. Look at this. Compliments of RCGT. Pretty sweet. A layout right there. I'm loving it. What is this like? Ba, ba, ba. I'm loving this. I think that's for McDonald's. Got all of our guys up there. Super dialed. Lining up, getting ready. Loop's gonna go live here soon. All right, we're leading off here with Dakota Fenn. So Dakota gonna be leading us out. These guys try and take that top seed time. This is only seeding, so it takes your top 3 consecutive laps. I'm sure, as Shane's been telling you guys. Special thanks to Shane again. He has been an Iron Man up here helping out. I've been trying to grab all the photos and the back end work and get everything dialed in and tidied up for the live stream. I got that instant replay going for you guys. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they were like, hey, when are you going live? Hey, when are you going live? And I'm like, I have no clue, man. It's a lot of small details that go into it just to click the start button. All right, so we're off of Dakota Fenn now. Looks like we're on with Dustin Evans in the Reedy powered car, team associated, obviously. Dustin out from Colorado. More RC Raceway. Dakota Fenn now taking this one back over again. We're still following along with Dustin and back to Dakota. So Dakota in the TLR, I believe he is your current Clash champion.
He is.
For 2023. Shane's back with us again. He had a pee break or something like that.
Yeah, we call it a comfort break.
So went number one. All right, we're on with the TLR driver. I think is he with, what radio system is he using now? Fly Sky here for Dakota. He left Spectrum. Bunch of guys jumping on the Fly Sky, so thinking they might be forking out some De Niro's. Get a lot of these pros on.
I mean, honestly, the Fly Sky radio has been a chosen radio of many independent racing drivers for some time, just because of their features and also the economy. Yeah, the economy of the price, and it's just a really nice radio. Is the Noble, and due to Ryan Mayfield, one of the
Dakota going over right there, getting caught up with some traffic.
Yeah, let's follow this race first. We'll talk about that in a minute.
2:30 left to go. 2:30 to go here. Oh, Dakota going over and over and over. So, he's in some traffic now.
Looks like Tom Rinderkink is right behind him there, so on the track. So that's going to be a battle for position, actually, in just a couple of minutes. Renderneck, excuse me. Thank you very much. I do need help.
I like that, though.
Renderneck. Yeah, I butchered that one.
It's okay. I'm here to help.
Here comes Aaron Kaufman now up to the 3. Dustin Evans now dropping for Team Associated down to the 4.
Ooh, was that Tom?
It
That
is.
was Tom going over in the white car.
It is. We've got a bit of commentator and camera curse here today. It looks like wherever we're looking, the guys are having a bit of a hard time. Back with Dakota out front, I believe now. Dakota now with a little bit of clear track ahead of him. He is that pink buggy with the blue back and yellow wheels. These cars for the mod two-wheel drive buggy able to triple, as you can see, their lower motor turn limit, allowing them more power and thus more draw from the battery and more speed and RPM to get over that corner there. Hearing from Spencer Rivkin earlier saying that you need to set it up about here, hit this corner right and that corner in order to be able to get the right line to triple. Dakota Fend right now able to hold on. Brock Champlin still in the 2. Tom Rindeknent in the 3 and Dustin Evans in the 4. Adam Kaufman has fallen down now to the 5 with Gavin Bushina in the 6.
Still on with Dakota Fenn. So he jumps that triple section. Let's see if we can get with Brock Champlin. Can you find Brock for us? Let's follow him around for the last 30 seconds. In that P2 in the Schumacher LD3. Oh, he was flipped over, so...
He's in the all-white somewhere, I believe.
No, he just went by the line. Tom Rennerneck's in the all-white.
Thank
Brock
you,
is with
Brock.
the green
Yes,
and
excuse
black.
me, yes.
Coming on that right-hand side of the track, Schumacher LD3, and I just heard that he went to Power HD Servos. So, going away from MKS.
He was with MKS for a long time.
For a very long time, so I'm sure Power HD Servos is forking out some dineros.
I think sometimes it's based on that, and sometimes it's based on the accessibility that you have to the product, as well as the belief that the product may be the best. I honestly believe many of the pros do choose the product that they believe is best, but certainly money is a motivating factor also.
It's, all these servos are so good now, man. I'll just be real with you. A lot of them are all very, very good these days. All right, finishing up here. So Dakota going to take that one with a 1 minute flat, 0.8.
Wow.
For Dakota.
1 minute flat, that means that he was able to do a faster than 20.1 pace there on his fastest lap, and he was able to put 3 of those fast laps together, as we see Dakota Fend from Tom from Brock Champlin in the 3. Another heat of pros here. Mod. SXT Mod 2-wheel drive buggy, heat 2 of 3. We see Cavallari, Cicerello, Tollard, Bornhorst, Bilke, Rivkin, Hayden, Horn, and Horn. That's Alan and Aiden Horn.
Those photos will pop up there eventually. Billy Hayden, I should update him to be team associated. He's one of the engineers.
Yes, BJ Williams, we are seeing a lot of traction rolling even here from the pros. So even with the amount of skill and setup prowess that these gentlemen have, still dialing in quite a lot of traction. And this surface here, I cannot begin to describe the amount of stickiness. It's almost like a drag strip as you walk across it. It is so sticky. I would say the traction is more akin to even carpet than what you would see with pin tires. The traction is even higher than that. Heat 2 of 3 as we go here out to the SXT 2-wheel drive mod buggy. SXT giving us that traction on our tires. Many of us running JConcepts rubber smoothie 2s with the grey inserts, many running on the silver compound. We've got some big names in this one as well. Each one of these mod buggies as we get the clock going live. Searching, searching, searching. Getting running in the first 15 seconds here of the Heat 2 of 3 mod buggy. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. My mouse would work. There we go. Team Associated, ProTech, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline RC. Looks like right now we're following around Ryan Cavallari in his classics paint scheme, the yellow understrike with the red back and yellow wheels as he makes it by another driver there. Not sure who that was. It looks like that was Bill Hayden that he just made the move behind. Following over that S section there in the front. Aiden Horn now to the front. Aiden Horn now just signed up with A-Main as one of the A-Main drivers. Welcome, Aiden. He's driving for Team Associated. Aiden, taking a little bit of a tumble there. I was going to say, just about to say how clean he was looking through the lap there. And before I could say it, the commentator's curse coming to be. He goes across the line there, gets a nice clean move up the inside of a buggy that is flipped. Cavallari right now, I believe, is driving a Schumacher.
That was on our end. It's when he was driving TLR, it had that logo in there. So.
Indeed, yes, yes.
Yeah, so we updated that.
There's a quick question for you on the mod puck systems about the B7. I believe, yes, they will be having some mod puck systems come out, but the outdrives, I think, are a little bit different. So will that work? Will the mod puck systems currently work?
So
B7.
I do know that the gear diff is different in the B7, so we have to change our outdrives to fit, but there will be a puck system for the B7. And as of right now, you still can get those B6.4 ones.
Absolutely, as many drivers, including myself, still running that B6.4 platform. It remains to see if I will change to the new car. Spencer Rivkin now going to the lead. Spencer Rivkin with that ProTech power, ProTech servos. B7 for Team Associated. He's got the new car. We did take some pictures yesterday. If you're up on any social media, oh no, commentator's cursed again, and he's taken a little bit of a roll there. It seems as though the camera and commentator here today are bringing some bad luck in these last two heats. As we start watching those particular pros, they are getting a little bit of a bobble or a little bit of a rollover. Spencer also falling prey to that. Let's see now, let's follow him around as he does seem to finish that lap cleanly. Let's see how he can do in the next 3 laps. Right now, he is still in the lead from Aiden Horn. 2 A-Main drivers in the front right now. Spencer for ProTech and Aiden Horn for A-Main Hobbies. Ryan Cavallari in the 3. Cole Tollard, also a ProTech driver. He driving for TLR in the 4. ProTech power and servos doing well here, as we had a discussion about servos just a minute ago. All those servos are great, but the choice of some pros here, bringing them to the front. ProTech RC. Still following Spencer around as he does a second good lap. A little bit of a bobble there on the pipe, and on his tail right now, it looks like, I think, is that Dakota Fend right behind him? That's Bornhorst. Bornhorst right behind him in the S-Works. S-Works available from Beach RC. Shout out to Mr. Brent. Oh no, and he takes a tumble over, and that actually ends up costing Bornhorst in the end. Unlucky. He was coming through nice and tight, was Bornhorst on that tight line and tumbled over and ends up marshalling Spencer Rivkin and tumbling himself instead. Shout out to Brent Densford. And he is currently taking care And we're going to get an instant replay here. Shout out to Mr. Brent Densford of Beach RC. He's currently representing all the S-Work stuff here in the USA. Oh, and as he comes through, Born Horse trying to avoid it, ends up marshalling and on his lid himself. That was very unfortunate there. S-Works available from Beach RC. And currently developing their chassis. Their two-wheel drive has some modifications as well as four-wheel drive. Not able to talk about those or show those as they continue to develop that car. Spencer Rivkin, Ryan Cavallari, and Aidan Horn. 1, 2, and 3 in that last heat. Tater Sontag will be in this one here, the two-wheel drive world champion. We had in the last race, Spencer Rivkin was fast enough to get himself into that 4th spot there, so they're going to sort as they go into the heats. And it's going to be a very, very, very exciting Clash of Champions race as we move forward here, especially in the two-wheel drive buggy. It will be the most hotly contested. Davey Barter will be in this one as well. Davey Barter has been one to watch. He is looking hot with his B7. I believe that's him off the line first. He gets checked in. Yes, that is him indeed. Davey Barter is in that green buggy with the checkers in the rear and the yellow wheels. Clear wing. He's driving for Team Associated and has some experience now with a B7. He seems to have a good setup on it. We were talking about his driving style yesterday. He is more of a U driver style. You get a U or a V. The V is where you arrive late, brake hard, rotate the car hard, and accelerate hard. He's more of a U driver style, and that's going to lend itself to performance on this track. The U is where you brake a little bit earlier, carry your corner speed, and then accelerate and carry as much corner speed out as possible. And the reason why I say that is going to lend itself to performance on this track is because there is a lot of traction here. So that smoother line is going to allow you a better exit and thus hopefully very good lap time. So I think he will be one to watch. As I say that, he hasn't started on his clock just yet, but he does run off the track. Looks like we're following right now around Tater Sontag, the two-wheel drive world champion. The young gun making a name for himself here, certainly getting noticed. Tater Sontag in the pink buggy, purple rear with white wheels, clear wing. He's on a pretty fast lap pace there. We're seeing 15 lap pace as they're coming out swinging right from the get-go. Dakota, Tom, and Brock Champlin, even Spencer Rivkin, they're going to have to watching their rears here in this particular heat. These times are looking really good right off the bat, coming out swinging with a 22.2 is Lucas Smith, Tony Mintel with a 23.1. Let's see if they can go even faster than that. These times are sorting out right now. Tater right now, the only one showing in a 15-lap pace. So as he gets his third lap on the board, I'm expecting to see him pop up on that right-hand side there. Let's see if I'm right. He pops to the top of this particular heat, but not enough yet to go to the top 5 EQP. Davey Barter, as we said, one to watch, and he is currently in the 2 right now. Toli Mintel coming to the 3 with Mason Herrick in the 4. It's shuffling up, Chase Lemoneau, he's coming through now with Lucas Smith now in the 4. Still holding those top spots though. Tater, as we follow him around with Davey Barter in the 2. Tater getting by there nice and clean on a buggy that was rolled over. He was lucky to get by there, had some contact, a nice big triple. Car looking very stable, and thank you for getting the photograph up there so our viewers can see. This is a young gentleman that is really making a name for himself in RC racing, especially when it comes to 10 scale and 2-wheel drive. He's taken the world championship last year. So in the last number of years, a very consistent and star-studded racer, but really has made a name for himself taking that world championship in the last year, 2023. Still following around there as he goes down the soapbox. I was just going to comment on the traffic ahead of him as that driver does in fact roll out of the way. That may have been Davey Barter. I'm not 100% sure on that. Was that green-looking vehicle right ahead of him? Oh! A punt to the nose, and enough etiquette there for that driver that was spun around. The both of them lucky not to break. Maybe an A-arm or a hinge pin or something like that. A lot of comment being made on the air control of the B7. Yes, the redesign of the car is allowing a very low center of gravity. As we drop back here to Davey Barter, also in the B7. Davey now is looking to close that gap on the leaders, Dakota Fend and Tom Rinnekent. He is currently right now in the 3, and Tater, as I expected, these two drivers, two to watch, and they're certainly right now, they're in the top 5 EQP. Two drivers that are going to be up and coming in this race as well as in RC in general. Two very young drivers with many more years to spare and more skill to press from their canvas. Still following Davey Barter right now. He's going to be coming up on some traffic in a couple of seconds here as he goes through a back tabletop onto the S's. It looks like Tater was just ahead of him. Tater does take a little bit of a flip and actually gets out of the way there as a consequence. Barter now with clear track ahead of him, and he's going to start putting a herding on the field here. Let's see if he can close the gap on Tom and on Dakota. Can he bring it closer to the top? He's going to seed into that fastest heat, which will be heat 3 of 3, as we go into the heats. Tater in that low C. Low C's are doing well here, and they do have a lot of support, and Dakota Fend was just about untouchable at the last race that they had here, Clash of Champions. He did extremely well. There was a battle in the end, in the heats, in the main, for position. I believe Spencer was the one that was battling with him last year, but with that being said, as we went through the heats, there was a gap that Dakota had with his TLR, tried, proven, and tested on this track, and he certainly is going to be one to watch again to defend his title here.
This run right now would put Davey Barter at the top of the Team Associated crew with that new B7.
Wow, Barter going to the top, even ahead of Rimkin. That is a brilliant run from the Coyote Hobbies youngster. Barter looking to finish out strong. And he does, with a 15-lap pace, the only one on a 15-lap pace in this heat. Yeah, Dakota was in the first one, yeah. One of the guys you were looking for, O'Deuce, is in this race. O'Deuce Christian. It's one of the guys you wanted to get a profile picture of. I'm not sure if you got him yet. O'Deuce. Good job to Davey Barter there, absolutely. Yes, as we look here through to the chat, that was a rather large smack. I don't know, could you guys catch that in the audio? I don't know if you could, but I think it came through our mics, because that was a very loud front to front. I think they were both very lucky to get some tire contact and not break any A-arms or not be at an angle to one another. As we go into the 40 plus mod 4-wheel drive buggy, heat number 1 of 3, brought to you by Phantom. Thank you for joining us here for live coverage from the 2024 Hoosier RC HobbyPlex Clash of Champions in New Albany, Indiana, United States, America. I'm glad you guys could hear that, because it really was a nasty smack. I am surprised to see them both able to drive away from that contact. It just goes to show the amount of technology as well as the amount of durability that have been built into these buggies over years. If you'd have done that sometime in the 90s, we would have seen two absolutely splintered vehicles just simply laying there, just cut open on the field. As we go here in the 40 plus mod four-wheel drive buggy. I think we're on Alan Warren right now, so let's follow him around. Horn, thank you very much, Alan Horn. I think Alan Horn is father to Aidan Horn. He's on the Factory Tracks team. Getting lucky there to make it through cleanly. There's two drivers coming together in the air as Alan made contact with that green buggy, white wheels. Alan Horn. Looks like we're going to go and look for Brent Thielke. There's Thielke for Team Associated, with the pink car with a white strike through and white wheels. Oh, he jumps over somebody. Excuse me, guys. Thank you. The moisture and dust in the air does give me a little bit of allergies, as Horn and Thielke now are swapping punches left and right. It's Rock'em Sock'em Robots out front. Here comes Brian Dunbar. Brian Dunbar was looking quick in one of the previous heats, but he wasn't able to string by those 3 laps. Oh, somebody backflipping there off of a massive wheelie off of the triple, getting a backflip rather than the forward momentum. He got the upward momentum that he did not want. I think we're going to drop back here, and I think we're looking for Dunbar. 4 buggies now working together and close on time. One getting winged, unfortunately. I believe that is Dunbar there with the orange front and yellow rear, yellow wheels. It is indeed. Let's follow Dunbar in that Yokomo as he goes around in his YZ4 SF2. Dunbar, long time pro previously, and still of this caliber. Taking it a little bit more easy lately, and staying local to Hoosier RC HobbyPlex, racing here very regularly. He is one of the local fast guys here. I bet he could still get a ride if he wanted, and he does. He still has a ride with Yokomo. Brent Thielke now to the sharp. Let's see where Brent's at. We're going to keep following around a little bit. Let's see if we can find Brent. I think that is Brent there. We're back with Brent. He is the pink with a white strike through with white wheels. He comes onto the start finish straight away now. Both of them on a 14-lap pace, but Brent Thielke now finding a groove and starting to stretch the lead. He's got 3 seconds overall pace over Dunbar. But remember, we are measuring here the seeds by top 3 consecutive. Our timing and scoring is showing fast lap as well as IFMAR qualifying. Thielke right now with a pace. He does go to the front. This is, of course, heat 1 of 3. So he's going to be the live EQP on the right-hand side, as well as the leader of this race. As we go through the next heats, that right-hand side will become more important than the left-hand side that we are watching right now as the live feed for timing and scoring. I think that is Dunbar that got that massive wheelie in air right there. Dunbar with the orange. It's very exciting to see 3 heats here of 40 plus four-wheel drive buggy. Just goes to show this is actually a very fun class to run. There are many more two-wheel drive buggies here in the building than what we see for four-wheel drive, but it is still a very fun and hotly contested hotly contested class. It's one that I think everyone should try. It's very, very, very fun indeed. I think we're following around with Alan Horn now. Alan Horn with the yellow, pink and purple buggy white wheels as the time expires. As he goes around the tabletop, the ProTech tabletop in the back, into the S's, the Proline S's, into the triple there. Just able to make it that time, nice and cleanly. Less time in the air means more time on the ground and more speed. He is done. So that will be Alan Horn from Brent Thilke from Brian Dunbar. 1, 2, and 3 in this one. And that is a wrap for seeding heat number 27 of 40. Heat number 1 of 3 for Phantom 40 Plus Mod 4-wheel drive buggy. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. Team Associated, ProTech, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and Proline. That's Brian Dunbar there you see in the picture on the end there. Adding some moisture to the through the air, through his vape. As we get rolling here, Paul Ciccarello, Owen Simmons, Greg Pilfrey, Bradley Irwin, Al Colin, Mike Sunderland, Chris Vanier, and Brian Krull, Frank Giacomo. Robert Stevens, Eddie Henley is in this one. That's the owner of the track. I wonder if he's actually up on the driver's stand. We'll see if we get a check from him in just a second. Don't see his transponder coming across just yet. Eddie Henley, owner of Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. His nickname, Hoosier Daddy. A funny one. We do enjoy that. I think he was on the winning team for the Slash Enduro that they ran here, the 2-hour Slash Enduro that they ran before the event in order to just break the track in. So kudos to him as well. Thank you. Yes, I will just call him Frank. I think there's only one Frank in the race, so we'll just call him Frank. Yes, I have noticed that as they're going through the heat, some of these guys are just making the triple there. Bacaramo is pointing out in the chat that as the battery voltage is going down, many of the mod drivers are going to be running low-profile batteries, lower milliamp hours. We were talking a little bit earlier about the choices that some may make in stock class in order to carry a little bit of extra weight. 20 grams extra weight is my preference with higher voltage coming off at the end of the race versus a slightly lighter battery with a lower voltage output at the end of the race. I think that's Chicky that we're following around now in the X-Ray. That is going to be the white front with the yellow rear as he takes a little bit of a tumble. These cars really getting a lot of traction. Chicky looking like he's running super low to the ground, and that car behind him running even lower now that it's on 3 wheels. That was Greg Pelfrey, I think, that lost a rear wheel. I'm going to guess he lost a wheel nut, and that wheel just popped off of the hex. Ciccarello here in his X-Ray. Having to make a save there on the triple, and does well to do so. Paul is a very well-seasoned driver, and many of you will know him from his tenure over at Serpent as well, where he was helping with the design and engineering. We lost Paul there, and we went to another driver that may be Jason Veniza. Correct. I think that's Jason Veniza we've just gone to, which is the teal front, white back with yellow wheels. It's excuse me, we mispronounced that, and I think we're going to catch up with the leaders in just a second. Chris Vernier now coming to the sharp point. That's all getting shuffled up here as they get through 2 minutes down of this 5-minute main over here. Chris Vernier is now in the top 5, so he's going to start sorting up in this 40 plus. 40 plus mod four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Phantom. Over the JConcepts kicker as they go up into the back tabletop, the ProTech tabletop. Proline S's down the Exalt soapbox and over the Hobby Wing triple. That time was a double single. I think we're still following Chris Vernier around here. Let's have a look at that lap time. I'm going to say right now, Wesley, that if the timing and scoring is showing that, I mean, that is what we have to go by. If timing and scoring and the transponders are picking up a 19.1, if that is correct, that is the fastest time we have seen from anyone around this racetrack. I think previously the only racer to go down into a 19 was Dakota Fenn in his four-wheel drive buggy. So right now, that is looking very, very, very quick indeed. If he can string that together, he may be one to catch in this class. Lap number 9 here, Jason Veniza in the 2 is still the fastest man out as we follow Chris Vernier around. He's still in the lead. Consistency is what's going to matter here. Of course, 3 laps is what it takes for you to get a time on the board and essentially seed. The seeding is going to put you into a heat, which is going to put you with similar speed drivers, allowing you to race at a similar pace with other drivers, and thus not doing much of what they just did there, where one of the drivers will get out of the way and they will get by. Ahead is some traffic, and he's got to ride the wall in order just to get by there. Does well in order just to lose a couple of tenths there and get by cleanly. Another driver getting out of the way there for Chris Vernier. Nudges the pipe a little bit on the JConcepts kicker as they go back up into the ProTech tabletop. Chicky to the front now again. Chicky to the front, and it's still Jason Veniza with that 19.1 fast lap, but he's not able to put 3 laps together so far, and it looks like that's going to do him. Paul Ceccarello, though, with a consistency. Mr. Consistent, Paul Ceccarello. Over the DRC hump into the ProTech tabletop, into the Proline S's, down the Exalt soapbox, over the JConcepts, Hobby Wing triple. And onto the start finish straight away, and that'll be a race. Chicky brings himself up into the 3 and puts himself into that top 5. He's the only one here of those that will do that. Chris Vernier in the 2, Jason Veniza in the 3. Jason Veniza, if he can put that together, he is going to be a threat. Hello, Mr. Aiden RC. Thank you very much. Hello, nice to see you guys. Live coverage brought to you here by JConcepts. Myself, Shane Mouton, happy to join you here from A Main Hobbies for all your RC needs. We go on to heat number 3 of 3, Phantom 40 Plus Mod 4-wheel drive buggy, seeding heat 29 of 40. Local time here now is 12:30, just gone by noon. It's getting warmer inside here. I'm starting to feel more heat and more moisture. That is going to start changing the track. As I look down onto the track, the live conditions, the camera is capturing it well, but the contrast on the camera doesn't quite seem to show the amount of blackening that we're seeing in real naked eye. So There we go. We just changed the camera view. That one shows it a little bit more like what it's like in real life. And if you see there, that sheen is starting to wear off. The sheen is from the Elmer glue, and the black is from the tires, of course, that are being stripped of their grip essentially and torn up by the Elmer glue. And that is going to impregnate into the dirt, and it's going to start forming a groove or a line. So far, the only wear that I that I see that is on the track is on the JConcepts kicker right in front of us here. You'll see a fair amount of lines being carved up there. Some drivers are already starting to avoid that line there for fear that it may chunk out later. But right now the track is holding up extremely well. Mr. Eddie Henley has done an exceptional job at putting this track together and having the amount of hours and tires already running on it. Channeling some Scotty Ernst there with a corner call out. Bakarama, I appreciate that comparison to a living great like Scotty Ernst, and to be here with Lance McDonald as well, another legendary race director. Maybe one day I can be called in such honor as their names. And thank you for the comparison. I appreciate that. Let's have a look at who's on track. I believe that's Adam Rowley that we're following around in the multicolored body, mostly white with white wheels, clear wing. They're calling for a volunteer, one of the marshals. If you're wondering what the race director is calling for, he's calling for one of the marshals to come out and help, somebody to volunteer. I'm not sure where. It looks to me like all the cones are covered, but he has seen somewhere that he needs help. As I said, Lance McDonald, the local race director here, definitely a star-studded and well-decorated race director, very well-known voice, and runs a tight program, exactly what we want here, keeping us all on time. Let's have a look right now as they start getting laps on the board here with 1 minute 40 down already in this 5 minute main, or excuse me, 5 minute seeding heat. Oh, that was quite a tumble. Checking for damage, I believe. Or setting himself up in traffic to get space. Maybe that's what he was doing. That driver there in the purple and pink buggy. Looks like we're going back to Adam Rowley. I think that's Adam Rowley having a little bit of a pipe there and getting lucky to marshal himself back onto all fours. As you can see, many of the drivers here not struggling for traction, but struggling to keep all fours down. The traction is extremely high. The traction is a 12 out of 10. Eddie Henley doing an extremely good job at building a track. Oh, there's another lovely loud sound of buggies coming together, and all of them very lucky not to come away broken. Some wall riding now, some pipe riding. It's getting a little bit rough here as we go through the middle of the 5 minutes for this particular heat. None of the drivers so far able to put times up onto the board that are indicative of putting them into the top 5. So we're going to continue to follow Adam Rowley around. Oh, that was a special line. I think he was trying to go over the pipe there and instead went behind the pipe and around the pipe. We haven't seen our troll back yet, so I think he gone or squashed. Oh yeah? Why am I not seeing that? Oh yeah. Actually, I am. Yeah, I am. Now I see all the Facebook insignias. Michael Mallet now in the lead. As we're going to go and look for him right now. He's going to be in that orange buggy. Coming onto the straightaway. Michael Mallott, excuse me. Is that orange? I must be colorblind. Looks purple to me on the camera. Oh, lucky to dodge there. Yes, it is purple with the orange rear. White wheels, clear wing. Lovely clean line there. Many of the drivers trying to take that kicker there and trying to tuck tight in, and instead are costing themselves a little bit of time touching the pipe. And I expect as we go through the racetrack, that may be one of the only places in which we see wear on the track. And I believe it may blow out to the point where it may be advantageous to avoid that particular spot right there. You can see the chassis wear forming already on that particular JConcepts kicker. Still right now, as the clock comes to a close, not fast enough for these drivers to put themselves into the top 5. As Michael goes across the line, it'll be Michael, Aaron and Odus taking 1, 2 and 3 in this one. Not enough to make it into the EQP for the top 5. Another change of guard as we go now to heat number 30 of 40, which puts us, after this race, 3/4 of the way through the program. It is now almost 1 o'clock. It is a 1:45 here Eastern Standard Time in Indiana, New Albany, United States of America. Live coverage brought to you by Mod Live Media and JConcepts. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors here at RC HobbyPlex. Team Associated, Protec RC, SXT, DRC, TDK, Exalt, TLR, Phantom Racing, Hobbywing, Motif, One Up Racing, DBR, R1 Works, Vision Racing, Factory Tracks Racing, K&K, Mod Live Media, Boom Graphics, and ProLine. Thank you very much for joining us for this broadcast as we go into heat number 30 of 40. This will be the Team Associated 13.5 four-wheel drive independent buggy. What a mouthful. As they go over the DRC kicker there. I see. One of our camera guys calling here for some help. He's going to be in race number 32, will be Chris. So the gentleman that is actually operating the camera, you'll see him out on the wheel in just a couple of minutes' time. The clock is about to go live. We're looking for a check from Adam Seratore. Hasn't checked in yet. Looks like quite a number of drivers not making the start of their races here, whether they've chosen to do some setup changes or were not able to make it physically, I'm not sure. But we're going live on this one now. Thank you for everyone joining us on the Facebook chat. It looks like Facebook chat is where it is at today. We've got a lot of you on YouTube as well. So Facebook and YouTube. Facebook is the chat that is popping most. We appreciate you guys. I'm going to make a comment in the Facebook chat for those of you that are wondering who you are listening to. Let me find it here for you guys. I'll make a comment so you guys are able to see who, you click on my profile, you can see who I am. I will comment, this is me. Let me find the right, I'm just waiting for the page to load. There we go. Hey, Andrew Lynn, thanks for tuning in. Nice to see you on the feed. We're following now with Brian Hoskins. Brian Hoskins there is Team Associated 13.5 independent four-wheel drive buggy. I believe he is in the white front flamed buggy with the yellow and red rear. Or is that correct? That looks to be Larry Nelson actually. That may be Hoskins ahead as Joe Fay now goes to the point. Let's see as they come across the line. Yes, that is Hoskins there. Right now a 13 lap pace for our leaders, 1, 2 and 3 being Joe Fay, Jared Miranda, who was called out in the chat earlier as one to watch, and Brian Hoskins now dropping down to the 3, each on a 13 lap pace. This heat brought to you by Team Associated. As we go over the JConcepts kicker, into the DRC roller, into the Protec tabletop, the Phantom downside. Oh man, I'm not sure what's happened with the pink buggy. I think they got to pull it. Something's wrong. That was our leader. That was Joe Fay. I think he's broken out. Something's happened to his buggy. Maybe the pinions come off. Unfortunate for Joe Fay, but he does have a good time on the board and he is in the lead right now. Of course, this is heat number 1 of 4. So watching that left timing screen. Let's see if we can follow Jared Miranda. Yes, I think you are correct. I think you were following Jared Miranda. Jared Miranda, I believe, is in that flamed buggy with the white wheels. This is him right here, I believe. Yes, it is. So Jared Miranda now with a chance with his closest rival, Joe Fay, is out of the race, but he's going to have to string together 3 fast laps, and he's got some cars ahead of him right now, some traffic he's got to work through. Oh, and he takes a front end and a little bit of a pipe too. The white car now behind him, let's see who that is, makes a clean move up on him. The white car is that of Kalen Humes. Kalen Humes down in the 7, so the pace waning in the end here for Jared Miranda. And unfortunately, he's not able to capitalize on Joe Fay's weakness here, being out of the race. But Josh Kinser does. Josh Kinser now to the point. Kinser now is stringing those laps together, and I think Kinser just has a little bit of a rollover there in the back. Man, we are having some real commentators curse here today. Camera curse too. I think that's Kinser with the yellow front buggy, white rear with white wheels. As the clock expires, Josh Kinser is done, and he will bring that home for the lead in this one. As they blow the track off, each and every single race is getting blown off here, so a fair amount of track preparation in terms of the quality of track and the amount of dust that is being blown off. As we have a change of cameraman now, Matthew's going to go up there as Chris comes down. Chris is getting ready for his heat, which will be in heat number 32. So he too will be in this Team Associated 13.5 independent four-wheel drive buggy. He will be in heat number 3. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. For some reason, I'm noticing here in the Facebook chat, I'm actually looking on the Facebook chat, but some of the comments from the Facebook chat are not coming through. Like somebody has commented there, great commentary, Shane, thanks, from Danny Pitt. But I'm not seeing that on... And one of my mates commented as well, Andrew Lynn commented, what's up, homie, and I didn't see that one either. Lucky, I'm also checking the Facebook chat, but I'm not on the YouTube chat or the others, so if you guys are sending messages and I'm not replying, it's just simply because I'm not seeing it. I will tell you I am checking the Facebook feed, so please do log on to the Facebook feed and make comments there if you would like to interact with us here in commentary. Heat number 2 of 4, team associated 13.5 4 drive, independent 4 drive buggy, and this is going to be heat number 31 of 40 in seeding today. Seeding today, your top 3 consecutive laps is what counts in order to take you through to your seed for your heat, where we will use FMAR qualifying style, which the difference there is top 3 consecutive laps, any 3 consecutive laps, and any point of your run, regardless of how slow the rest of your run is, will put you into a good heat, and with FMAR, the entire clock, your entire 5 minutes will count towards your overall consistent lap pace, and that will mean that you will then sort into the mains. A couple of rough laps here for the guys getting started. 26-second lap times. They can definitely go faster than that. We're getting settled in here with who I believe to be Antoine Morris. Antoine Morris, one of the local employees here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. I hope his shock package is working well. We helped him to rebuild those a little bit earlier this week. Still Antoine Morris right now showing out front, but it's going to start shuffling up as Adam Raber and Andrew Lee come through the line, and they are now going to the point. Jasmine Mayer now, the young lady right next to our cameraman there, she is she's coming up into the point now. Jasmine Neer, I believe, is this all-white buggy with white wheels, taking a little bit of a roll there. We will see in just a second. She's in the lead right now. That is Jasmine Neer. Yes, Jasmine Neer is the pink buggy, yes, with the yellow wheels, yes. All right, so here we go with the leader now. Let's follow her around. I think one of, if I'm not mistaken, 3. It sounds to me, we're having calls here that maybe the spur gear sounds, it could be the slipper clutch, but it could be the spur gear as well. So she getting some time on the board there is going to be very important early on in this race. Calvin Bruce now has strung together 3 laps that is a little bit quicker than Jasmine. We're going to keep following Jasmine. She's definitely having some kind of a sound, a mechanical sound that she's getting out of that car there. She's under braking. I'm not hearing it on acceleration. It's pretty bad. I don't know if you guys can hear it on camera. So expecting a slowdown or soon a mechanical failure. It could be a slipper clutch. Matt's calling here. Matt's calling in the in my ear here. He's hearing it probably better than I am with 2 headsets on. Sounds to me like, it sounds to him like a spur gear. Yeah, I would avoid braking if that was my car by the sounds of that. You have to brake at the end of that straightaway though. She's trying to be very kind on the brakes. Right now, unfortunately though, it seems like that mechanical failure is dropping her. She's in 3rd right now. Calvin Bruce and Antoine Morris are pushing up to these front spots. Calvin Bruce right now fast enough to be in the 2nd spot. overall, and Andrew Lee now popping up to that third spot as well. He's overtaken Antoine Morris. On with a new leader now. That is Calvin Bruce with the orange and white buggy with yellow wheels and clear wing. That looks to be a team associated. Would be apt if he could wrap up the win in this one in the race brought to you by Team Associated as they go over the DRC bump and the ProTech tabletop into the Proline S's and down the Exalt Salt soapbox. He's going to have to step inside and does very nicely. Situational awareness sounding good. Even though we're not following around with Jasmine anymore, I can hear that spur gear. I think you're right. And that's it. Yep, we've called it. She does have a mechanical failure in the end. That is unfortunate. It sounds like maybe a spur gear. They're going to have a look at that. I'm wondering if it was. The spur gear. Oh, man. The chat is being very, very, very weird, guys. I can tell you that. I'm not seeing refresh from some of the chat on Facebook, and then I am seeing some of them that are... It might be the live chat or something. Yeah. I got you, okay. I got you. Alrighty, as they change over and brush the track, I will be back in 2 minutes' time. I am back. Just getting the headsets back on again. I have two to wear. One to communicate with the local track here, and the other one to communicate with you guys. Let's have a look here as we are now 2 minutes down into this heat number 3 of 4 team associated 13.5 four-wheel drive independent buggy. Adam Sitwell right now in the one from Avon Dorch from Dave Weigel. I think that is Adrian Sitwell we're following around with a paint scheme in red in the front and yellow in the back, white wheels. Taking a little bit of a pipe ride there. As we keep going around right now with Adrian Sitwell, putting together some nice laps and going even faster there. That last one around was a 23.2, his fastest around a 22.6. So working now through traffic, and the car in front of him flips out of the way just a little bit. Getting a little bit loose on the end as well, loose on the rear. Oh, and gets very lucky there, dodges a bullet. That other driver just got out of the throttle at the right time as he was getting squirrely going down the straightaway there. A little bit more traffic to work through. Adrian Sitwell still in the lead right now, and he does collect another one of the drivers. I think he's in a TLR buggy, I believe. Makes a move out of the way for another one of the drivers, having seen that he rolled over and probably ruined that lap. Doesn't want to ruin the other driver's lap. Having a little bit of a rough time here. Camera and commentators curse again. I think we changed over to our new leader, Adam Dorch, and as we did, he flipped over too. And again, the camera and commentators curse continues. Last lap there for Alan Dorch was his fastest, 22.3, so if he can keep stringing it together, he will do well to come to the top, as he has done. Sitwell right now with a little bit of work to do. Sitwell had that rollover and then collected another car on the next lap, so he might be well stitched up. He's not able to get 3 laps in again. Right now, Avon Dorch and Adrian Sitwell coming up to the 3 and the 4 spot overall, being 1 and 2 in this race. I think that is Avon Dorch that we're following around now in the white buggy with the yellow wheels. As the clock expires, and that is... That brings to an end there. Avon Dorch is still on the clock, so Avon Dorch still needs to keep running. Alrighty, and that brings to a wrap heat number 32 of 40, team associated 13.5 four-wheel drive independent buggy. That's actually Chris right there on the camera. He wasn't very happy about something. That's our cameraman. Somebody was asking in the chat what DBR is. That is Drew Boyd Racing. Drew Boyd Racing. I'm trying to find their page to give you guys an idea of what they make, so I can share one of the links. Yes, so it is supposed to be that Independent is a driver without a chassis or a tire or any other sponsor. I'm not sure who Chris is sponsored by. I think he may be on the mod team. So yes, should he be an independent? He works for mod, right? So it's more of a work than a he's representing mod rather than sponsored by mod. Right. We have some in the chat saying, what's he doing in independent? Shouldn't he be an expert? Employed by mod, so not sponsored by mod, but employed by mod and representing mod. So yes, for those of you wondering, it is true that if you're an independent, you must not be sponsored by anyone. For example, had I run in this race, you will have seen my name in independent. I represent A-Main Hobbies. I work for A-Main Hobbies, but I am not a A-Main Hobbies sponsored driver. I simply do not have the skill to be one of our sponsored drivers, but I do have the influence and I do represent A-Main. So with that being said, I would also be in the independent. And I guess as others were saying, the competition that we offer to our competitors, not something that they'll call us on to send us up to expert, and also we don't want to be an anchor in the expert category. We would rather be competitive in the independent. We're going to need a forensic accountant on this, says Heckler in the chat. It looks like a lot of you are commenting on the YouTube chat. Some of you are commenting on the Facebook chat. So Indie Buggy Heckler is independent buggy. So what that means is these are drivers without sponsorships. Let's have a look towards this race now. Let's not get too sidetracked as Jeremy Kramer now. I think Jeremy Kramer is there in the yellow buggy, blue back and yellow wheels. As he goes through the Proline S's down the Exalt soapbox into the shoe, over the double onto the start finish straight away. JConcepts kicker and the DRC roller. So they are calling, as I expected, they are calling for a driver's meet that will come after the seeding heats, which will be here in 7 laps time. I believe we'll be continuing live coverage for that, and I believe that there will also be a national anthem. A salute to the flag, of course. Here, Eddie Henley is an astute patriot, and we appreciate that. Proud to be in America and proud to be American, as am I. Yes, so they just call it Indy here, but yes, it is a way of separating some of the drivers of different skill levels. It is only fair that a local track does something to prevent sandbagging. As we see, you know, when people are racing in their local tracks, we'll see some come out and they're in pro stock, and all of a sudden a big race comes along and they're running, you know, in stock class or sportsman class. And we see a lot of sandbagging at all sorts of racetracks from all sorts of people. So with that being said, it is a way in which they separate sponsored drivers from the rest. Of course, sponsored drivers normally having that skill level or level of influence in order to get that sponsorship in the first place. I guess it would also prevent certain people from taking a sponsorship and then coming to an event like this one if they were sponsored for their influence, or like somebody like me, for example, that if I was sponsored by someone, I wouldn't be fast enough to be with the expert guys. So I would be an independent, and I would not want to carry a sponsor should I come to this event. A little bit of a rollover there on Kramer as he tries to make it to the inside of the pipe. I think he was trying to make it by there on Chris White. Chris White down in the 5, unfortunately didn't get enough room and ends up going to the pipe. 3 buggies coming together there. It's getting a little bit rough for the guys here in the end of this particular heat 4 of 4. Lots of marshalling going on. The marshals getting their steps in today. Still following around with Kramer, who is your leader. He is that yellow buggy with blue back and yellow wheels, clear wing. He's in the middle of these 3 cars right now. The white car ahead of him may be Chris White, I believe. So the white car with the yellow wheels. And it is, yes. They're still on the clock, so they will try to get done as they finish out their 13-lap pace. We're seeing laps here from these drivers around about 23 seconds, I believe. 23, 24 is what we were seeing from these drivers. A little bit slower in this heat than the previous ones, and as such, we don't see them up on the timing and scoring on the right-hand side. Lots of young blood up on the stand in that particular one, and some taking the stand right now as well. RC is having a changing of guard as we see some of the retirement of big names coming through the media recently. Ty Testman being one of those. Jared Tebow recently also taking a step away from professional racing and more over towards the product development, management and sales side. So it's nice to see a changing of guard. We have some of the big names here for the new up-and-comers. Tater Sontag, we have Sonny, we have Davey Bada. So really seeing a changing of guard. Still some of the big names, the prolific names that have been around for a while. Spencer Rivkin, Joe Bornhorst, Ryan Cavallari also still around. So still happy to see all of those gentlemen around and racing with us. That is a good question there. Yeah. Wesley Napier, who were you seeing there that was running expert two-wheel drive and Indy four-wheel drive? Of course, it is not required that you have a sponsor to run experts in any class, but if you have a sponsor, you are required to run experts. And if you are an independent driver and fast enough for that class, you may take the step up to independent or even mod if you wish to. Race with the pros if you are that good, and you may not have any sponsors to do that. It doesn't matter. But in order to race independent, you must be free of sponsors. Alrighty, as we get ready here for, well, not ready, as we are running now for heat number 34 of 40, the TDK 13.5 Expert 4-wheel drive buggy, heat number 1 of 5. Watch the timing and scoring on the left here, as that will be all that matters in this one. Seeing some 22-second lap pace right now coming out from Mike Rowley right in the start of this race right now. But coming out swinging, Braden Bruce, he's down in the 21s, a 21.9 it is, but he is in the 29s. I think that is Braden that we're following there. Braden with the white buggy. Oh, we've just broken away. You got it. Braden Bruce and Mike Rowley are battling on the clock. Doesn't look like they're together. It looks like Carter Irish and Mike Rowley are together on the track somewhere. Yeah, they're going to be in the start of the lap. I think that's them there. Roly-poly. Let's let this timing and scoring sort itself out a little bit. 4 of them going down in the 21s now. 21.7s for 2 of them and 21.9 for 2 of them as well. The rest of the field entirely, except for the last 2 drivers, racing on a 22-second pace for their laps. The top 2 drivers on a 14-lap pace, as is the number 4 driver, Carter Irish, on a 13-lap pace, but his top 3 consecutive fast enough to put him in the 3rd place right now. Chris Schaefer, yes, that would be absolutely awesome. I would love to meet those South African guys. That would be very, very, very cool. Oh, I see Jasmine Neer is the one that you're pointing out there. As I said, I'm not sure if Jasmine is a sponsored driver, but if you are fast enough to race in the expert class, you are welcome to step up. It does not require a sponsor to go to expert or mod class, but if you are sponsored, it does require you to run in expert class rather than Indy, which we call independent class.
Between seating and round 1, there's like a 30-minute break, 20-minute break. I need you.
Here, I've never seen this at a race, and I think it's very cool that they're going to do this. We're going to do a Concourse award, so I'm going to be one of the judges on that. It will be run in between the heats when we get done over here, and it's going to be essentially choosing the best looking bodies, or the best designed or painted bodies. And with that being said, we're going to go out there and choose that. That will be between the heats. It allows some time for our race director, Lance McDonald, to go ahead and set up the race heats and make sure that there are no conflicts. There are a lot of drivers, like Rails, that's in like 6 different classes, right? So we've got to make sure that we don't have any problems. As Lucas Smith is going to round out the win for this one. Larry Wright in the 2, Braden Bruce in the 3, and let's watch them on their last lap as we go around here with Lucas Smith in the back through the Proline S's, down the Exalt soap table, over the Hobby Wing triple, and through the shoe. I need to see what that sponsor is on that hump there. It's the Team Associated Double. All right. I did not see that myself there, unfortunately, Joseph. I didn't see that and cannot comment. Yes, Jerry and Wesley Napier is correctly pointing out there that it is top 3 consecutive lap, which is allowing you to seed. So if you see there, Carter Irish in the 4 spot, right, doing a 12 lap pace, and still coming out on top of 13 lap pace cars behind him. So your top 3 consecutive laps is going to give you your seed. And as we move forward with the rest of the race event, the reason why we are showing the IFMAR, IFMAR timing on the left-hand side as well as fast lap, is because we are going to be using IFMAR sorting for the 3 heats into the main that we have. Yes, we are going to show the bodies, Rory. So everyone that wishes to enter the competition, i.e. literally everybody in this particular race, is going to come on down and put their car down, and we're going to choose them. We will not only broadcast those, but we will also photograph those. So be sure to check Mod Live's page for all of their photographs, which is being done by Jason Shuey, our photographer. Yes, actually, Andrew Keys, SHRC. I went down, I had a look. It was very, very, very strange. She's running a belt-driven four-wheel drive car. Her spur gear was no longer in contact with her pinion. Her motor was completely set in the motor plate, so it had not moved. And the spur gear, which was still completely attached to the pulley, had seemingly not moved either, but they were no longer in contact. The spur gear was about 2 or 3 millimeters away from the pinion, and the sound that we were hearing, Matt Olson had called that correctly, that he had heard the spur gear, and it was the spur gear that was stripping. I've never seen that. I don't know how that happened. It is possible that the entire armature of where the belt drives was actually attached to had moved on the chassis plate. I don't know if those are adjustable or not, or maybe Jasmine Neer's pinion. It looked to be on the end of the shaft of the motor, so I don't believe that that had moved, and neither had the motor or the motor plate. So I'm not quite sure how that happened, but maybe some more news later. I did have a look at what the failure was. It was a pinion to spur contact failure. It's an aluminum chassis. I tried to flex it. I also tried to push the motor back in place, and I also tried to push the spur gear back in place. Nothing was giving and nothing was moving. I'm not familiar with that particular car that she's running, being a belt drive. So it was a Schumacher, so not too familiar, having never built a Schumacher four-wheel drive or run a Schumacher four-wheel drive myself. I'm not too familiar with what was happening there. But I can tell you that the failure and the sound that we were hearing was in fact a spur gear. It was rattling and chumping off the spur gear from the pinion, and somehow no longer contact was being made between the two. It would be good to see you down here, Craig. You should come and join us. Joseph Ayers, you see some spotters. We've got Mason Templeman on camera now as we go 3 minutes into 3 minutes left in this one right now. Templeman's been making a move in many of the heats here as we look now at the TDK 13.5 Expert buggy four-wheel drive here. Heat 2 of 5, he comes onto the straightaway there. Colors red, white and blue, white wheels. Sammy Moran is in this one as well. Talon now to the lead. Talon Henley, owner of Eddie Henley, now to the lead. That is him with the yellow front buggy with the rear blue. It looks like he's grinding to a halt or making himself some space. I think he's making himself some space so he doesn't have to battle, so he can put through 3 fast laps. And he's done well to open up a little bit of track ahead of himself as well as have nobody behind. So let's follow him around right now as he's on a 14-lap pace. Nice tight lines as he goes around with his TLR and drops down through the Proline S's onto the Exalt Soapbox and the Hobby Wing Triple as we go through the shoe and the team associated double. We just posted the waffle link again, so if you want to get part of that, where we'll be giving away a couple of kits. We've got a team associated B7.2 kit, a Yokomo kit, DTM3 kit that we'll be giving away, and some Nano Sport team associated kits as well. So come on in there, there'll be some additional prizes later. Excuse me. We're going to go back to the racing here with Talon Henley as we follow him around. He right now is your EQP as he goes up onto that ProTech upside on the tabletop. He's coming through the triple. He's taking that as a double single this time, not wanting to get into the bumper of the driver ahead. It looks like the driver ahead may be Mason Templeton, and he's by him now. No, that is not Mason Templeton. That is somebody else there. Templeman. Excuse me, thank you. Templeman is behind. So Henley's still doing well to keep his spot out front, and now is using the pace that he has as well as the space that he has to good effect. Over the JConcepts kicker into the SXT double over there, into the DRC roller, Phantom downside, Proline S's Exalt Salt Soapbox. Wow. That's Mason right there. Mason seems to be broken, something wrong with his car, but he does have enough to stay what seems to be in 4th place. Mason Templeman is out of this race, but the time is about to expire anyway as we follow Talon Henley taking a little bit of a rollover through the shoe and over the team associated double to round this out. All right, so some fast guys in that one there. Only Lucas Smith hangs on to the top spot there as Talon Henley, Trevor, Sammy Moran, Mason Templeman, and not quite sure where Tyler Stanley came, but he must not have been far behind because his lap pace was faster even than Templeman. So right now, that particular race there, Talon Henley from Trevor Michalesco from Sammy Moran. I've got my phone blowing up, just a customer I think, so I'm just going to give him a ring back real quick.
Duty calls for our other announcer. I'm back with you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you guys are liking the coverage. We're all getting a bit hungry here, so I'm going to have to go get us some pizza. I ordered up a couple Domino's. Shout out to Domino's. I like them because they're wicked close to us right now, so I'm going to be getting some pizza. Chris is about to fall over, so I know he needs some food. So we're looking good. Talon Henley going to take that one, man. Talon, he's got those mod puck systems in there looking quite good. We have that TLR puck system coming out here. We've got all the components done, just have to pack them. Lots of new stuff coming from Mod in 2024. Rimfire, welcome back home again in Indiana. Thank you. Big Buck Rama, I thought that was a hint for me to... We haven't eaten this morning, man. No speeding, I already spent enough. I cannot get another ticket in this state right now because it won't look good at all. I already have one speeding ticket. Due for RC racing coverage, of course. Why wouldn't it be? We here at Mod Live Media are committed to our craft. I know, we need a... Yeah, what's for breakfast, Chris says. We're already well into lunchtime here. It's 1:31. We have not eaten, guys. We literally got here and we've been working the entire time, and that's just how it goes. You know how it is when you're at the RC track. And we're literally spread thin right now. Everybody's working. I'm on doing the producing stuff and keeping everything going. Chris has been Iron Man up on the cam. We have Shane, he's been announcing, killing it, and then Shu is doing amazing photos, so go and check out all those photos. Megan, she's back at the Airbnb sleeping, which is par for the course. I love her, and she likes to sleep, so she'll be here soon enough. Keep her out late. She's done skis. She can't hang with the boys. All right, Josh Malia looking like he's out in the lead of this one. Kai Goff getting up there into the lead. So Kai, we're going to jump on with him. Long-time racer for Kai Goff. Does Domino's deliver to the track? Well, it's already ordered, Big Buck. Like, I'm gonna go across the street. It's literally across the street. Does Mod have any parts for the Schumacher L1R? Not yet. What's going on, Ryan Prince? Why isn't Ryan here? This is his home track. What's going on, Robert Mazzella? I know, man. Thank you, Rory. Much appreciated. If you guys want to do anything, grab one of those waffle tickets for the new B7. Literally, that money feeds the crew. Yeah, there's a B7, brand new B7 on there. Either kit that you want, the normal one or the D kit. And then we have a B70 4.2 on there, the carpet kit. We've got the Team Associated Nano Sports and a YZ2 DTM3 from Yokomo on there, and a ton of other goodies, guys. There's going to be like 15 winners or some junk like that. It's going to be pretty crazy, so plenty of winners. So if you guys want to support, grab one of those waffle tickets. It really does help us. I'm already seeing I need to get another headset. That's another $250. Constant improvement, guys. Constant improvement. All the money goes right back into the live stream. Still following along with Kai Goff in the lead of this one with 2:10 left to go. Rob King, thanks for the excellent coverage. Video and sound has been great. Thank you, Rob. Big Buck wanting to get us some food. Thank you, my man. We might need it tomorrow. We've been... if we don't eat in the morning, we usually don't eat during the day unless Megan goes and gets something, and or it's like at night. Like, the one thing I love about my boy Larry Tom is that dude feeds us. He's like has in and out coming. He's got like constant 3-course meals happening from Larry Tom and Hobby Action. So shout out to the boy. He's that one guy that makes us make sure that we're fed. So shout out to homie. Really, really good guy and track owner. Kai Goff in the lead of this one. Justin Green going to be in that P2. Ethan Dunbar, Damon, Daxon, Zach, Matthew, Josh, Andrew, Tony leading us out for our 11. Kyle Killy, is Mod covering the entire INS tour? Mod is slated to cover the entire INS tour, but I do believe that Live RC will be covering the very first one. That is not due to us, but Live RC will be covering the very first one. And then possibly one other one we might not be able to make due to scheduling conflicts. I did notice you're a little on the heavier side now, Matthew. Dude, I'm telling you, there's something about weight and having a girlfriend. They eat all the time. Usually when I'm here, I don't eat. I will be, I've gotten bigger over the last 2 years. It happens, boys, it happens. 5 seconds left to go. Allie Mack, guess who's back? Back in black. Denzi Dwarf, Sneezy Dwarf. Hey man, can you give me a shout out to Limitless RC Race Team, who are all currently getting paid at work to watch? I know, love it, man. I love it. Shout out to Limitless RC Race Team. Happy New Year, Matt. Thank you, thank you. Kyle Killy wants to take me down in short course. I know, man, or in SD truck. I know. I'll be racing some of them. I'll be at least racing probably 3 of them. 3 of them I'll race. I have just been crazy busy, guys, and not that we don't want to be at the races. We're doing all we can. Glad you guys are enjoying the live stream. I gotta say, it's probably one of the best seating days we've ever seen. We're over 450 people watching right now. So if you may see like 20 people or 2 people or something, our YouTube is usually banging. But that's really, really solid for really solid. Who's the best burrito maker? Oh, no, I don't have you on right now. All right, these guys are getting checked in. Oh, I got a couple guys I got to get photos for in this one. Even Kyle Goff, I should have his photo, which is really weird. I got Doug's. I need Damian Perry's as well. So I'll get those photos for you guys. Woo! We're going. Tone is off, and we are boogieing, boys and girls. Let's see how this one goes. All right, we're on with Doug Leverrier right now. Danny Trevino, where is this place? It should be in the description. It is Hoosier RC HobbyPlex in New Albany, Indiana. We are falling on with Doug. Danny, got amazing coverage as always, Matt. Thank you, sir. Gots my waffle from Chris Shepard, thanks for the support, dude. Coverage has been good, and what better to do when you're at work? I know, I play mine in the background sometimes too, where I'm just like, man, this is pretty sweet. Sure do miss racing. You need to get out here, man. Y'all should try to eat better when there's air or on the track. You perform better when you eat. There's no break time, guest. Like, we have no breaks. They don't care about us. We're just the media peoples. They're just like work 24/7. Usually Megan's the one, but she's sleeping right now. Doug Leverrier still leading this one out in that team associated rig. In 4-wheel drive, heat 4 of 5. Nick Reppin going to be in that P2. And then Isaac, Jasmine, Brandon, Nolan, Connor, Carter, Kyle, Damon, Jonathan, and Spencer. Talon Henley, though, still your top dog right now. Doug hasn't even cracked the top 5. I think he's down one. Can't see much. Let me see if I can check this out. So Doug's actually in 11th overall. So Doug would be in 11th. That's what my timing and scoring is saying. For seed. So he goes to 104.4 here for Douglas. Still falling on the track. Nick Reppin going to be in that P2. He is a Hoosier RC local. I wonder if we can catch Nick. He's usually in a green and yellow car. Or green and orange. There he is. He's going to be going over that right-hand double Chris coming onto the straightaway. Let's catch up with Reppin at the end of the straight. So Reppin coming on by at the end of the straight. My man right there. Looking good here for Reppin. Oh, Kyle Go going up to that P1 position with a 104.40. So 0.02 ahead. Let's see if he eclipses. He's going to break into that top 10 here for Kyle Go. We got Doug in that P2, Nick Reppin in the 3, rounding out your Type 3. Oh, Kyle Go now up to that top 4 now with a 103.5, so it shows how close these guys are together. They're all chasing after Talon Henley with less than a minute to go here for Reppin. But Kyle Go, all eyes on him. Coming by the start-finish line. I think Kyle is on the X-Ray team now, I want to say, switching over from TLR. All white body, factory white, that is. I'm going to have to go and get a picture of him. And also Damon Perry. Oh, Kyle is chassis free. No chassis sponsor from Rom. I don't think 13.5s are making the triple. Modified has a hard time. Too short of a short shoot to get the run up for stock. I don't think that, maybe on a full stretch, you know, hitting it off the straightaway, they'd hit it, but I don't think they can get up to speed. Up to second there for Kyle Go, my man. Up to that P2. See Kyle Go, he's still on the clock. I think this is going to be a longer lap for him, though.
Almost, bro. I'm trying to put out a fire right now, bro. Okay. I'll get back to this in a sec. Get the pizza.
All right, I'm back. 13.5 TDK Expert 4-dry buggy heat 5 of 5. Okay, hasn't updated yet. Okay. They're calling for some marshals in the middle there, need some help. Some more in the middle of the track need help. That's Doug Riviere, our defending champion, needing to come out and marshal over there. Definitely having a busy day. Marshalling right there just for this race right now. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Seconds into this one, the times right now as they're trying to put down some quick laps and some drivers trying to find themselves some space. Looks like we're following around Greg Nicholas right now with the white and blue car with a white buggy, clear wing. As we go over the ProTech upside and the Phantom downside through the Proline S's, Exalt Soapbox, and through the Hobby Wing Triple. Oh man, I need a little bit of a break myself. It has been quite a number of races here, 38 out of 40 now. We're going to be having a short little break in just a couple of minutes time where we will be showing the Concourse. And just to call out to our cameraman, Mr. Chris over there, to let you know we will be following the Concourse, I believe, which is the body selection. So maybe if you want to be around for that, so we can have a look at the bodies and our viewers can see what that looks like. We'll be choosing the best looking bodies in between the drivers meeting as well as the between the drivers meeting and the first heats. So we'll probably stop for the national anthem as well as do the Concourse, and that will give our race director Lance McDonald some time to set up the race sheets, make sure that there's no conflicts, and get them all printed and out onto the racetrack so that our racers can see what heats they have seeded into. Jeff Stashowitz right now in that X-ray looking good again. He's come to the top of this one. I believe he's just gone through the timing and scoring screen there. I think he is the buggy that has just made the pass there, which is the white buggy with a red stretch and the white wheels. Oh man, he goes on two and pops over that jump. That's Jeff right there. His car is looking fast, and he gives the others a bit of a motor check as he goes down the straightaway, making up that time that he just lost on twos. Something interesting about that car is it seems to continuously be leaning to the left-hand side as he's on throttle. I wonder if there's maybe a differential issues that he's having there. Many of the drivers here running ball diffs, and of course if you are not aware of what a ball diff is, a ball diff and a gear diff are two very different things. It's what you have in the rear of the car for a differential. The ball diff being a comprising of several balls that are put together under a pressure plate, and what happens is as you wear the balls in, the pressure plates can get some wear in them, and some tracks essentially wear into them, or the balls, if you over tighten them, become less round and more D'd out, more look like a capital D, and what that causes is inconsistent traction, and maybe what we're seeing with Jeff's car. I do speak under correction, or maybe he was just on throttle and happened to be two wheels in the air, and that can definitely help you to destabilize as well. These are four-wheel drives, yes, four-wheel drives. All gear diffs. I'm definitely getting sleepy, bro. I need to get some food or something in me, bro. Whew. Excuse me for misspeaking there on the commentary, guys. Excuse me for misspeaking. Stephen, we have posted the waffle on the Facebook group chat a couple of times. I'll see if I can share it again for you. It's not going to let me share it, I don't think, here, but it is on the Facebook feed. I will try to share it here for you now. I think I will be able to share a link. I hope you can see that. I just put it on the stream, so you should all see that. If not, it is on the Facebook feed, so you can check on the Facebook feed. If you check on the live video, that chat has the waffle link if you would like to enter that. We'll be giving away a couple of kits there. 13.5 expert four-wheel drive buggy as I start to wake up here. Let's go ahead and see if we can find Tyler Patanode. I believe that's him in the all-white. As the clock expires and they race to the line, he's just beat out Jeff Stashowitz for that particular spot. Tyler and Jeff are both going to sort behind Talon Henley, the owner of the, he's son of the owner here at Hoosier RC HobbyPlex. As we go into our second last heat of 40 and a short and well-deserved break. Here come the pros. That tall driver there is Brock Champlin. The bald gentleman you saw a minute ago was Ciccarello. All right, Tyler Patanore, Jeff Stashowitz, and Colin Miles in the last race. When that graphic goes away, you will be able to see Dakota Fend, and that is Cole Tollard stepping up in front of the camera as well. Pros, four-wheel drive mod buggy, heat 1 of 2. We're going to go to an interview here now with Talon
Awesome
Henley.
job out there, Talon, grabbing that one. Hey, you're 2 for 2, man. You better keep it up.
I'm trying to keep in with the very nice clean laps. I finally pulled together. My rolling laps were my fastest ones, so I think that's what I'm going to roll with for the weekend.
Congrats, man. How's truck looking?
We did some work to it. I've been dialing grip into it for the last year, and now I'm finally going to start working some of it out.
Congrats, my friend. Great job out there running the mod pucks in there, man. Killing it.
Thank you very much.
Great job, buddy.
A quick little interview there. That was Talon Henley. Talon Henley, owner of, son of owner Eddie Henley here at Mod. Excuse me. Wow, I'm getting sleepy, guys. I need to get some food in me. We're about to get a little bit of a lunch break here, and then I hope to be better when I get back. Dakota Fend is out. Everyone's gathering around the buggy there. We're not sure what's going on. He's dead. He's out. Not sure what's happened there to him, but that's going to take him out of the seeding heat. He will be the bottom seed, and he's going to be having to fight, and that is going to be a tough break for him here at the Clash of Champions, where all 3 classes, truck, two-wheel drive, buggy, and four-wheel drive, are all going to matter. He will be bottom seed. Let's see who is the one that can capitalize in this particular heat right now the most. There'll be 2 heats, of course, and seeds are going to matter as we go through here into heat number 1 and 2 and 3 as we sort for the mains. That is going to be tough for Dakota, though, as he's going to be racing in the slower of the 2 heats for sure, and he will be the last seed. So a tough break, certainly. You don't want that happening here in the seeding round. Even though it's only seeding, it is going to matter, and it is going to make it difficult now for him to defend his title. Right now, I think that's Aaron Kaufman that we're following around. Aaron Kaufman with the multicolored body.
Tom Rennerneck.
That's Rennerneck. Okay, Tom Rennerneck that we're following around. Rennerneck in the X-ray. These guys make it look so easy, but I can tell you this track is exceptionally difficult. Some of the corners are off camber, some of them are on camber, some of them have a dip in them, some of them have a large kicker. The car control that it takes to get around this track quickly is exceptional, and right now Tom is out front and he's making it look easy. That X-ray is looking dialed, and he's not been up on 2 wheels or touched the pipe at all. Nice clean laps here right out of the gate. I think he's on his 4th lap right now.
Let's transfer over to Brock Champlin and the Schumacher in that P2 position.
We're going to drop back now to Brock Champlin in the P2
Half a
position.
second back over top 3 consistency.
Only half a second back over top 3 consistency, and there's Champlin and the Schumacher now coming across the line. Champlin's car looking like it's picking up the inside wheel just a little bit on some of the tighter corners, looking like he has plenty of power to spare. You see him have that 2-wheel again just right there, taking a little bit of an offage from the track, but quickly back onto it. He's going to scrub that lap he is, and he's going to wait to make some space so that he can make his next 3 laps good ones. Taking a deep breath. That didn't work out that time for him. Dropping back now to Joe Bornhorst, seeing if he's stringing together some good laps in the S-Works. Joe Bornhorst is in that yellow buggy with a red back. He's right behind Rendenek right now, so that is a good one to follow. Rendenek looking good in the X-Ray. The S-Works now making good work there. I believe it's the S13.4 buggy available at Beach RC. Joe Bornhorst still though, still fighting for that 2 spot. He's putting together some consistent laps and looking really good, nice and tight there, staying on all 4s, managing to keep it down. Rendenek is stretching out a little bit of a gap, and now a car between he and Joe Bornhorst, who we're watching here. Brock Champlin still holding on to the 2. Maybe he is stretching now some laps in another part of the track as we continue to follow Joe. Joe, long-time pro, 10-scale and 8-scale prolific driver. We're going to drop back now to ProTech team driver for TLR. That's Cole Tollard. Cole Tollard there in the green, white, and pink with white wheels. The camera and the commentator's curse does get him there as he takes a little bit of a bobble going over the ProTech soapbox into the Hobby Wing triple there. Team associated double and onto the straightaway. We're going to go around again to Rendenek now. Rendenek still holding out that lead in that X-Ray. He is making it look easy. His car staying on all 4s, looking dialed and very sweet lines. Carrying a lot of corner speed. Car rolls over just ahead of him and he avoids it very nicely. Does get a little bit of a nudge on the pipe there as he goes through the triple. Team associated, Hobby Wing triple and team associated double. His last lap, a 99. The only other driver in 19s right now, Brock Champlin. So those 2 drivers running, Brock Champlin not able to put it together so far the way that Rendenek has. Tollard still in the 2, Bornhorst in the 3, Champlin in the 4, Kothman in the 5. This is heat 1 of 2. Dakota Fenn, the big news in this one, breaking out. Unfortunately, not able to start the race. Not sure what happened to him. Didn't get any news on that yet. Very unfortunate. That'll be a wrap for this one. And next up, we have another heat of mod 4-wheel drive buggy brought to you by ProTech RC. Another level of performance. A higher level of performance. I need to get some sugar in me after this one, I'll tell you that. This will be heat 40 of 40. We have saved the best for last. Well, we'll see. Rendenek there with a great time. Tollard 2. Bornhorst was chasing but didn't manage to string it together as well as Tollard did there in the end. We didn't get to see much of Tollard as he did those 3 laps, but he put a great time up on the board. Aiden Horn now, another A-main driver. Ryan Cavallari, Chase Lemonew, Kai Goff, Dustin Evans, Spencer Rivkin, Tater Sontag, the 2-wheel drive world champion. Maddie Gonzalez is up there, Kane Humes, Ethan McCandrick. We've got Matthew Shogren, Davey Bartas in this one, he'll be one to watch, and Tony Meintel. 5 minutes on the clock as they take a bit of warm-up. We need to finish this out in order for us to do all of the seeding and the sorting for the heats. So there will be a short break. During the break, we will have a concourse. We'll have a concourse competition where we'll select the best bodies. So will we have somebody on the camera for us to see the bodies and the selection of that, Mr. Matt? We'll see what he says in just a minute. Still warming up right now, waiting for a check from Chase. Everyone is checked now. And we are underway. Let's see as they start to string these laps together. Still lap number 1 right now. I think that is Aiden Horn that we're following around. No, it is not. Let's see these laps settle and let's see where they start off. Aiden Horn right now, a main driver and driving for Team Associated, red, white and blue with the white wheels. Coming over the DRC kicker into the ProTech double and the Phantom downside, Proline S's and Exalt Soapbox. So we go over the Team Associated triple. Over to Spencer Rivkin, ProTech team driver. He went to the lead, but as I said that, Davey Barter now goes to the lead. Coyote team driver, Coyote Hobbies. Also driving for Team Associated with that new B7. He's in the green buggy with the checkered back and the yellow wheels. Full drive mod buggy, heat 2 of 2, brought to you by ProTech RC, a higher level of performance. Right now, Barda running a best lap of a 20.1. Let's see if they can start dipping into the 19s. He is, of course, fastest man on track on consecutive 3, but also on fast lap right now. His lap pace is looking good, but Rivkin behind on a faster overall FMAR pace. So I think maybe Rivkin's got a little bit left in the tank if he can string those laps together. Lap number 5 for Barda here as he comes through. He did shave another 10th off, so he'll soon be in the 19s if he's able to take any more off. That was a 20 flat. Chase Lemoneau now to the front. Chase Lemoneau's managed to string 3 together faster than Lemieux. Thank you very much. Chase Lemieux. That is a new name for me, and as you can see by the photograph there, quite a young gentleman, so new name to me. Paul Lemieux. Oh! I am familiar with Paul Lemieux, yes, on-road legend, absolutely. He's racing for X-Ray as we follow him around. As he goes to the top, he is the new overall top seed. Render Kent from the last heat still holding on to the 2 with a Rivkin in the 3 right now. He's in the 2 in this particular heat, but in the 3, Cole Tollard still holding on to the 4, and Bornhorst in that S-Works still holding on to the 5 right now as it stands. We still got a long time to go here. Not sure if that clock is correct. There we go. The clock is just updated. Perfect, yeah. Yeah, that was strange. We have 1:30 left. I was about to call it with 5:40 remaining, but that wasn't correct. There was just a short little glitch there. We fixed that now. And Lemoneau in the X-Ray running hot laps, looking like he can go even quicker. Let's see who's got, and he is down in the 19s. He and Davey Barda, the only 2 right now down in the 19s, both doing 19.8s. Barda needing to string together more than 2 laps additional with that so that he can take advantage of that 19.8. I wonder if he can do that. Lemoneau now coming up on the back of some traffic. A quick little move out of the way there from one of the drivers. Lemoneau's working and does well to go up the inside, but then unfortunately gets wheeled. Unintentional and unfortunately consequential though. 39 seconds left on this clock as Lemonu's still with enough. He's out front. He's already got those 3. Thank you. He's still got enough time to put some laps together, but I think with that last bubble, I think he may be done. The time that he had from before will stand. Rivka now still at a 20 flat. Dustin Evans at a 22. Barta is in the 19s. He's the only other driver able to do a 19 right now. Barta will be one to watch. He's also got his truck quite well set up, so that is going to be a threat for the crown. Dakota Fend there with the unfortunate retirement from the previous heat. With the unfortunate retirement from the previous heat, he is not going to seed into heat number 1 as these guys did. So he's got his work cut out for him now. Over to Chase for an interview.
Awesome job out there, Chase. Kind of in the final minute there, taking that one.
Yeah, car felt really good. X-Ray team's working really well together. Tires are good. Recently just joined the JConcepts team, so everything's been really good.
Right on, man. You've been fast. You've been there kind of in the top 10. You made worlds and been looking good out there. I'm sure your dad's watching at home and, dude, looking amazing. Congratulations on the top seed and now to carry it into qualifying.
Thank you.
Awesome. Anybody you want to thank?
My dad and all the trackside family back home.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey guys, looks like we're gonna go into Concourse right now. I'm gonna try and get myself some pizza. So we're gonna try and view those cars up there and see what's up. I'll try and get Chris over there. I know he's gonna get something to eat. We're all very, very hungry. So let me plop this off right now, because you really don't need to see any of this. Alright, so it is Concourse. Let me get that up on the screen. Give me a second. Alright, we got the Concourse happening right now. So we'll go and get on the main cam and look down at the cars. Give us a second, we're a little bit moving around here. We got Jason gonna be getting all the photos there. Alright, we're gonna check them out. Try and zoom in, Chris, kind of on each car if you can. Hey Chris, zoom in and then pan the cars real quick. What's your guys' favorite? Well, What's going on, Gregory Pace, my man? What's happening, buddy? Hope to see you this year racing. Yeah, if you guys during this time, if you want to support the live feed, we do have that waffle up for grabs. We got like 3-4 kits on there. We have what do we have? We got a ton of goodies, so you guys can check it out. Checking out this Concourse right now. Here, I guess I'll show you. May as well. During the Concourse, I'll show you guys the waffle. Let's see here. Let me try and put that up for you guys. Oh man, there's a bunch of cars out there. We're gonna have all nice detailed photos. Jason's grabbing them all right now, going through. He's an amazing photographer. So we will show you guys that waffle right there up in the left-hand corner. Not to take away from the Concourse at all, but a new B7D, guys. So we will have that up for grabs, or the B7, whichever one you want. We got a B74.2, the carpet version, a YZ2 as well, DTM3, and we also have the Nano Sport. We got the Nano Sport down below. Dr. Pepper's Chris are down below. There's water in, I think it's in the back of the car. Here's the keys. Grab a couple. And get the headset out of there too. No, I have one in the car when I was getting the pizza. Alright, so yeah. So we've got that and a slew of other goodies, guys, and we got to add more. So we have a bunch of those goodies, and then you guys can see you can win all this stuff, a bunch of stuff. Some JConcepts goods, CX wallet, mod stuff. We're gonna put some puck systems in there, 4-wheel drive system. So probably the biggest waffle we've ever had. So check that out. Supports the live stream. So thank you much for everybody's support. But yeah. So a B7D, guys, we're gonna purchase that. We just wanna, obviously it's brand new, so we're gonna purchase that thing and give it away to a lucky winner. So it's gonna be pretty cool, but it will be when it comes out. So just a disclaimer on there. Obviously I don't have one here. It's when they do release it, we'll be getting it. So let me see if I can answer some questions. If you guys have any questions, post them up as we're kind of going through the Concourse here. There's a pizza for you guys down there, Davey. Oh. Tell Sammy as well. And there's like garlic knots and stuff. Gotta feed the boys, man. Smoking Rats. Let me see here. The still shots you're posting are fantastic. I know. You can see Jason over there with the red and black shirt on. And then we got our other Mod Live Media crew there of Shane. That's Shane, our announcer. So he's from A-Main. He's doing a lot of work and killing it. So they're pulling out cars. So Shu is doing his job and getting them all. So people are looking at it and seeing what's up. So it's pretty cool. Is it possible to put water in one turn? No, Marcelo. Only they water once at night or something like that. They spritz it. Bought a couple spots from Dylan. Right on, buddy. Thank you. Link for the raffle. I'm gonna send that to you. I don't know who posted this YouTube link, but I'm gonna block that. Smoking Rat. Oh, Ben got their ticket. Sorry about that. Let me see. I'll jump up. I'll jump up with you guys. You can see me. These chairs need to go lower. So let me see the chat. Let me see. Hello, by the way. I'm Matt Olson from Mod and Mod Live Media, and we do this crazy stuff. Look down on the track there. It's a pretty good shot. A lot of cars. It's pretty sweet. So they're choosing kind of either they're pulling guys out to take them out of the competition, I think, or they're pulling them out of those are their top picks. I'm not positive on exactly what it is, but I think it's process of elimination, but they're going to be looking further into it. So I'm sure Jason's going to be getting all those shots. And then also what we're going to be doing cool is we've got our photo printer here, and I should have an example, but I don't. Let me go and grab one for you, show you what we're doing. Hold on. Alright, so I'm back with you. So this is kind of something cool. You know, we're going to be printing photos for everybody. It's got all the logos there. It's got a little kickstand right there for the back. So here's one of the cars out here. So guys will be able to get these right at the track. So our photos that our photographer's doing, kind of a memento. So pretty sweet. So another machine just showed up today that we were able to do larger photos. So we haven't had the time or energy to get everything done, but I hopefully those guys you guys like it. So but kind of a memento from the race. Jason's getting a lot of cool things, so we had that idea at another event, and I'm like, you know what? Let's invest in it. So $3,000 later, and we're going down that rabbit hole. Let's see if guys like it. Yes, sir. We got another waffle participant. It's very cool. Thank you, sir. So let's see here, guys. I'm going to try and answer some questions here. I'm looking at the chat. How do you see cars continuing to evolve with higher traction? Man, the way the B7, from what they say, and Kyle Klingford, kind of what they went through is that it takes a lot of on-road information. So I'm seeing tracks go to this more glued service. I think all dirt tracks are going to go to something like this. It's very consistent. You still have, thanks, buddy. you still have your little bit of give in the car, and then carpet and turf tracks are so, popular these days because you can set them up in an instant. You don't need heavy equipment. Always insta traction. Tires fall off. You put on a new set. The only thing that I think that dirt has over carpet is where the layouts can be much more entertaining with dirt, as well as the track is always kind of, you have traction, but the track's always kind of changing. With carpet and turf, depending if the temperature stays the same, it's pretty much the same. They don't really run if the temperature's not the same, especially with like turf outdoors. It can be agony with water on it. Any idea what happened to Fenn? I heard something with the shock shaft. Let me see. No sympathy from the cop last night that you need to get set up for the slash race. It's Chris Schaefer. No joke, I told him that I'm like, I have an event to go to and I have event coverage and I'm trying to make up time. He did it. He wasn't the most stoked, and he kind of left. He said, okay, and then he wrote on my ticket, trying to make time. But I think he did me maybe a favor because it might have been reckless that I was like 15 or 20 miles over the speed limit. I was just trying to pass people, man. I was trying to win races, man. Great coverage, Mod, from Woodland Hobbies. Thank you, Woodland. I remember you guys from the up in Northwest. You guys helped out with the Mugen kit, so we're going to be back up there again. Hopefully you guys can help out with the waffle again. Let me see here. Smoking Rat had asked something. Mod Media's next big goal. It should be a custom fondue fountain. Oh, man. We got a couple things coming. Thank you, Mike Kaz. Pics look great. Thank you, sir. Gold plastic wheels. That's not it. Picks at big races need to happen more often, from Ben Maxon. Yeah, we saw a huge. Jason's been like a childhood friend, longtime friend. I've worked with him at the magazine when I used to work for Extreme back in the day. We got the winner, it looks like. Well, it looks like these are the... All right, that one got a lot of applause there. That's looking pretty good. It looks like the center one's going to win. They're going to hear these two. When they're hearing the round of applause, you might be able to hear it through the mic. Yeah, that's definite. No, lost. Center one. Yep, that's the winner. So Concourse winner there. Very cool. One of the factory tracks dad right there. That is cool. Let's see if we can go grab an interview real quick. Be back with you. You should come and join. Grab that headset right there. Yeah. Kind of have to stretch it, but it'll work. I know. We're professionals. Those waffles. That's a waffle money. Cash only. I know, this is our new thing. A little bit of both. We're doing a little bit of both. You able to get the length? There we go. Just put your hand right there on the, there you go, perfect. All right, we got Jason Rona here from JConcepts. This is the JConcepts Clash of Champions here. Jason, we have over 400 entries. This is pretty ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I talked to Eddie about it, and yesterday, and there's some built-in advantages to this race right now. Everyone loves this facility, the track, the size, and it's the beginning of the year, and I think everybody likes to get out, stretch their legs here at the beginning of the year. And obviously we used to go to CRC. That used to be one of the big events on the calendar, and they were able to kind of replace it to some extent with this one. And it just so happens that this is a great facility. It's somewhat close to Ohio, I guess. Racer-wise, the racers seem to kind of attend both those style of events, so they're doing good here.
No, it's amazing. It took over from CRC as we call it out in Ohio, and kind of that new one. And these guys put in a ton of work, and it's good to see all the support from all the manufacturers and the B7 coming out this weekend, and guys already going pretty quick with it.
Obviously we got the videos out there. I'm watching like everybody else, on the new release videos, the car coming out. I think they kind of targeted this event to get out there and kind of show it for the first time in public. They've obviously been driving it for quite a while already, but I talked to Spencer a little bit, and all the guys there, they want to come out and debut this car to a win, but I think in general it's not easy to do that.
Yeah.
So they're working hard back there to try to get the car where they want it to be. You can tell it looks different on the track than the other generations. There are some differences with the car that are different than the other ones out there right now, and some adjustments that don't quite exist with other cars. So they're dialing it in, and they're getting better. And each run, it seems that they're getting a little better out here. And I don't know what to expect. I know that Dakota is crazy fast on this track. He kind of has a really good history here of winning races here. I think we've been here, man, have we had 2 or 3 of our JConcepts events here? Have we been here 3 times?
I think it's 3.
And then there's been 1 Clash of Champions. And Dakota has to have won 3 out of the 5 times we're here, or whatever the number is. He's quick here. He's kind of hard to handle, and we'll see what he can do against the new car here. I guess that's kind of what this race is about, is to see if the new car's got anything for the other favorites that have won here before, and if they can make improvements over the weekend. They're going to have to. Everybody. This track starts off with an incredible amount of traction each morning and each day with the glue they put on it, and you kind of have to adjust a little bit each round to the track and the conditions. So it's exciting to see a new release at the beginning of the year like this. It gives us a little bit extra stuff to talk about, extra stuff to check in on, see how things are going. I was kind of hoping we would see one maybe in the stock class. Would have been kind of cool to see one in the stock class, see how it could perform out there, because
it does have a 5-gear trans.
That's right, 5-gear transmission. So it'd be interesting to see. I would like to see one in that class, but I think they're kind of purposely running it mostly in modified, because once you give one to one guy, then
the rest want it. The rest want it.
Who gets the next one? Who gets the one after that? That's the dilemma Brent has to deal with when it comes to a new vehicle, is who gets one. And it's easy to say, it's easy to say that the factory pro guys, they get one. here in the situation. Brent always seems to get one as the team manager. Kurt Winger has one as one of the designers, and Billy, obviously one of the main designers of the car. He's got one, and Davey Bata.
A little mic a little closer to your mouth. They're having a hard time hearing.
So what I really like is I liked the addition of Davey getting a car because he probably has one of the best tracks to run at right now to test, and that's probably a good opportunity for them to, get the car in somebody's hands that can be on a glued track quite often. So I'm interested. I'm interested to see how it pans out. I think obviously they've spent a lot of time on this vehicle and trying to get it, something new into the market. And it is their pet class. It is their baby. I
think what you said in another interview that we had, I think it was at the last INS, is like for Team Associated, it's their 2-wheel drive. For Mugen, it's their 8 scale. They want to win.
Yeah.
That particular class, and that's what they strive to do. So
it is. I mean, it's they kind of for all intents and purposes, they started that class in a sense. It was 2-wheel buggy. They were out there before they had the RC10, but they're really the ones that have kind of always kept the pedal to the metal in that class. They've never kind of given up on it, even in the highs and lows of the industry. They've always had a new vehicle. They never got out of it and then back into it and got out of it and back into it. They've always been right there with it, through the thick and thin, and they expect big things from it. They expect big things on the track. They expect big things from their fans and their racers with that class. So I think it's important to them. It's important to us as the industry to, I think, for them to do well in that class, because it also makes things more popular. We get more entries. If people see something they like, they can help drive it with a new vehicle. So yeah, it's important for the industry for them to have success in that class, I think.
Right on. It's we'll see how this new V7 goes. I've looked at it. The front end geometry is much different than I've seen in a long time, especially in the spindles and the carriers up there. It looks like their pivot blocks are really, really narrow now. Arms are really long in comparison to the last generation. So we're actually giving one away in the waffle. So it'll be pretty cool. I think people will enjoy that. So
yeah, I mean, I think to me what stands out is we've seen some 5-gear transmissions before. Because of there's been the wheel speed cars and stuff that were machined aluminum that had the 5 gears with the laydown. It's just an attempt to move the motor further forward. There's obviously other ways you can do that. You could run a belt there if you wanted to keep moving things forward and not have the gears. There's a number of different ways you can kind of go about doing that, but. They went with the gears, and and then the front end, as you talked about, the caster blocks kind of having the pivot balls so they can have the adjustment of the kingpin inclination, which is something very popular in 8 scale with the inclination changes in the front end on the 8 scale pivot ball style buggies, and that's something they're going to bring in here into the 2-wheel drive car. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's there, and that's not just it. There's a lot of little things. I think the car only shares 2 parts from the other vehicles, or their other vehicle. I believe that's what Billy said. There's only 2 shared parts, so that's pretty big. I mean, it's funny because there's people on the internet that look at it and go, hey, "What's different about it?" But it's funny because if you know. Sometimes I'm like that with the 8 scale, especially the Mugen. I'm like, man, they all look the same to me. But, with the 2-wheel, as you get into it, you can see there's a lot of differences there. And they're trying to make another step forward. Whether we'll see it here this weekend or not in performance, but at some point it will come together for the vehicle, and they'll get their share of wins, and then they're going to sell their fair share of kits.
They will sell their share of kits, that's for sure. No, it's really, really cool. But yeah, you were mentioning the photos. So this is just something we're just starting. I don't know how it's going to go. You know, for people, you can see it's got the logos on there and everything, and I don't think we have enough of that these days. You know?
Yeah, you basically have a souvenir.
Yes.
You know, this is something that they do at other events where you can kind of buy, souvenirs of you being out there, being racing. And I kind of like the size that you have here that you're kind of looking at and kind of offering, because it's desktop friendly like you got here. You can set it down on the desk. And, sometimes everyone's like, I want a poster of my car, until you try to put it somewhere. And then you're like,
no free space.
You're like, what am I going to do with this poster, But, sometimes people put a picture of, maybe their wife on their desk or their dog or whatever. But, hey, if you got if all you got's an RC car, you can put that on your desk too, right?
Exactly.
Like, to me, they go right there. You got your wife, or your husband, or your dog, and then your RC car. You put them right there in line. So you got the setup here. And I think it's a nice.
Pretty cool.
It's a nice addition. I've always, like you said, you always mention you're stepping up your game. That's just another thing to step up. And you seem to handle it kind of on the fly pretty well too. We come here and you get stuff going, and you're like, let's try it, see what happens.
And that's pretty much what it is. I was talking to Jason Bollinger, our photographer, and he's been shooting a lot of the JConcepts events as well. And he's been integral in everything because he knows a lot of it, and I've been talking to him, and he's had a lot of advice with it. But yeah, it was more so he's like, dude, I don't know how it's gonna do. I'm like, I don't care. Like, let's just try it. Yeah. Let's see how it is, and yeah, we're looking at the price point, what it takes to do it, and more so, the photos aren't very expensive to do, but it's getting the machine there and the person to do it that actually costs a lot of the money to make it happen, as well as the photographer and the time and energy to do it. So the cost isn't super high for the actual print, but it's more so like getting it done is the thing.
I see Aiden already dropped off $20.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
For his photo, so he can come up and pick that up at any time.
Exactly. So I think these smaller prints will probably be about $10 with the frame and everything like that.
Yeah.
And have a print. And then I think we're gonna give some away. We're gonna find like cool shots of people and just go and set them up on their pit and give them away. And so it's just a cool thing that we want to do to kind of help the just the overall vibe, I guess.
Yeah, it's of the experience. It's kind of a memento of the experience, and I think it's a great addition to have. We got a monster.
People are all over there.
We got everybody on the track here. I think this must be their group photo.
I think it's the group photo. You can see Jason up there in the perch.
Shoe.
Yeah, Shoe is up there grabbing a photo. We'll probably print that puppy out and we'll give it to the shop. But yeah, I think it's a cool thing. We just got a machine here too. I had it shipped in. It's a 5x7 machine, so we'll have a little bit bigger photos for people. I don't know what that noise was.
I don't know, but Lance has always got something.
Lance has something going. He's doing a great job. Lance is a good dude, and they do a really good job out in Florida.
Yeah, I think what he does is he rides the fine line of not putting up with anybody's BS and getting the race done and being a friend to people.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a parent up there, It's like you can't be, if you're going to be a parent, can you be their friend?
Can't get away with too much with them, that's for sure.
It's like when you're
toe the line.
when you're in that position, man, and people will, they'll wear you out. It's like, hey, wait for me, wait for my race. Oh, I broke. Can you wait? And it's like, look, you got a job as the race director, race announcer. You got to keep things moving. You got 500 or 400 and whatever 30 entries.
Yeah, you got to keep it moving.
You got to keep it moving. So that's what Lance does. I think he keeps that balance good between kind of being your friend and your parent. When he's doing these
I think
things.
so. I think he grabbed somebody's car yesterday off the track because they were still driving. He told them to stop. He stopped everybody on the track, went and grabbed their car and said, you can get it from me up here.
Yeah, he doesn't put up with the BS, and I think that's kind of part of hiring somebody that doesn't mind, kind of taking control and not really putting up with the BS. And you know what? It takes a special personality to do that, because you kind of have to be willing to be like that. But you know what? It's so necessary at times. I mean, I heard there was one time a guy was telling me down in Florida, and he did a race. He helped with a race down there, and he was just a racer, and he said he never really looked at things from from the perspective of somebody that either has to direct or announce. And he said that he said he really realized it was something different when somebody was walking down the driver's stand stairs and he's telling them on the microphone, please head out to turn marshal, and the guy's looking right at him and just turns and walks straight to the pits. And he's like, that's when I realized that it's a whole different job than what I was anticipating. So
you can hear the claps in the background over there. Eddie was giving his speech. We're not plugged into them at all, but I think everybody's having a good time out here. What do you think about the slash enduro kind of breaking in the track? What's the consensus?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of something that has been happening recently, where you have these one-off events like this, big trophy-style weekend blowout events, where everyone's kind of like trying to add something unique to it. You know, like obviously we have the Masters of Dirt. They have different kind of events inside of events, right? Where they have the hooligan race there, where they go out and put obstacles on the track. You have to get around to win some money, and everyone's kind of there's some different gimmicks, we'll call it. Some different gimmicks out there to add to your race. And I think that was something they added here. They added the slash race, and it seemed to help with the track break-in a little bit. Eddie was telling me that he was pleased with doing the slashes because it helped get more laps on the track, which was good. Get things kind of stabilized before the racers that are signed up start to hit. So he was happy with that. And it offered, another little gimmick, a little bonus to be involved in the race. I think we have a mini cars back here too. They're going to do some kind of mini B race or something. I don't know.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard about it.
There's like 10 or 12 mini Bs back by my pits over there on the table, like numbered. So it looks like there's going to something happen with the mini B.
Oh, man.
So that's another little gimmick they're going to throw out here and make it a little more enjoyable. And, now it seems like the, race events promoters are focusing on these overall champions. Here we have the clash of champions overall, which was last year Dakota, and Doug Lariviere was the winner last year in the stock classes. So everyone's kind of got these overall championships they're working into these events, and trying to throw the slash things or the hoonigan, whatever they call it, race there at Beach RC, and people love that stuff. I know this year Lee Setzer was the big winner there at Masters, and he was so excited to win that money. I never seen him so excited driving the last couple laps. So he, and I think Cavallari won it once before, where you got to go backwards and avoid all kinds of stuff they put on the track.
I've done a couple of those too.
Oh man,
they're fun.
I felt so bad for somebody the other year when I was there. They were looking like they were going to win it, and Brett Densford pops up with one of those police shields right in front of the guy, and the guy's car hits it and flips over, and he's just like,
that's messed up. Denied.
You're not winning.
People throw brooms out on the track and cones and at you and everything. You're bobbing and weaving. It's pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
I think it's a way to kind of break some things up. We got another little photo thing going on here, but I think this is different ways to do it. I think everyone's trying to. We have the serious event, the serious classes, the serious racing, trying to break it up with some other aspects, like these other events that kind of break up the seriousness a little bit. So I've liked it. I've liked that we have these promoters thinking outside a little bit and trying to incorporate things, into their event.
Yeah, it's been good. I saw something that Lance is doing with that little RC10 B6 or whatever it is, RTR, and novice class, and it's free to use. You just pay for your entry, and it's kind of like a box stock class. That's pretty cool, and get new people into it is the main goal. And
I mean, we have a lot of people in RC that really kind of dedicate their time, their money, and their resources to try things because they've heard somebody say, hey, we should get more people involved, or hey, have you ever thought about this? And I see this, obviously I'm close in this industry all the time of seeing what's going on, but I see us being very accepting of those type of things in RC, where people will use their own money to go after something that they thought of, or they think it's, you know, kind of their dream or their idea. They use their money and they go after it, and they try to offer it to the racers. Lance is one of them. If he sees a direction he wants to go, he'll put kind of
put your money where your mouth is.
He puts his money where his mouth is, and there's other people obviously that do it too. And that's kind of how you try things, and you try to prove it and see if it'll work. And you can also introduce more racers into this. And
how Mod Live Media started.
There you go.
Had a small camera.
Put your money where your mouth is, right? And but that's where you get the passion, right? That's where we have a lot of passionate people in this, and you know, there's people that talk to me a lot during the day. They're always they might be at work doing whatever their job is, and they're, you know, thinking of things for RC. They just love it, and they're always thinking of an angle or their angle or what they can do to participate or help or have a hobby in it or a career in it. They're always trying to figure out that angle.
It's always something.
Because they just like it so much, and that's what this is about. But ultimately, then you have the next level of people that don't mind putting the money where their mouth is, right?
Yeah.
That's sometimes those are painful realizations.
Yep.
Of, you know, you think, oh, this is going to be amazing, this is going to be great. You put the money into it, and people don't support it. And you're like, all right, well, that was a waste.
Yeah, I've had those too.
That happens. So
that happens.
Yeah. So you got to be prepared for that. And but yeah, we're here. It's a successful race, like you said, over 400 entries. The track is grooved in nice. The little slash enduro helped, and. What was the winning team? Cavallari was on the winning team. That guy kind of comes up quite a bit when there's some kind of like little like, you know, competition. You know, one of these.
I asked him if Traxxas was his new sponsor, and he kind of looked at me.
He's like, no.
No, I didn't know. It was him, Dumford, and
Dunbar maybe.
Yeah, Dunbar. I'm sorry. Yeah, Brian Dunbar and get the last one.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Yep. Yep. So it was good. So it's pretty cool. And we'll see how the rest of this one goes. Kind of some new guys jumping up to those top spots. We had Luminex, you know, go top seed in 4-wheel drive, top seed in 2-wheel drive. It was
Dakota.
I believe it was Dakota. Yes, I wasn't able to grab him for an interview.
Yep.
Because he was in that first heat. I didn't see him, so Dakota grabbed that one. And then in truck, Spencer getting it just ahead of Bada there, like last lap. So we have kind of three different guys right now going very fast, but everybody within, you know, hundredths of a second, you know, of this track. But I'm looking at it, and it looks like these guys it's not a one-line track, and it's not an easy track. It seems to be biting guys.
Yeah, I mean, I say that all the time now, probably for the past 10 years, is just all these tracks are difficult. And it's not tough to just drive around it. That's doable for a large, you know, base of racers. But when you start having to push the limit, that's when... And you have to go up against more difficult competition. You have to push the limit. You have to push your lines. And I mean, when I see guys going to the top of the hill up here in the back, and essentially when I'm standing on the driver's stand, either videoing or watching, and you know, half their car is missing because it's behind that pipe up top, they're on the line.
Yeah.
And they're finding extra this back left corner. I noticed it too. There's you know, you kind of come off that elevation, you're on a right-hander there, and then the pipe kind of falls behind that little single roller there. And, I mean, there's times the car disappears for me when I'm videoing, in a sense, and the guys that are on it, they know they're on the right line, and they're just, you know, they're finding that extra gear. You know, we got you know, he's got everything kind of painted here. Got the kind of the candy cane inside corners marked out, and really that's kind of where you want to be in a lot of the corners, is really you want to be on the paint. So yeah, I'm interested to see kind of how this plays out. Obviously, we got guys with new sponsors trying to prove some things. We got guys with new equipment and then new cars. And, so and this race came up quick.
It did. We've been on the circuit for a little while.
We were talking about that. You probably go to more events in this capacity than anybody because, and it's not an easy travel for you. That's another thing. It's one thing to go to 30-plus events a year, but another thing to bring all this stuff that you bring because, your back's probably not doing you any favors. And you know what I mean? Like, I know that for me. Like, I didn't want to race anymore because I didn't want to carry my equipment anymore. Like, once you go through that issue where you have back problems, you're just like, you know what? I don't want to carry this race.
Luckily, it's not too bad. But the more that we add to the system, the heavier the things get. And there's like another laptop, and I go to the TSA and everything like that. I'm going through there, and they're like looking at my thing. It just looks like a big black brick in there to them because it's just computers stacked on each other. And I'm like, you go to a couple of those machines. I know the machines now that they'll open your bag for electronics and they won't. So I'll try to always go over the one where you don't have to. So the ones that I do, they're like, oh, take out a laptop. I'm like, the 17 that I have with me.
Yeah. Which laptop?
Which one? There's a lot of things in here. It's all screens. But yeah, it's been good, and I think the JConcepts races have been integral in kind of getting us out there and doing it all. Because you asked me in Florida, you're like, Matt, what are you doing? Like, I'm kind of in a lot of different things, and like, what are you doing? I'm just like, I'm trying to grow the hobby. You're like, well, you want to come out and cover an event, and it's kind of like history after that. And we have an all-new INS. It's INS now, but it was the NCTS, and you've combined them now. What's going on? You got Dirt Oval going on, too.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we had 9 events between carpet, AstroTurf, and dirt. We decided to just kind of go to 5 total because the end of the year was starting to get so stacked between September and December. There was a lot of events that didn't exist when we started that we mentioned before that are gaining a lot of momentum with different race promoters kind of putting a lot of emphasis behind their event. And we don't want to interfere. Obviously, we don't mind being a part of all these events. But we want to have that series, and we want to show that it does exist out there for people that want to run a series and be involved in it. And so I think that was the goal, is we want to keep the series. We already have the names, the Indoor National Series. They all still are indoors. But some of them are on carpet, some of them are on dirt. And originally, we kept them separate because the cars were so different. Because, we had guys that raced dirt, we had guys that raced carpet, and they were a little separated at that point. But we're starting to get where the racers are. It doesn't matter what surface it is, and now the cars are becoming so similar between the surfaces that it's kind of, in my opinion, it's allowing you to pick up from this and go to a carpet race and not a lot of changes, and you're kind of doing the same thing again. So I think when we started, the vehicles were different, the drivers were different, and I think we're starting to gradually move to where they're more similar. And it was, to me, it was just easier to have one 5-race series as opposed to the 9 races, and then we can concentrate on having our series finished by a certain time. And then there's a good run-up of events towards the end of the year that, we're not all fighting for the same position and dates, and we can support them as well. And then it left us opportunity to kind of go in a direction and say, all right, we had 2 Dirt Oval events the year before. We're going to have 3 this year. So, and that's on sort of a completely different genre of RC in a sense where, obviously there's some off-road racers that do oval and so forth and so on. But I think it is a big part of this hobby, Dirt Oval. And, we like it. The Chili Bowl's next week. And, we're huge. We're going to add in, we're going to have 3 events this year. Tyler's going to attend those events for us, and we have a lot of support of sponsors coming on board for that are different that we've never had before, and we've also got some exciting plans there. So I think that's been a great addition, is being able to still have our it's kind of like our baby, the Indoor National Series, and then also kind of work on the dirt oval a little bit. We've talked before about having some 8-scale events in the past. There's a ton of 8-scale races already. The funny part about me kind of coming to this race is we have a race in the past, you were there, called the Clash.
Yes.
And so we had a JConcepts Clash.
Yeah.
And that was how we started in events. We started that in 2007, but we quit having it because we started the Indoor National Series and kind of incorporating everything together. But the JConcepts Clash the idea is you could run 8-scale and 10-scale at the same race. That was the idea of the Clash name. Was that
at Flowwood?
Well, that's where you went to.
Okay.
You went to Flowwood, but we had it in Florida several times at Lake Park and Coral Springs. Then we had it in Flowwood. So
right on.
But that was an 8-scale and 10-scale an event, and there's still not many, if not a lot of those out there. And I think we still would like to do it. I've talked to different other promoters out there about doing different things and getting that Clash event going again. But it's just funny that this race is called the Clash of Champions, but our race was the JConcepts Clash, and I don't even think they know here.
I don't think that it was. We were going through names when he was kind of coming up. We're thinking about this, we're thinking about that, so it was good. But not to cut you off, Jason, we do need to start a new live stream. I think we're at 6 or 7 hours already of streaming, so they cut us off at 12 and then at 8. So before the next qualifier, we're gonna get a new stream going. But thank you, sir, so much for everything. I'm sure we'll have you back in the booth. And I think it's already some of our best viewership. We're like 500 right now just on seating. So looking forward to the numbers and everybody watching back home. Spencer wants to get interviewed here soon enough, and it's good time. So thank you, Jason. If you guys want to support the live stream as well, buy one of those waffle tickets, go to jconcepts.net, grab some goodies. They're the #1 sponsor, and these guys and this guy supports all events everywhere. So go and support jconcepts.net. Thank you, Jason, so much.
Appreciate it.
And we'll see you. I'll get you one of these. We'll have a Jason Rona photo that will just show up.
I hope so. Make it a good one.
It'll be a good one.
Somebody good at Photoshop.
It'll be a good one. Thank you, Jason, so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys. So you will see a new stream coming. This one's going to shut down. A new one's going to be up. So probably in the next minute and a half to 2 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thanks.